Chapter 31 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 31. If he was ruffled by some of her conditions, there was thus comfort and consolation to be drawn from others, beside the essential fascination, so small the doubt of that now, of the young lady's own society. He spent the afternoon, they all spent the afternoon, and the occasion reminded him of pages in Wilhelm Meister. He himself could pass for Wilhelm, and if Mrs. Ruth had little resemblance to Mignon, Miriam was remarkably like Philina. The movable feast awaiting them, luncheon, tea, dinner, was delayed 2 or 3 hours, but the interval was a source of gaiety, for they all smoked cigarettes in the garden, and Miriam gave striking illustrations of the parts she was studying. Peter was in the state of a man whose toothache has suddenly stopped. He was exhilarated by the cessation of pain. The pain had been the effort to remain in Paris after the creature in the world in whom he was most interested had gone to London, and the balm of seeing her now was the measure of the previous soreness. Gabriel Nash had, as usual, plenty to say, and he talked of Nick's picture so long that Peter wondered if he did it on purpose to vex him. They went in and out of the house, they made excursions to see what form the vague meal was taking, and Sherringham got half an hour alone, or virtually alone, with the mistress of his unsanctioned passion, drawing her publicly away from the others and making her sit with him in the most sequestered part of the little gravelled grounds. There was summer enough for the trees to shut out the adjacent villas, and Basil Dashwood and Gabriel Nash lounged together at a convenient distance, while Nick's whimsical friend dropped polished pebbles, sometimes audibly splashing into the deep well of the histrionic simplicity. Miriam confessed that, like all comedians, they ate at queer hours. She sent Dashwood in for biscuits and sherry. She proposed sending him round to the grocer's in the Circus Road for superior wine. Peter judged him the factotum of the little household. He knew where the biscuits were kept and the state of the grocer's account. When he himself congratulated her on having so useful an inmate, she said genially, but as if the words disposed of him, "Oh, he's awfully handy." To this she added, "You're not, you know," resting the kindest, most pitying eyes on him. The sensation they gave him was as sweet as if she had stroked his cheek, and her manner was responsive even to tenderness. She called him dear master again and again, and still often cher maître, and appeared to express gratitude and reverence by every intonation. "You're doing the humble dependent now," he said. "You do it beautifully, as you do everything." She replied that she didn't make it humble enough. She couldn't. She was too proud, too insolent in her triumph. She liked that, the triumph, too much, and she didn't mind telling him she was perfectly happy. Of course, as yet the triumph was very limited, but success was success, whatever its quantity. The dish was a small one, but had the right taste. Her imagination had already bounded beyond the first phase, unexpectedly great as this had been. Her position struck her as modest compared with the probably future now vivid to her. Peter had never seen her so soft and sympathetic. She had insisted in Paris that her personal character was that of the good girl. She used the term in a fine, loose way, and it was impossible to be a better girl than she showed herself this pleasant afternoon. She was full of gossip and anecdote and drollery. She had exactly the air he would have wished her to have, that of thinking of no end of things to tell him. It was as if she had just returned from a long journey and had had strange adventures and made wonderful discoveries. She began to speak of this and that, then broke off to speak of something else. She talked of the theatre, of the critics, and above all of London, of the people she had met, and the extraordinary things they said to her, of the parts she was going to take up, of lots of new ideas that had come to her about the art of comedy. She wanted to do comedy now, to do the comedy of London life. She was delighted to find that seeing more of the world suggested things to her. They came straight from the fact, from nature, if you could call it nature. She was thus convinced more than ever that the artist ought to live so as to get on with his business, gathering ideas and lights from experience, ought to welcome any experience that would give him lights. But work, of course, was experience, and everything in one's life that was good was work. That was the jolly thing in the actor's trade. It made up for other elements that were odious. If you only kept your eyes open, nothing could happen to you that wouldn't be food for observation and grist to your mill, showing you how people looked and moved and spoke, cried and grimaced, writhed and dissimulated in given situations. She saw all round her things she wanted to do. London bristled with them if you had eyes to see. She was fierce to know why people didn't take them up, put them into plays and parts, give one a chance with them. She expressed her sharp impatience of the general literary bêtise. She had never been chary of this particular displeasure, and there were moments, it was an old story and a subject of frank raillery to Sherringham, when to hear her you might have thought there was no cleverness anywhere but in her own splendid impatience. She wanted tremendous things done that she might use them, but she didn't pretend to say exactly what they were to be, nor even approximately how they were to be handled. Her ground was rather that if she only had a pen. It was exasperating to have to explain. She mainly contented herself with the view that nothing had really been touched. She felt that more and more as she saw more of people's goings-on. Peter went to her theatre again that evening, and indeed made no scruple of going every night for a week. Rather, perhaps I should say, he made a scruple, but a high part of the pleasure of his life during these arbitrary days was to overcome it. The only way to prove he could overcome it was to go, and he was satisfied after he had been 7 times, not only with the spectacle on the stage, but with his perfect independence. He knew no satiety, however, with the spectacle on the stage, which induced for him but a further curiosity. Miriam's performance was a thing alive, with a power to change, to grow, to develop, to beget new forms of the same life. Peter contributed to it in his amateurish way, and watched with solicitude the effect of his care and the fortune of his hints. He talked it over in Balaclava Place, suggested modifications and variations worth trying. She professed herself thankful for any refreshment that could be administered to her interest in Yolande, and with an energy that showed large resource touched up her part and drew several new airs from it. Peter's liberties bore on her way of uttering certain speeches, the intonations that would have more beauty or make the words mean more. She had her ideas, or rather she had her instincts, which she defended and illustrated with a vividness superior to argument by a happy pictorial phrase or a snatch of mimicry. But she was always for trying. She liked experiments and caught at them. And she was especially thankful when someone gave her a showy reason, a plausible formula, in a case where she only stood on an intuition. She pretended to despise reasons and to like and dislike at her sovereign pleasure, but she always honored the exotic gift, so that Sherringham was amused with the liberal way she produced it, as if she had been a naked islander rejoicing in a present of crimson cloth. Day after day he spent most of his time in her society, and Miss Laura Lumley's recent habitation became the place in London to which his thoughts and his steps were most attached. He was highly conscious of his not now carrying out that principle of abstention he had brought to such maturity before leaving Paris, but he contented himself with a much cruder justification of this lapse than he would have thought adequate in advance. It consisted simply in the idea that to be identified with the first fresh exploits of a young genius was a delightful experience. What was the harm of it when the genius was real? His main security was thus that his relations with Miriam had been placed under the protection of that idea of approved extravagance. In this department they made a very creditable figure and required much less watching and pruning than when it had been his effort to adjust them to a worldly plan. He had, in fine, a sense of real wisdom when he pronounced it surely enough that this momentary intellectual participation in the girl's dawning fame was a charming thing. Charming things were not frequent enough in a busy man's life to be kicked out of the way. Balaclava Place, looked at in this philosophic way, became almost idyllic. It gave Peter the pleasantest impression he had ever had of London. The season happened to be remarkably fine. The temperature was high, but not so high as to keep people from the theatre. Miriam's business visibly increased, so that the question of putting on the second play underwent some revision. The girl persisted, showing in her persistence a temper of which Peter had already caught some sharp gleams. It was plain that through her career she would expect to carry things with a high hand. Her managers and agents wouldn't find her an easy victim or a calculable force, but the public would adore her, surround her with the popularity that attaches to a good-natured and free-spoken princess, and her comrades would have a kindness for her because she wouldn't be selfish. They too would, besides representing her bodyguard, form in a manner a portion of her affectionate public. This was the way her friend read the signs, liking her whimsical tolerance of some of her vulgar playfellows almost well enough to forgive their presence in Balaclava Place, where they were a sore trial to her mother, who wanted her to multiply her points of contact only with the higher orders. There were hours when Peter seemed to make out that her principal relation to the proper world would be to have within 2 or 3 years a grand battle with it, resulting in its taking her, should she let it have her at all, absolutely on her own terms. A picture which led our young man to ask himself with a helplessness that was not exempt, as he perfectly knew, from absurdity, what part he should find himself playing in such a contest, and if it would be reserved to him to be the more ridiculous as a peacemaker or as a heavy backer. She might know any one she would, and the only person she appears to take any pleasure in is that dreadful Miss Rover. Mrs. Ruth whimpered to him more than once, leading him thus to recognize in the young lady so designated the principal complication of Balaclava Place. Miss Rover was a little actress who played at Miriam's theatre, combining with an unusual aptitude for delicate comedy a less exceptional absence of rigor in private life. She was pretty and quick and brave, and had a fineness that Miriam professed herself already in a position to estimate as rare. She had no control of her inclinations, yet sometimes they were wholly laudable, like the devotion she had formed for her beautiful colleague, whom she admired not only as an ornament of the profession, but as a being altogether of a more fortunate essence. She had had an idea that real ladies were nasty, but Miriam was not nasty, and who could gainsay that Miriam was a real lady? The girl justified herself to her patron from Paris, who had found no fault with her. She knew how much her mother feared the proper world wouldn't come in if they knew that the improper in the person of pretty Miss Rover was on the ground. What did she care who came and who didn't, and what was to be gained by receiving half the snobs in London? People would have to take her exactly as they found her, that they would have to learn, and they would be much mistaken if they thought her capable of turning snob, too, for the sake of their sweet company. She didn't pretend to be anything but what she meant to be, the best general actress of her time. And what had that to do with her seeing or not seeing a poor ignorant girl who had loved, well, she needn't say what Fanny had done. They had met in the way of business. She didn't say she would have run after her. She had liked her because she wasn't a slick. And when Fanny Rover had asked her quite wistfully if she mightn't come and see her and like her, she hadn't bristled with scandalized virtue. Miss Rover wasn't a bit more stupid or more ill-natured than any one else. It would be time enough to shut the door when she should become so. Peter commended even to extravagance the liberality of such comradeship, said that of course a woman didn't go into that profession to see how little she could swallow. She was right to live with the others so long as they were at all possible, and it was for her and only for her to judge how long that might be. This was rather heroic on his part, for his assumed detachment from the girl's personal life still left him a margin for some forms of uneasiness. It would have made in his spirit a great difference for the worse that the woman he loved, and for whom he wished no baser lover than himself, should have embraced the prospect of consorting only with the cheaper kind. It was all very well, but Fanny Rover was simply a rank cabotine, and that sort of association was an odd training for a young woman who was to have been good enough, he couldn't forget that, but kept remembering it as if it might still have a future use, to be his admired wife. Certainly he ought to have thought of such things before he permitted himself to become so interested in a theatrical nature. His heroism did him service, however, for the hour. It helped him by the end of the week to feel quite broken in to Miriam's little circle. What helped him most, indeed, was to reflect that she would get tired of a good many of its members herself in time, for if it was not that they were shocking, very few of them shone with that intense light, they could yet be thoroughly trusted in the long run to bore you. There was a lovely Sunday in particular, spent by him almost all in Balaclava Place. He arrived so early, when in the afternoon every sort of odd person dropped in. Miriam held a reception in the little garden, and insisted on all the company staying to supper. Her mother shed tears to Peter in the desecrated house, because they had accepted, Miriam and she, an invitation, and in Cromwell Road, too, for the evening. Miriam had now decreed they shouldn't go. They would have so much better fun with their good friends at home. She was sending off a message, it was a terrible distance, by a cabman, and Peter had the privilege of paying the messenger. Basil Dashwood in another vehicle proceeded to an hotel known to him a mile away for supplementary provisions, and came back with a cold ham and a dozen of champagne. It was all very bohemian and dishevelled and delightful, very supposedly droll and enviable to outsiders, and Miriam told anecdotes and gave imitations of the people she would have met if she had gone out, so that no one had a sense of loss. The two occasions were fantastically united. Mrs. Ruth drank champagne for consolation, though the consolation was imperfect when she remembered she might have drunk it, though not quite so much, perhaps, in Cromwell Road. Taken in connection with the evening before, the day formed for our friend the most complete exhibition of his young woman he had yet enjoyed. He had been at the theatre, to which the Saturday night happened to have brought the very fullest house she had played to, and he came early to Balaclava Place to tell her once again, he had told her half a dozen times the evening before, that with the excitement of her biggest audience she had surpassed herself, acted with remarkable intensity. It pleased her to hear this, and the spirit with which she interpreted the signs of the future, and during an hour he spent alone with her, Mrs. Ruth being upstairs and Basil Dashwood luckily absent, treated him to 20 specimens of feigned passion and character, was beyond any natural abundance he had yet seen in a woman. The impression could scarcely have been other if she had been playing wild snatches to him at the piano. The bright updarting flame of her talk rose and fell like an improvisation on the keys. Later, the rest of the day, he could as little miss the good grace with which she fraternized with her visitors, finding always the fair word for each, the key to a common ease, the right turn to keep vanity quiet and make humility brave. It was a wonderful expenditure of generous, nervous life. But what he read in it above all was the sense of success in youth, with the future loose and big, and the action of that charm on the faculties. Miriam's limited past had yet pinched her enough to make emancipation sweet, and the emancipation had come at last in an hour. She had stepped into her magic shoes, divined and appropriated everything they could help her to, become in a day a really original contemporary. He was, of course, not less conscious of that than Nick Dormer had been, when in the cold light of his studio this more detached observer saw, too, how she had altered. But the great thing to his mind, and during these first days the irresistible seduction of the theatre, was that she was a rare revelation of beauty. Beauty was the principle of everything she did, and of the way she unerringly did it. An exquisite harmony of line and motion and attitude and tone, what was at once most general and most special in her performance. Accidents and instincts played together to this end, and constituted something that was independent of her talent or of her merit in a given case, and which, as a value to Peter's imagination, was far superior to any merit and any talent. He could but call it a felicity and an importance incalculable, and but know that it connected itself with universal values. To see this force in operation, to sit within its radius and feel it shift and revolve and change and never fail, was a corrective to the depression, the humiliation, the bewilderment of life. It transported our troubled friend from the vulgar hour and the ugly fact, drew him to something that had no warrant but its sweetness, no name nor place, save as the pure, the remote, the antique. It was what most made him say to himself, "Oh, hang it, what does it matter?" when he reflected that an homme sérieux, as they said in Paris, rather gave himself away, as they said in America, by going every night to the same sordid stall at which all the world might stare. It was what kept him from doing anything but hover round Miriam, kept him from paying any other visits, from attending to any business, from going back to Calcutta Gardens. It was a spell he shrank intensely from breaking, and the cause of 100 postponements, confusions, and absurdities. It put him in a false position altogether, but it made of the crooked little stucco villa in St. John's Wood a place in the upper air, commanding the prospect, a nest of winged liberties and ironies far aloft above the huddled town. One should live at altitudes when one could. They braced and simplified, and for a happy interval he never touched the earth. It was not that there were no influences tending at moments to drag him down, an abasement from which he escaped only because he was up so high. We have seen that Basil Dashwood could affect him at times as a chunk of wood tied to his ankle, this through the circumstance that he made Miriam's famous conditions, those of the public exhibition of her genius, seem small and prosaic, so that Peter had to remind himself how much this smallness was perhaps involved in their being at all. She carried his imagination off into infinite spaces, whereas she carried Dashwood's only into the box office and the revival of plays that were barbarously bad. The worst was its being so open to him to see that a sharp young man really in the business might know better than he. Another vessel of superior knowledge, he talked, that is, as if he knew better than anyone, was Gabriel Nash, who lacked no leisure for hatefully haunting Balaclava Place, or in other words appeared to enjoy the same command of his time as Peter Sherringham. The pilgrim from Paris regarded him with mingled feelings, for he had not forgotten the contentious character of their first meeting, or the degree to which he had been moved to urge upon Nick Dormer's consideration that his talkative friend was probably one of the most eminent of asses. This personage turned up now as an admirer of the charming creature he had scoffed at, and there was much to exasperate in the smooth gloss of his inconsistency, at which he never cast an embarrassed glance. He practised, indeed, such loose license of regard to every question that it was difficult in vulgar parlance to have him. His sympathies hummed about like bees in a garden, with no visible plan, no economy in their flight. He thought meanly of the modern theatre, and yet had discovered a fund of satisfaction in the most promising of its exponents. And Peter could more than once but say to him that he should really, to keep his opinions at all in hand, attach more value to the stage or less to the interesting actress. Miriam took her perfect ease at his expense, and treated him as the most abject of her slaves, all of which was worth seeing as an exhibition, on Nash's part, of the beautifully imperturbable. When Peter all too grossly pronounced him damned impudent, he always felt guilty later on of an injustice. Nick had so little the air of a man with something to gain. He was aware nevertheless of a certain itching in his boot toe when his fellow visitor brought out, and for the most part to Miriam herself, in answer to any charge of tergiversation. "Oh, it's all right, it's the voice, you know, the enchanting voice." Nash meant by this, as indeed he more fully set forth, that he came to the theatre or to the villa simply to treat his ear to the sound, the richest then to be heard on earth, as he maintained, issuing from Miriam's lips. Its richness was quite independent of the words she might pronounce, or the poor fable they might subserve, and if the pleasure of hearing her in public was the greater by reason of the larger volume of her utterance, it was still highly agreeable to see her at home, for it was there the strictly mimetic gift he freely conceded to her came out most. He spoke as if she had been formed by the bounty of nature to be his particular recreation, and as if, being an expert in innocent joys, he took his pleasure wherever he found it. He was perpetually in the field, sociable, amiable, communicative, inveterately contradicted, but never confounded, ready to talk to any one about anything, and making disagreement, of which he left the responsibility wholly to others, a basis of harmony. Everyone knew what he thought of the theatrical profession, and yet who could say he didn't regard its members as embodiments of comedy when he touched with such a hand the spring of their foibles, touched it with an art that made even Peter laugh, notwithstanding his attitude of reserve where this interloper was concerned. At any rate, though he had committed himself as to their general fatuity, he put up with their company for the sake of Miriam's vocal vibrations, with a practical philosophy that was all his own, and she frankly took him for her supreme, her incorrigible adorer, masquerading as a critic to save his vanity, and tolerated for his secret constancy in spite of being a bore. He was meanwhile really not a bore to Peter, who failed of the luxury of being able to regard him as one. He had seen too many strange countries and curious things, observed and explored too much to be void of illustration. Peter had a sense that if he himself was in the grand espace, Gabriel had probably, as a finer critic, a still wider range. If among Miriam's associates Mr. Dashwood dragged him down, the other main sharer of his privilege challenged him rather to higher and more fantastic flights. If he saw the girl in larger relations than the young actor, who mainly saw her in ill-written parts, Nash went a step further and regarded her, irresponsibly and sublimely, as a priestess of harmony, a figure with which the vulgar ideas of success and failure had nothing to do. He laughed at her parts, holding that without them she would still be great. Peter envied him his power to content himself with the pleasures he could get. Peter had a shrewd impression that contentment wouldn't be the final sweetener of his own repast. Above all, Nash held his attention by a constant element of easy reference to Nick Dormer, who, as we know, had suddenly become much more interesting to his kinsman. Peter found food for observation, and in some measure for perplexity, in the relations of all these clever people with each other. He knew why his sister, who had a personal impatience of unapplied ideas, had not been agreeably affected by Miriam's prime patron, and had not felt happy about the attribution of value to such people by the man she was to marry. This was a side on which he had no desire to resemble Julia, for he needed no teaching to divine that Nash must have found her accessible to no light, none even about himself. He, Peter, would have been sorry to have to confess he couldn't more or less understand him. He understood furthermore that Miriam in Nick's studio might very well have appeared to Julia a formidable force. She was younger and would have seen nothing, but she had quite as much her own resources and was beautiful enough to have made Nick compare her with the lady of Harsh, even if he had been in love with that benefactress, a pretension as to which her brother, as we know, entertained doubts. Peter, at all events, saw for many days nothing of his cousin, though it might have been said that Nick participated by implication at least in the life of Balaclava Place. Had he given Julia tangible grounds, and was his unexpectedly fine rendering of Miriam an act of virtual infidelity? In that case, to what degree was the girl to be regarded as an accomplice in his defection, and what was the real nature of Miriam's esteem for her new and, as he might be called, distinguished ally? These questions would have given Peter still more to think about had he not flattered himself he had made up his mind that they concerned Nick and his sitter herself infinitely more than they concerned any one else. That young lady, meanwhile, was personally before him, so that he had no need to consult for his pleasure his fresh recollection of the portrait. But he thought of this striking production each time he thought of his so good-looking kinsman's variety of range. And that happened often, for in his hearing Miriam often discussed the happy artist and his possibilities with Gabriel Nash, and Nash broke out about them to all who might hear. Her own tone on the subject was uniform. She kept it on record to a degree slightly irritating that Mr. Dormer had been unforgettably, Peter particularly noted, unforgettably kind to her. She never mentioned Julia's irruption to Julia's brother. She only referred to the portrait, with inscrutable amenity, as a direct consequence of this gentleman's fortunate suggestion that first day at Madame Carré's. Nash showed, however, such a disposition to dwell sociably and luminously on the peculiarly interesting character of what he called Dormer's predicament, and on the fine suspense it was fitted to kindle in the breast of the truly discerning, that Peter wondered, as I have already hinted, if this insistence were not a subtle perversity, a devilish little invention to torment a man whose jealousy was presumable. Yet his fellow pilgrim struck him as on the whole but scantily devilish, and as still less occupied with the prefigurement of so plain a man's emotions. Indeed, he threw a glamour of romance over Nick, tossed off toward him such illuminating yet mystifying references that they operated quite as a bait to curiosity, invested with amusement the view of the possible, any wish to follow out the chain of events. He learned from Gabriel that Nick was still away, and he then felt he could almost submit to instruction, to initiation. The loose charm of these days was troubled, however. It ceased to be idyllic when, late on the evening of the second Sunday, he walked away with Nash southward from St. John's Wood. For then something came out. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 32. It mattered not so much what the doctors thought, and Sir Matthew Hope, the greatest of them all, had been down twice in 1 week, as that Mr. Chater, the omniscient butler, declared with all the authority of his position and his experience that Mr. Carteret was very bad indeed. Nick Dormer had a long talk with him. It lasted 6 minutes, the day he hurried to Beauclere in response to a telegram. It was Mr. Chater who had taken upon himself to telegraph, in spite of the presence in the house of Mr. Carteret's nearest relation and only surviving sister, Mrs. Landon. This lady, a large, mild, healthy woman with a heavy tread, a person who preferred early breakfasts, uncomfortable chairs, and the advertisement sheet of the Times, had arrived the week before and was awaiting the turn of events. She was a widow, and occupied in Cornwall a house 9 miles from a station, which had, to make up for this inconvenience, as she had once told Nick, a fine old herbaceous garden. She was extremely fond of an herbaceous garden. Her main consciousness was of herbaceous possibilities. Nick had often seen her. She had always come to Beauclere once or twice a year. Her sojourn there made no great difference. She was only an Urania dear for Mr. Carteret to look across the table at, when, on the close of dinner, it was time for her to retire. She went out of the room always as if it were after some one else, and on the gentleman's joining her later, the junction was not very close, she received them with an air of gratified surprise. Chayter honoured Nick with a regard which approached, though not improperly competing with it, the affection his master had placed on the same young head, and Chayter knew a good many things. Among them he knew his place, but it was wonderful how little that knowledge had rendered him inaccessible to other kinds. He took upon himself to send for Nick without speaking to Mrs. Lendon, whose influence was now a good deal like that of some large occasional piece of furniture introduced on a contingency. She was one of the solid conveniences that a comfortable house would have, but you couldn't talk with a mahogany sofa or a folding screen. Chayter knew how much she had had from her brother, and how much her two daughters had each received on marriage, and he was of the opinion that it was quite enough, especially considering the society in which they, you could scarcely call it, moved. He knew beyond this that they would all have more, and that was why he hesitated little about communicating with Nick. If Mrs. Lendon should be ruffled at the intrusion of a young man who neither was the child of a cousin, nor had been formally adopted, Chayter was parliamentary enough to see that the forms of debate were observed. He had indeed a slightly compassionate sense that Mrs. Lendon was not easily ruffled. She was always down at an extraordinary time before breakfast. Chayter refused to take it as in the least admonitory, but usually went straight into the garden as if to see that none of the plants had been stolen in the night, and had in the end to be looked for by the footman in some out-of-the-way spot beyond the shrubbery, where, plumped upon the ground, she was mostly doing something rum to a flower. Mr. Carteret himself had expressed no wishes. He slept most of the time. His failure at the last had been sudden, but he was rheumatic and 77, and the situation was in Chayter's hands. Sir Matthew Hope had opined, even on a second visit, that he would rally and go on, in rudimentary comfort, some time longer. But Chayter took a different and a still more intimate view. Nick was embarrassed. He scarcely knew what he was there for, from the moment he could give his good old friend no conscious satisfaction. The doctors, the nurses, the servants, Mrs. Lendon, and, above all, the settled equilibrium of the square thick house, where an immutable order appeared to slant through the polished windows, and tinkle in the quieter bells, all these things represented best the kind of supreme solace to which the master was most accessible. It was judged best that for the first day Nick should not be introduced into the darkened room. This was the decision of the two decorous nurses, of whom the visitor had had a glimpse, and who, with their black uniforms and fresh faces of business, suggested the barmaid emulating the nun. He was depressed and restless, felt himself in a false position, and thought it lucky Mrs. Lendon had powers of placid acceptance. They were old acquaintances. She treated him formally, anxiously, but it was not the rigour of mistrust. It was much more an expression of remote Cornish respect for young abilities and distinguished connections, insomuch as she asked him rather yearningly about Lady Agnes, and about Lady Flora and Lady Elizabeth. He knew she was kind and ungrudging, and his main regret was for his meagre knowledge and poor responses in regard to his large blank aunts. He sat in the garden with newspapers and looked at the lowered blinds in Mr. Carteret's windows. He wandered round the Abbey with cigarettes, and lightened his tread and felt grave, wishing everything might be over. He would have liked much to see Mr. Carteret again, but had no desire that Mr. Carteret should see him. In the evening he dined with Mrs. Lendon, and she talked to him at his request, and as much as she could, about her brother's early years, his beginnings of life. She was so much younger that they appeared to have been rather a tradition of her own youth. But her talk made Nick feel how tremendously different Mr. Carteret had been at that period from what he, Nick, was to-day. He had published at the age of 30 a little volume, thought at the time wonderfully clever, called The Instance of Rates, but Nick had not yet collected the material for any such treatise. After dinner Mrs. Lendon, who was in merciless full dress, retired to the drawing-room, where at the end of 10 minutes she was followed by Nick, who had remained behind only because he thought Chayter would expect it. Mrs. Lendon almost shook hands with him again, and then Chayter brought in coffee. Almost in no time afterwards he brought in tea, and the occupants of the drawing-room sat for a slow half-hour, during which the lady looked round at the apartment with a sigh and said, "Don't you think poor Charles had exquisite taste?" Fortunately the local man was at this moment ushered in. He had been upstairs, and he smiled himself in with the remark, "It's quite wonderful, quite wonderful." What was wonderful was a marked improvement in the breathing, a distinct indication of revival. The doctor had some tea and chatted for a quarter of an hour in a way that showed what a good manner and how large an experience a local man could have. When he retired Nick walked out with him. The doctor's house was near by, and he had come on foot. He left the visitor with the assurance that in all probability Mr. Carteret, who was certainly picking up, would be able to see him on the morrow. Our young man turned his steps again to the Abbey and took a stroll about it in the starlight. It never looked so huge as when it reared itself into the night, and Nick had never felt more fond of it than on this occasion, more comforted and confirmed by its beauty. When he came back he was readmitted by Chayter, who surveyed him in respectful deprecation of the frivolity which had led him to attempt to help himself through such an evening in such a way. He went to bed early and slept badly, which was unusual with him. But it was a pleasure to him to be told almost as soon as he appeared that Mr. Carteret had asked for him. He went in to see him, and was struck with the change in his appearance. He had, however, spent a day with him just after the New Year, and another at the beginning of March, and had then noted in him the menace of the final weakness. A week after Julia Dallow's departure for the Continent, he had again devoted several hours to the place, and to the intention of telling his old friend how the happy event had been brought to naught, the advantage he had been so good as to desire for him, and to make the condition of a splendid gift. Before this, for a few days, he had been keeping back, to announce it personally, the good news that Julia had at last set their situation in order. He wanted to enjoy the old man's pleasure, so sore a trial had her arbitrary behaviour been for a year. If she had offered Mr. Carteret a conciliatory visit before Christmas, had come down from London one day to lunch with him, this had but contributed to make him subsequently exhibit to poor Nick, as the victim of her elegant perversity, a great deal of earnest commiseration in a jocose form. Upon his honour, as he said, she was as clever and specious a woman, this was his odd expression, as he had ever seen in his life. The merit of her behaviour on that occasion, as Nick knew, was that she had not been specious at her lover's expense. She had breathed no doubt of his public purpose, and had had the strange grace to say that in truth she was older than he, so that it was only fair to give his affections time to mature. But when Nick saw their hopeful host after the rupture at which we had been present, he found him in no state to deal with worries. He was seriously ailing. It was the beginning of worse things, and not a time to put his attention to the stretch. After this excursion, Nick had gone back to town, saddened by his patient's now unmistakably settled decline, but rather relieved that he had had himself to make no confession. It had even occurred to him that the need for making one at all might never come up. Certainly it wouldn't, if the ebb of Mr. Carteret's strength should continue unchecked. He might pass away in the persuasion that everything would happen as he wished it, though indeed without enriching Nick on his wedding day to the tune he had promised. Very likely he had made legal arrangements in virtue of which his bounty would take effect in case of the right event, and in that case alone. At present Nick had a bigger and uglier truth to tell. The last 3 days had made the difference. But, oddly enough, though his responsibilities had increased, his reluctance to speak had vanished. He was positively eager to clear up a situation over which it was not consistent with his honour to leave a shade. The doctor had been right on coming in after dinner. It was clear in the morning that they had not seen the last of Mr. Carteret's power of picking up. Chater, who had waited on him, refused austerely to change his opinion with every change in his master's temperature. But the nurses took the cheering view that it would do their charge good for Mr. Dormer to sit with him a little. One of them remained in the room in the deep window seat, and Nick spent 20 minutes by the bedside. It was not a case for much conversation, but his helpless host seemed still to like to look at him. There was life in his kind old eyes, a stir of something that would express itself yet in some further wise provision. He laid his liberal hand on Nick's with a confidence that showed how little it was really disabled. He said very little, and the nurse had recommended that the visitor himself should not overflow in speech. But from time to time he murmured with a faint smile, "To-night's division, you know. You mustn't miss it." There was probably to be no division that night, as happened. But even Mr. Carteret's aberrations were parliamentary. Before Nick withdrew he had been able to assure him he was rapidly getting better, and that such valuable hours, the young man's own, mustn't be wasted. "Come back on Friday, if they come to the second reading." These were the words with which Nick was dismissed, and at noon the doctor said the invalid was doing very well, but that Nick had better leave him quiet for that day. Our young man accordingly determined to go up to town for the night, and even should he receive no summons, for the next day. He arranged with Chater that he should be telegraphed to if Mr. Carteret were either better or worse. "Oh, he can't very well be worse, sir," Chater replied inexorably. But he relaxed so far as to remark that of course it wouldn't do for Nick to neglect the house. Oh, the house! Nick was ambiguous and avoided the butler's eye. It would be easy enough to tell Mr. Carteret, but nothing would have sustained him in the effort to make a clean breast to Chater. He might equivocate about the house, but he had the sense of things to be done awaiting him in London. He telegraphed to his servant and spent that night in Rosedale Road. The things to be done were apparently to be done in his studio. His servant met him there with a large bundle of letters. He failed that evening to stray within 2 miles of Westminster, and the legislature of his country reassembled without his support. The next morning he received a telegram from Chater, to whom he had given Rosedale Road as an address. This missive simply informed him that Mr. Carteret wished to see him. It seemed a sign that he was better, though Chater wouldn't say so. Nick again accordingly took his place in the train to Beauclere. He had been there very often. but it was present to him that now, after a little, he should go only once more, for a particular dismal occasion. All that was over, everything that belonged to it was over. He learned on his arrival (he saw Mrs. Lendon immediately) that his old friend had continued to pick up. He had expressed a strong and a perfectly rational desire to talk with his expected visitor, and the doctor had said that if it was about anything important they should forbear to oppose him. "He says it's about something very important," Mrs. Lendon remarked, resting shy eyes on him, while she added that she herself was now sitting with her dear brother. She had sent those wonderful young ladies out to see the Abbey. Nick paused with her outside Mr. Carteret's door. He wanted to say something rather intimate and all soothing to her in return for her homely charity, give her a hint, for which she was far from looking, that practically he had now no interest in her brother's estate. This was of course impossible. Her lack of irony, of play of mind, gave him no pretext, and such a reference would be an insult to her simple discretion. She was either not thinking of his interest at all, or was thinking of it with the tolerance of a nature trained to 100 decent submissions. Nick looked a little into her mild, uninvestigating eyes, and it came over him supremely that the goodness of these people was singularly pure. They were a part of what was cleanest and sanest and dullest in humanity. There had been just a little mocking inflection in Mrs. Lendon's pleasant voice, but it was dedicated to the young ladies in the black uniforms. She could perhaps be humorous about them, and not to the theory of the importance of Nick's interview with her brother. His arrested desire to let her know he was not greedy translated itself into a vague friendliness, and into the abrupt, rather bewildering words, "I can't tell you half the good I think of you." As he passed into Mr. Carteret's room, it occurred to him that she would perhaps interpret this speech as an acknowledgment of obligation, of her good nature in not keeping him away from the rich old man. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 33. The rich old man was propped up on pillows, and in this attitude, beneath the high, spare canopy of his bed, presented himself to Nick's picture-seeking vision as a figure in a clever composition or a story. He had gathered strength, though his strength was not much in his voice. It was mainly in his brighter eyes and his air of being pleased with himself. He put out his hand and said, "I dare say you know why I sent for you," on which Nick sank into the seat he had occupied the day before, replying that he had been delighted to come, whatever the reason. Mr. Carteret said nothing more about the division or the second reading. He only murmured that they were keeping the newspapers for him. I'm rather behind," he went on, "but 2 or 3 quiet mornings will make it all right. You can go back tonight, you know. You can easily go back." This was the only thing not quite straight that Nick found in him, his making light of his young friend's flying to and fro. The young friend sat looking at him with a sense that was half compunction and half the idea of the rare beauty of his face, to which, strangely, the waste of illness now seemed to have restored something of its youth. Mr. Carteret was evidently conscious that this morning he shouldn't be able to go on long, so that he must be practical and concise. "I dare say you know. You've only to remember," he continued. "I needn't tell you what a pleasure it is to me to see you. There can be no better reason than that," was what Nick could say. "Hasn't the year come round, the year of that foolish arrangement?" Nick thought a little, asking himself if it were really necessary to disturb his companion's earnest faith. Then the consciousness of the falsity of his own position surged over him again, and he replied, "Do you mean the period for which Mrs. Dallow insisted on keeping me dangling? Oh, that's over," he almost gaily brought out. "And are you married? Has it come off?" the old man asked eagerly. "How long have I been ill?" "We're uncomfortable, unreasonable people, not deserving of your interest. We're not married," Nick said. "Then I haven't been ill so long?" his host quavered with vague relief. "Not very long, but things are different," he went on. The old man's eyes rested on his. He noted how much larger they appeared. "You mean the arrangements are made, the day's at hand?" "There are no arrangements," Nick smiled. "But why should it trouble you?" "What then will you do without arrangements?" The inquiry was plaintive and childlike. "We shall do nothing. There's nothing to be done. We're not to be married. It's all off," said poor Nick. Then he added, "Mrs. Dallow has gone abroad." The old man, motionless among his pillows, gave a long groan. "Ah, I don't like that." "No more do I, sir." "What's the matter?" "It was so good, so good." "It wasn't good enough for Julia," Nick declared. "For Julia? Is Julia so great as that? She told me she had the greatest regard for you. You're good enough for the best, my dear boy," Mr. Carteret pursued. "You don't know me. I am disappointing. She had, I believe, a great regard for me, but I've forfeited her good opinion." The old man stared at this cynical announcement. He searched his visitor's face for some attenuation of the words, but Nick apparently struck him as unashamed, and a faint colour coming into his withered cheek indicated his mystification and alarm. "Have you been unfaithful to her?" he still considerately asked. "She thinks so. It comes to the same thing. As I told you a year ago, she doesn't believe in me." "You ought to have made her. You ought to have made her," said Mr. Carteret. Nick was about to plead some reason when he continued, "Do you remember what I told you I'd give you if you did? Do you remember what I told you I'd give you on your wedding day?" "You expressed the most generous intentions, and I remember them as much as a man may do who has no wish to remind you of them." "The money's there. I've put it aside." "I haven't earned it. I haven't earned a penny of it." "Give it to those who deserve it more," said Nick. "I don't understand. I don't understand," Mr. Carteret whimpered, the tears of weakness in his eyes. His face flushed, and he added, "I'm not good for much discussion. I'm very much disappointed." "I think I may say it's not my fault. I've done what I can," Nick declared. "But when people are in love, they do more than that." "Oh, it's all over," said our young man, not caring much now, for the moment, how disconcerted his companion might be, so long as he disabused him of the idea that they were partners to a bargain. "We've tormented each other, and we've tormented you, and that's all that has come of it." His companion's eyes seemed to stare at strange things. "Don't you care for what I'd have done for you? Shouldn't you have liked it?" "Of course one likes kindness. One likes money. But it's all over," Nick repeated. Then he added, "I fatigue you, I knock you up with telling you these troubles. I only do so because it seems to me right you should know. But don't be worried. Everything's for the best." He patted the pale hand reassuringly, inclined himself affectionately, but Mr. Carteret was not easily soothed. He had practised lucidity all his life, had expected it of others, and had never given his assent to an indistinct proposition. He was weak, yet not too weak to recognize that he had formed a calculation now vitiated by a wrong factor, put his name to a contract of which the other side had not been carried out. More than 50 years of conscious success pressed him to try to understand. He had never muddled his affairs, and he couldn't muddle them now. At the same time he was aware of the necessity of economizing his effort, and he would gather that inward force, patiently and almost cunningly, for the right question and the right induction. He was still able to make his agitation reflective, and it could still consort with his high hopes of Nick that he should find himself regarding mere vague verbal comfort, words in the air, as an inadequate guarantee. So after he had attached his dim vision to his young friend's face a moment, he brought out, "Have you done anything bad?" "Nothing worse than usual," Nick laughed. "Ah, everything should have been better than usual." "Well, it hasn't been that. That I must say." "Do you sometimes think of your father?" Mr. Carteret continued. Nick had a decent pause. "You make me think of him. You've always that pleasant effect." "His name would have lived. It mustn't be lost." "Yes, but the competition to-day is terrible," Nick returned. His host considered this as if he found a serious flaw in it, after which he began again. "I never supposed you a trifler." "I'm determined not to be." "I thought her charming. Don't you love Mrs. Dallow?" Mr. Carteret profoundly asked. "Don't put it to me so to-day, for I feel sore and injured. I don't think she has treated me well." "You should have held her. You shouldn't have let her go," the old man returned with unexpected fire. His visitor flushed at this. So strange was it to receive a lesson in energy from a dying octogenarian. Yet after an instant Nick answered with due modesty, "I haven't been clever enough, no doubt." "Don't say that, don't say that!" Mr. Carteret shrunk from the thought. "Don't think I can allow you any easing off of that sort. I know how well you've done. You're taking your place. Several gentlemen have told me. Hasn't she felt a scruple, knowing my settlement on you to depend?" he pursued. "Oh, she hasn't known anything about it." "I don't understand, though I think you explained somewhat a year ago." The poor gentleman gave it up. "I think she wanted to speak to me of any intentions I might have in regard to you the day she was here. Very nicely, very properly she'd have done it, I'm sure. I think her idea was that I ought to make any settlement quite independent of your marrying her or not marrying her. But I tried to convey to her, I don't know whether she understood me, that I liked her too much for that. I wanted too much to make sure of her." "To make sure of me, you mean?" said Nick. "And now, after all, you see you haven't?" "Well, perhaps it was that," sighed the old man confusedly. "All this is very bad for you. We'll talk again," Nick urged. No, let us finish it now. I like to know what I'm doing. I shall rest better when I do know. There are great things to be done. The future will be full. The future will be fine." Mr. Carteret wandered. "Let me be distinct about this for Julia, that if we hadn't been sundered her generosity to me would have been complete. She'd have put her great fortune absolutely at my disposal," Nick said after a moment. "Her consciousness of all that naturally carries her over any particular distress in regard to what won't come to me now from another source." "Ah, don't lose it," the old man painfully pleaded. "It's in your hands, sir," Nick returned. "I mean Mrs. Dallow's fortune. It will be of the highest utility. That was what your father missed." "I shall miss more than my father did," said Nick. "She'll come back to you. I can't look at you and doubt that." Nick smiled with a slow headshake. "Never, never, never. You look at me, my grand old friend, but you don't see me. I'm not what you think." "What is it? What is it? Have you been bad?" Mr. Carteret panted. No, I'm not bad, but I'm different." "Different?" "Different from my father, different from Mrs. Dallow, different from you." "Ah, why do you perplex me?" the old man moaned. "You've done something." "I don't want to perplex you, but I have done something," said Nick, getting up. He had heard the door open softly behind him and Mrs. Lendon come forward with precautions. "What has he done? What has he done?" quavered Mr. Carteret to his sister. She, however, after a glance at the patient, motioned their young friend away, and bending over the bed, replied in a voice expressive at that moment of an ample provision of vital comfort: "He has only excited you, I'm afraid, a little more than is good for you. Isn't your dear old head a little too high?" Nick regarded himself as justly banished, and he quitted the room with a ready acquiescence in any power to carry on the scene of which Mrs. Lendon might find herself possessed. He felt distinctly brutal as he heard his host emit a weak exhalation of assent to some change of position, but he would have reproached himself more if he had wished less to guard against the acceptance of an equivalent for duties unperformed. Mr. Carteret had had in his mind characteristically the idea of a fine high contract, and there was something more to be said about that. Nick went out of the house and stayed away for 2 or 3 hours, quite ready to regard the place as quieter and safer without him. He haunted the Abbey as usual and sat a long time in its simplifying stillness, turning over many things. He came back again at the luncheon hour through the garden, and heard, somewhat to his surprise and greatly to his relief, that his host had composed himself promptly enough after their agitating interview. Mrs. Lendon talked at luncheon much, as if she expected her brother to be, as she said, really quite fit again. She asked Nick no awkward question, which was uncommonly good of her, he thought, considering that she might have said, "What in the world were you trying to get out of him?" She only reported to our young man that the invalid had every hope of a short interview about 7:30, a very short one. This gentle emphasis was Mrs. Lendon's single tribute to the critical spirit. Nick divined that Mr. Carteret's desire for further explanations was really strong, and had been capable of sustaining him through a bad morning, capable even of helping him. It would have been a secret and wonderful momentary conquest of weakness to pass it off for a good one. He wished he might make a sketch of him from the life as he had seen him after breakfast. He had a conviction he could make a strong one, which would be a precious memento. But he shrank from proposing this. The dear man might think it unparliamentary. The doctor had called while Nick was out, and he came again at 5 o'clock without that inmate's seeing him. The latter was busy in his room at that hour. He wrote a short letter which took him a long time, but apparently there had been no veto on a resumption of talk, for at 7:30 his friend sent for him. The nurse at the door said, "Only a moment, I hope, sir," but took him in and then withdrew. The prolonged daylight was in the room, and its occupant again established on his pile of pillows, but with his head a little lower. Nick sat down by him and expressed the hope of not having upset him in the morning, but the old man, with fixed, enlarged eyes, took up their conversation exactly where they had left it. "What have you done? What have you done? Have you associated yourself with some other woman?" "No, no, I don't think she can accuse me of that." "Well, then, she'll come back to you if you take the right way with her." It might have been droll to hear the poor gentleman in his situation give his views on the right way with women, but Nick was not moved to enjoy that diversion. "I've taken the wrong way. I've done something that must spoil my prospects in that direction forever. I've written a letter," the visitor went on, but his companion had already interrupted him. "You've written a letter?" "To my constituents, informing them of my determination to resign my seat." "To resign your seat?" "I've made up my mind, after no end of reflection, dear Mr. Carteret, to work on quite other lines. I've a plan of becoming a painter, so I've given up the idea of a political life." "A painter?" Mr. Carteret seemed to turn whiter. "I'm going in for the portrait in oils. It sounds absurd, I know, and I'm thus specific only to show you I don't in the least expect you to count on me." The invalid had continued to stare at first, then his eyes slowly closed and he lay motionless and blank. Don't let it trouble you now. It's a long story and rather a poor one. When you get better, I'll tell you all about it. We'll talk it over amicably, and I'll bring you to my view," Nick went on hypocritically. He had laid his hand again on the hand beside him. It felt cold, and as the old man remained silent, he had a moment of exaggerated fear. "This is dreadful news," and Mr. Carteret opened his eyes. "Certainly it must seem so to you, for I've always kept from you. I was ashamed, and my present confusion is a just chastisement. The great interest I have always taken in the—" But Nick broke down with a gasp, to add presently with an intention of the pleasant and a sense of the foolish, "in the pencil and the brush." He spoke of his current confusion, though his manner might have been thought to show it but little. He was himself surprised at his brazen assurance, and had to recognize that at the point things had come to now he was profoundly obstinate and quiet. "The pencil, the brush, they're not the weapons of a gentleman," Mr. Carteret pronounced. "I was sure that would be your feeling. I repeat that I mention them only because you once said you intended to do something for me, as the phrase is, and I thought you oughtn't to do it in ignorance. My ignorance was better. Such knowledge isn't good for me. Forgive me, my dear old friend." Nick kept it bravely up. "When you're better you'll see it differently. I shall never be better now." "Ah, no," Nick insisted. "It will really do you good after a little. Think it over quietly and you'll be glad I've stopped humbugging." "I loved you. I loved you as my son," the old man wailed. He sank on his knee beside the bed and leaned over him tenderly. Get better, and I'll be your son for the rest of your life." Poor Dormer, Mr. Carteret continued to lament. "I admit that if he had lived I probably shouldn't have done it," said Nick. "I dare say I should have deferred to his prejudices, even though thinking them narrow." "Do you turn against your father?" his host asked, making, to disengage his arm from the young man's touch, an effort betraying the irritation of conscious weakness. Nick got up at this and stood a moment looking down at him while he went on. "Do you give up your name? Do you give up your country?" "If I do something good my country may like it." Nick spoke as if he had thought that out. "Do you regard them as equal, the two glories?" "Here comes your nurse to blow me up and turn me out," said Nick. The nurse had come in, but Mr. Carteret directed to her an audible, dry, courteous, "Be so good as to wait till I send for you," which arrested her in the large room at some distance from the bed, and then had the effect of making her turn on her heel with a professional laugh. She clearly judged that an old gentleman with the fine manner of his prime might still be trusted to take care of himself. When she had gone, that personage addressed to his visitor the question for which his deep displeasure lent him strength. "Do you pretend there's a nobler life than a high political career?" "I think the noble life's doing one's work well. One can do it very ill and be very base and mean in what you call a high political career. I haven't been in the House so many months without finding that out. It contains some very small souls." "You should stand against them. You should expose them," stammered Mr. Carteret. "Stand against them? Against one's own party?" The old man contended a moment with this and then broke out, "God forgive you, are you a Tory? Are you a Tory?" "How little you understand me," laughed Nick with a ring of bitterness. Little enough, my boy. Have you sent your electors your dreadful letter?" "Not yet, but it's all ready, and I shan't change my mind." "You will, you'll think better of it, you'll see your duty," said the invalid almost coaxingly. "That seems very improbable, for my determination, crudely and abruptly, as to my great regret it comes to you here, is the fruit of a long and painful struggle. The difficulty is that I see my duty just in this other effort." "An effort? Do you call it an effort to fall away, to sink far down, to give up every effort?" What does your mother say, heaven help her?" Mr. Carteret went on before Nick could answer the other question. "I haven't told her yet." "You're ashamed, you're ashamed." Nick only looked out of the west window now. He felt his ears turn hot. "Tell her it would have been 60,000. I had the money all ready." "I shan't tell her that," said Nick, redder still. "Poor woman, poor dear woman," Mr. Carteret woefully cried. "Yes, indeed, she won't like it. Think it all over again. Don't throw away a splendid future." These words were uttered with a final flicker of passion. Nick had never heard such an accent on his old friend's lips. But he next began to murmur, "I'm tired, I'm very tired," and sank back with a groan and with closed lips. His guest gently assured him that he had but too much cause to be exhausted, and that the worst was over now. He smoothed his pillows for him and said he must leave him, would send in the nurse. Come back, Mr. Carteret pleaded against that. "Come back and tell me it's a horrible dream." Nick did go back very late that evening. His host had sent a message to his room, but one of the nurses was on the ground this time and made good her opposition, watch in hand. The sick room was shrouded and darkened. The shaded candle left the bed in gloom. Nick's interview with his venerable friend was the affair of but a moment. The nurse interposed, impatient and not understanding. She heard Nick say that he had posted his letter now, and their companion flash out with an acerbity still savouring of the sordid associations of a world he had not done with. "Then of course my settlement doesn't take effect." "Oh, that's all right," Nick answered kindly, and he went off next morning by the early train. His injured host was still sleeping. Mrs. Lendon's habits made it easy for her to be present in matutinal bloom at the young man's hasty breakfast, and she sent a particular remembrance to Lady Agnes, and when he should see them, to the ladies Flora and Elizabeth. Nick had a prevision of the spirit in which his mother at least would now receive hollow compliments from Beauclere. The night before, as soon as he had quitted Mr. Carteret, the old man said to the nurse that he wished Mr. Chater instructed to go and fetch Mr. Mitten the first thing in the morning. Mr. Mitten was the leading solicitor at Beauclere. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 34. The really formidable thing for Nick had been to tell his mother, a truth of which he was so conscious that he had the matter out with her the very morning he returned from Beauclere. She and Grace had come back the afternoon before from their own enjoyment of rural hospitality, and, knowing this, she had written him her intention from the country. He drove straight from the station to Calcutta Gardens. There was a little room on the right of the house door, known as his own room, but in which of a morning, when he was not at home, Lady Agnes sometimes wrote her letters. These were always numerous, and when she heard our young man's cab, she happened to be engaged with them at the big brass-mounted bureau that had belonged to his father, where, amid a margin of works of political reference, she seemed to herself to make public affairs feel the point of her elbow. She came into the hall to meet her son, and to hear about their benefactor, and Nick went straight back into the room with her and closed the door. It would be in the evening paper, and she would see it, and he had no right to allow her to wait for that. It proved indeed a terrible hour, and when 10 minutes later Grace, who had learned upstairs her brother's return, went down for further news of him, she heard from the hall a sound of voices that made her first pause and then retrace her steps on tiptoe. She mounted to the drawing-room and crept about there, palpitating, looking at moments into the dull street and wondering what on earth had taken place. She had no one to express her wonder to, for Florence Tressilian had departed and Biddy after breakfast betaken herself, in accordance with a custom now inveterate, to Rosedale Road. Her mother was unmistakably and passionately crying, a fact tremendous in its significance, for Lady Agnes had not often been brought so low. Nick had seen her cry, but this almost awful spectacle had seldom been offered to Grace, and it now convinced her that some dreadful thing had happened. That was, of course, in order, after Nick's mysterious quarrel with Julia, which had made his mother so ill and was at present followed up with new horrors. The row, as Grace mentally phrased it, had had something to do with the rupture of the lovers. Some deeper depth of disappointment had begun to yawn. Grace asked herself if they were talking about Broadwood, if Nick had demanded that, in the conditions so unpleasantly altered, Lady Agnes should restore that awfully nice house to its owner. This was very possible, but why should he so suddenly have broken out about it? And, moreover, their mother, though sore to bleeding about the whole business, for Broadwood, in its fresh comfort, was too delightful, wouldn't have met this pretension with tears. Hadn't she already so perversely declared that they couldn't decently continue to make use of the place? Julia had said that of course they must go on, but Lady Agnes was prepared with an effective rejoinder to that. It didn't consist of words. It was to be austerely practical, was to consist of letting Julia see, at the moment she should least expect it, that they quite couldn't go on. Lady Agnes was ostensibly waiting for this moment, the moment when her renunciation would be most impressive. Grace was conscious of how she had for many days been moving with her mother in darkness, deeply stricken by Nick's culpable, oh he was culpable, loss of his prize, but feeling an obscure element in the matter they didn't grasp, an undiscovered explanation that would perhaps make it still worse, though it might make them, poor things, a little better. He had explained nothing. He had simply said, "Dear mother, we don't hit it off, after all. It's an awful bore, but we don't." As if that were in the dire conditions an adequate balm for two aching hearts. From Julia naturally no flood of light was to be looked for. Julia never humoured curiosity, and, though she was very often did the thing you wouldn't suppose, she was not unexpectedly apologetic in this case. Grace recognized that in such a position it would savour of apology for her to disclose to Lady Agnes her grounds for having let Nick off, and she wouldn't have liked to be the person to suggest to Julia that any one looked for anything from her. Neither of the disunited pair blamed the other or cast an aspersion, and it was all very magnanimous and superior and impenetrable and exasperating. With all this, Grace had a suspicion that Biddy knew something more, that for Biddy the tormenting curtain had been lifted. Biddy had come and gone in these days with a perceptible air of detachment from the tribulations of home. It had made her, fortunately, very pretty, still prettier than usual. It sometimes happened that at moments when Grace was most angry she had a faint sweet smile which might have been drawn from some source of occult consolation. It was perhaps in some degree connected with Peter Sherringham's visit, as to which the girl had not been superstitiously silent. When Grace asked her if she had secret information, and if it pointed to the idea that everything would be all right in the end, she pretended to know nothing. What should she know? She asked with the loveliest arch of eyebrows over an unblinking candour, and begged her sister not to let Lady Agnes believe her better off than themselves. She contributed nothing to their gropings, save a much better patience, but she went with noticeable regularity, on the pretext of her foolish modelling, to Rosedale Road. She was frankly on Nick's side, not going so far as to say he had been right, but saying distinctly how sure she was that, whatever had happened, he couldn't have helped it, not a mite. This was striking, because, as Grace knew, the younger of the sisters had been much favoured by Julia and wouldn't have sacrificed her easily. It associated itself in the irritated mind of the elder with Biddy's frequent visits to the studio, and made Miss Dormer ask herself if the crisis in Nick's and Julia's business had not somehow been linked to that unnatural spot. She had gone there 2 or 3 times while Biddy was working, gone to pick up any clue to the mystery that might peep out. But she had put her hand on nothing more. It wouldn't have occurred to her to say nothing less. Then the so dreadfully pointed presence of Gabriel Nash. She once found that odd satellite, to her surprise, paying a visit to her sister. He had come for Nick, who was absent. She remembered how they had met in Paris, and how little he had succeeded with them. When she had asked Biddy afterwards how she could receive him that way, Biddy had replied that even she, Grace, would have some charity for him if she could hear how fond he was of poor Nick. He had talked to her only of Nick, of nothing else. Grace had observed how she spoke of Nick as injured, and had noted the implication that some one else, ceasing to be fond of him, was thereby condemned in Biddy's eyes. It seemed to Grace that some one else had at least a right not to like some of his friends. The studio struck her as mean and horrid, and so far from suggesting to her that it could have played a part in making Nick and Julia fall out, she only felt how little its dusty want of consequence could count, one way or the other, for Julia. Grace, who had no opinions on art, saw no merit whatever in those impressions on canvas from Nick's hand with which the place was bestrewn. She didn't at all wish her brother to have talent in that direction, yet it was secretly humiliating to her that he hadn't more. Nick meanwhile felt a pang of almost horrified penitence in the little room on the right of the hall. The moment after he had made his mother really understand he had thrown up his scat, and that it would probably be in the evening papers. That she would take this very ill was an idea that had pressed upon him hard enough, but she took it even worse than he had feared. He measured, in the look she gave him when the full truth loomed upon her, the mortal cruelty of her distress. Her face was like that of a passenger on a ship who sees the huge bows of another vessel towering close out of the fog. There are visions of dismay before which the best conscience recoils, and though Nick had made his choice on all the grounds, there were a few minutes in which he would gladly have admitted that his wisdom was a dark mistake. His heart was in his throat. He had gone too far. He had been ready to disappoint his mother. He had not been ready to destroy her. Lady Agnes, I hasten to add, was not destroyed. She made, after her first drowning gasp, a tremendous scene of opposition, in the face of which her son could only fall back on his entrenchments. She must know the worst, he had thought, so he told her everything, including the little story of the forfeiture of his expectations from Mr. Carteret. He showed her this time not only the face of the matter, but what lay below it, narrated briefly the incident in his studio which had led to Julia Dallow's deciding she couldn't, after all, put up with him. This was wholly new to Lady Agnes. She had had no clue to it, and he could instantly see how it made the event worse for her, adding a hideous positive to an abominable negative. He noted now that, distressed and distracted as she had been by his rupture with Julia, she had still held to the faith that their engagement would come on again, believing evidently that he had a personal empire over the mistress of Harsh, which would bring her back. Lady Agnes was forced to recognize this empire was precarious, to forswear the hope of a blessed renewal from the moment the question was of base infatuations on his own part. Nick confessed to an infatuation, but did his best to show her it wasn't base, that it wasn't, since Julia had had faith in his loyalty, for the person of the young lady who had been discovered posturing to him and whom he had seen but half a dozen times in his life. He endeavoured to recall to his mother the identity of this young lady. He adverted to the occasion in Paris when they all had seen her together. But Lady Agnes's mind and memory were a blank on the subject of Miss Miriam Ruth, and she wanted to hear nothing whatever about her. It was enough that she was the cause of their ruin and a part of his pitiless folly. She needed to know nothing of her, to allude to her, as if it were superfluous to give a definite name to the class to which she belonged. But she gave a name to the group in which Nick had now taken his place, and it made him feel, after the lapse of years, like a small, scolded, sorry boy again. For it was so far away he could scarcely remember it, besides there having been but a moment or two of that sort in his happy childhood, the time when this parent had slapped him and called him a little fool. He was a big fool now, hugely immeasurable. She repeated the term over and over with high-pitched passion. The most painful thing in this painful hour was perhaps his glimpse of the strange feminine cynicism that lurked in her fine sense of injury. Where there was such a complexity of revolt it would have been difficult to pick out particular wrongs, but Nick could see that, to his mother's imagination, he was most a fool for not having kept his relations with the actress, whatever they were, better from Julia's knowledge. He remained indeed freshly surprised at the ardour with which she had rested her hopes on Julia. Julia was certainly a combination. She was accomplished, she was a sort of leading woman, and she was rich. But after all, putting aside what she might be to a man in love with her, she was not the keystone of the universe. Yet the form in which the consequences of his apostasy appeared most to come home to Lady Agnes was the loss for the Dormer family of the advantages attached to the possession of Mrs. Dallow. The larger mortification would round itself later. For the hour the damning thing was that Nick had made that lady the gift of an unforgivable grievance. He had clinched their separation by his letter to his electors. And that, above all, was the wickedness of the letter. Julia would have got over the other woman, but she would never get over his becoming a nobody. Lady Agnes challenged him upon this low prospect exactly as if he had embraced it with a malignant purpose of making the return of his late intended impossible. She contradicted her premises and lost her way in her wrath. What had made him suddenly turn round if he had been in good faith before? He had never been in good faith. Never. Never. He had had from his earliest childhood the nastiest hankerings after a vulgar little daubing, trash-talking life. They were not in him, the grander, nobler aspirations. They never had been. And he had been anything but honest to lead her on, to lead them all on, to think he would do something. The fall and the shame would have been less for them if they had come earlier. Moreover, what need under heaven had he to tell Charles Carteret of the cruel folly on his very death-bed, as if he mightn't have let it all alone, and accepted the benefit the old man was so delighted to confer? No wonder Mr. Carteret would keep his money for his heirs, if that was the way Nick proposed to repay him. But where was the common sense? Where was the common charity? Where was the common decency of tormenting him with such vile news in his last hours? Was he trying what he could invent that would break her heart, that would send her in sorrow down to her grave? Weren't they all miserable enough? And hadn't he a ray of pity for his wretched sisters? The relation of effect and cause, in regard to his sisters' wretchedness, was but dimly discernible to Nick, who, however, perceived his mother genuinely to consider that his action had disconnected them all, still more than she held they were already disconnected from the good things of life. Julia was money, Mr. Carteret was money, everything else was the absence of it. If these precious people had been primarily money for Nick, it after all flattered the distributive impulse in him to have taken for granted that for the rest of the family too the difference would have been so great. For days, for weeks and months to come, the little room on the right of the hall was to vibrate for our young man as if the very walls and window-panes still suffered with the odious trial of his true temper. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 35. That evening, the evening of his return from Beauclair, he was conscious of a keen desire to get away, to go abroad, to leave behind him the little chatter his resignation would be sure to produce, in an age of publicity which never discriminated as to the quality of events. Then he felt it decidedly better to stay, to see the business through on the spot. Besides, he would have to meet his constituents. Would a parcel of cheese-eating burgesses ever have been met on so queer an occasion? And when that was over, the incident would practically be closed. Nick had an idea he knew in advance how it would affect him to be pointed at as a person who had given up a considerable chance of eventual office to take likenesses at so much a head. He wouldn't attempt down at Harsh to touch on the question of motive. for, given the nature of the public mind of Harsh, that would be a strain on his faculty of exposition. But as regards the chaff of the political world and of society, he had a hope he should find chaff enough for retorts. It was true that when his mother twitted him in her own effective way, he had felt rather flattened out, but then one's mother might have a heavier hand than anyone else. He had not thrown up the House of Commons to amuse himself, he had thrown it up to work, to sit quietly down and bend over his task. If he should go abroad, his parent might think he had some weak-minded view of joining Julia, and trying, with however little hope, to win her back, an illusion it would be singularly pernicious to encourage. His desire for Julia's society had succumbed for the present, at any rate, to a dire interruption. He had become more and more aware of their speaking a different language. Nick felt like a young man who has gone to the Rhineland to get up his German for an examination, committed to talk, to read, to dream only in the new idiom. Now that he had taken his jump, everything was simplified, at the same time that everything was pitched in a higher and intenser key, and he wondered how, in the absence of a common dialect, he had conversed on the whole so happily with Mrs. Dallow. Then he had aftertastes of understandings, tolerably independent of words. He was excited, because every fresh responsibility is exciting, and there was no manner of doubt he had accepted one. No one knew what it was but himself. Gabriel Nash scarcely counted, his whole attitude on the question of responsibility being so fantastic. And he would have to ask his dearest friends to take him on trust. Rather, indeed, he would ask nothing of anyone, but would cultivate independence, mulishness, and gaiety, and fix his thoughts on a bright, if distant, morrow. It was disagreeable to have to remember that his task would not be sweetened by a sense of heroism, for if it might be heroic to give up the Muses for the strife of great affairs, no romantic glamour worth speaking of would ever gather round an Englishman who, in the prime of his strength, had given up great, or even small, affairs for the Muses. Such an original might himself privately and perversely regard certain phases of this inferior commerce as a great affair. But who would give him the benefit of that sort of confidence? Except, indeed, a faithful, clever, exalted little sister Biddy, if he should have the good luck to have one. Biddy was, in fact, all ready for heroic flights, and eager to think she might fight the battle of the beautiful by her brother's side, so that he had really to moderate her, and remind her how little his actual job was a crusade with bugles and banners, and how much a grey sedentary grind, the charm of which was all at the core. You might have an emotion about it, and an emotion would be a help, but this was not the sort of thing you could show. The end in view would seem so disproportionately small. Nick put it to her that one really couldn't talk to people about the responsibility of what she would see him pottering at in his studio. He therefore didn't run, as he would have said, to winged words any more than he was forced to, having moreover a sense that apologetic work, if apology it should be called to carry the war straight into the enemy's country, might be freely left to Gabriel Nash. He laid the weight of explanation on his commentators, meeting them all on the firm ground of his own amusement. He saw he should live for months in a thick cloud of irony, not the finest air of the season, and he adopted the weapon to which a person whose use of tobacco is only occasional resorts when everyone else produces a cigar. He puffed the spasmodic, defensive cigarette. He accepted as to what he had done the postulate of the obscurely tortuous, abounding so in that sense that his critics were themselves bewildered. Some of them felt that they got, as the phrase is, little out of him. He rose in his good humour so much higher than the rise they had looked for on his very first encounter with the world after his scrimmage with his mother. He went to a dinner party. He had accepted the invitation many days before, having seen his resignation in the form of a telegram from Harsh announced in the evening papers. The people he found there had seen it as well, and the wittiest wanted to know what he was now going to do. Even the most embarrassed asked if it were true he had changed his politics. He gave different answers to different persons, but left most of them under the impression that he had strange scruples of conscience. This, however, was not a formidable occasion, for there had happened to be no one present he would have desired, on the old basis, especially to gratify. There were real good friends it would be less easy to meet. Nick was almost sorry for an hour that he had so many real good friends. If he had had more enemies, the case would have been simpler, and he was fully aware that the hardest thing of all would be to be let off too easily. Then he would appear to himself to have been put, all round, on his generosity, and his deviation would thus wear its ugliest face. When he left the place at which he had been dining, he betook himself to Rosedale Road. He saw no reason why he should go down to the house, though he knew he had not done with that yet. He had a dread of behaving as if he supposed he should be expected to make a farewell speech, and was thankful his Eminence was not of a nature to create, on such an occasion, a demand for his oratory. He had in fact nothing whatever to say in public, not a vain word, not a sorry syllable. Though the hour was late, he found Gabriel Nash established in his studio, drawn thither by the fine exhilaration of having seen an evening paper. Trying it late, on the chance, he had been told by Nick's servant that Nick would sleep there that night, and he had come in to wait, he was so eager to congratulate him. Nick submitted with a good grace to his society. He was tired enough to go to bed, but was restless too, in spite of noting now, oddly enough, that Nash's congratulations could add little to his fortitude. He had felt a good deal before, as if he were in this philosopher's hands, but since making his final choice, he had begun to strike himself as all in his own. Gabriel might have been the angel of that name, but no angel could assist him much henceforth. Nash indeed was as true as ever to his genius, while he lolled on a divan and emitted a series of reflections that were even more ingenious than opportune. Nick walked up and down the room, and it might have been supposed from his manner that he was impatient for his friend to withdraw. This idea would have been contradicted, however, by the fact that subsequently, after the latter had quitted him, he continued to perambulate. He had grown used to Gabriel, and must now have been possessed of all he had to say. That was one's penalty with persons whose main gift was for talk, however inspiring. Talk engendered a sense of sameness much sooner than action. The things a man did were necessarily more different from each other than the things he said, even if he went in for surprising you. Nick felt Nash could never surprise him any more, save by mere plain perpetration. He talked of his host's future, talked of Mirian Ruth and of Peter Sherringham, whom he had seen at that young woman's, and whom he described as in a predicament delightful to behold. Nick put a question about Peter's predicament, and learned, rather to his disappointment, that it consisted only of the fact that he was in love with Miriam. He appealed to his visitor to do better than this, and Nash then added the touch that Sherringham wouldn't be able to have her. "Oh, they've ideas," he said when Nick asked him why. "What ideas? So has he, I suppose." "Yes, but they're not the same." "Well, they'll nevertheless arrange something," Nick opined. "You'll have to help them a bit. She's in love with another man," Nash went on. "Do you mean with you?" "Oh, I'm never another man. I'm always more the wrong one than the man himself. It's you she's after." And on his friend's asking him what he meant by this, Nash added, "While you were engaged in transferring her image to the tablet of your genius, you stamped your own on that of her heart." Nick stopped in his walk, staring. "Oh, what a bore!" "A bore? Don't you think her formed to please?" Nick wondered, but didn't conclude. "I wanted to go on with her. Now I can't." Nash himself, however, jumped straight to what really mattered. "My dear fellow, it only makes her handsomer. I wondered what happy turn she had taken." "Oh, that's twaddle," said Nick, turning away. "Besides, has she told you?" "No, but her mother has." "Has she told her mother?" "Mrs. Ruth says not, but I've known Mrs. Ruth to say that which isn't." Apply that rule, then, to the information you speak of." "Well, since you press me, I know more," Gabriel said. "Miriam knows you're engaged to a wonderful rich lady. She told me as much, told me she has seen her here. That was enough to set her off. She likes forbidden fruit." "I'm not engaged to any lady whatever. I was," Nick handsomely conceded, "but we've altered our minds." "Ah, what a pity!" his friend wailed. "Mephistopheles!" and he stopped again with the point of this. "Pray, then, whom do you call Margaret? May I ask if your failure of interest in the political situation is the cause of this change in your personal one?" Nash went on. Nick signified that he mightn't, whereupon he added, "I'm not in the least devilish. I only mean it's a pity you've altered your minds, since Miriam may in consequence alter hers. She goes from one thing to another. However, I won't tell her." "I will, then," Nick declared between jest and earnest. "Would that really be prudent?" his companion asked more completely in the frolic key. "At any rate," he resumed, "nothing would induce me to interfere with Peter Sherringham. That sounds fatuous, but to you I don't mind appearing an ass." "The thing would be to get Sherringham, out of spite," Nash threw off, "to entangle himself with another woman." "What good would that do?" "Ah, Miriam would then begin to think of him. Spite surely isn't a conceivable motive for a healthy man." The plea, however, found Gabriel ready. "Sherringham's just precisely not a healthy man. He's too much in love." "Then he won't care for another woman." "He would try to, and that would produce its effect on Miriam." "You talk like an American novel. Let him try, and God keep us all straight." Nick adverted in extreme silence to his poor little Biddy, and greatly hoped he would have to see to it a little that Peter wouldn't try on her. He changed the subject, and before Nash withdrew took occasion to remark, the occasion was offered by some new allusion of the visitor's to the sport he hoped to extract from seeing Nick carry out everything to which he stood committed, that the comedy of the matter would fall flat and the incident pass unnoticed. But Nash lost no heart. "Oh, if you'll simply do your part, I'll take care of the rest." "If you mean by doing my part minding my business and working like a beaver, I shall easily satisfy you," Nick replied. "Ah, you reprobate! You'll become another Sir Joshua, a mere P.R.A.," his companion railed, getting up to go. When he had gone, Nick threw himself back on the cushions of the divan, and with his hands locked above his head, sat a long time lost in thought. He had sent his servant to bed. He was unmolested. He gazed before him into the gloom produced by the unheeded burning out of the last candle. The vague outer light came in through the tall studio window, and the painted images, ranged about, looked confused in the dusk. If his mother had seen him, she might have thought he was staring at his father's ghost. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 36. The night Peter Sherringham walked away from Balaclava Place with Gabriel Nash, the talk of the two men directed itself, as was natural at the time, to the question of Miriam's future fame, and the pace, as Nash called it, at which she would go. Critical spirits as they both were, and one of them as dissimulative in passion as the other was paradoxical in the absence of it, they yet took her career for granted as completely as the simple-minded, a pair of hot spectators in the pit, might have done, and exchanged observations on the assumption that the only uncertain element would be the pace. This was a proof of general subjugation. Peter wished not to show, yet wished to know, and in the restlessness of his anxiety was ready even to risk exposure, great as the sacrifice might be of the imperturbable urbane scepticism most appropriate to a secretary of embassy. He couldn't rid himself of the sense that Nash had got up earlier than he, had had opportunities of contact in days already distant, the days of Mrs. Rooth's hungry foreign rambles. Something of authority and privilege stuck to him from this, and it made Sherringham still more uncomfortable when he was most conscious that, at the best, even the trained diplomatic mind would never get a grasp of Miriam as a whole. She was constructed to revolve like the terraqueous globe. Some part or other of her was always out of sight or in shadow. Peter talked to conceal his feelings, and like many a man practising that indirectness, rather lost himself in the wood. They agreed that, putting strange accidents aside, the girl would go further than any one had gone in England within the memory of man, and that it was a pity, as regards marking the comparison, that for so long no one had gone any distance worth speaking of. They further agreed that it would naturally seem absurd to any one who didn't know, their prophesying such big things on such small evidence. And they agreed lastly that the absurdity quite vanished as soon as the prophets knew as they knew. Their knowledge, they quite recognized this, was simply confidence raised to a high point, the communication of their young friend's own confidence. The conditions were enormously to make, but it was of the very essence of Miriam's confidence that she would make them. The parts, the plays, the theatres, the support, the audiences, the critics, the money were all to be found, but she cast a spell that prevented this from seeming a serious hitch. One mightn't see from one day to the other what she would do, or how she would do it, but this wouldn't stay her steps. She would none the less go on. She would have to construct her own road, as it were, but at the worst there would only be delays in making it. These delays would depend on the hardness of the stones she had to break. As Peter had noted, you never knew where to have Gabriel Nash, a truth exemplified in his unexpected delight at the prospect of Miriam's drawing forth the modernness of the age. You might have thought he would loathe the modernness, but he had a joyous, amusing vision of it, saw it as something huge and fantastically vulgar. Its vulgarity would rise to the grand style, like that of a London railway station, and the publicity achieved by their charming charge be as big as the globe itself. All the machinery was ready, the platform laid, the facilities, the wires and bells and trumpets, the roaring, deafening newspaperism of the period, its most distinctive sign, were waiting for her, their predestined mistress, to press her foot on the spring and set them all in motion. Gabriel brushed in a large, bright picture of her progress through the time and round the world, round it and round it again, from continent to continent and clime to clime, with populations and deputations, reporters and photographers, placards and interviews and banquets, steamers, railways, dollars, diamonds, speeches and artistic ruin, all jumbled into her train. Regardless of expense, the spectacle would be and thrilling, though somewhat monotonous. The drama, a drama more bustling than any she would put on the stage, and a spectacle that would beat everything for scenery. In the end her divine voice would crack, screaming to foreign ears and antipodal barbarians, and her clever manner would lose all quality, simplified to a few unmistakable knock-down dodges. Then she would be at the fine climax of life and glory, still young and insatiate, but already coarse, hard, and raddled, with nothing left to do, and nothing left to do it with, the remaining years all before her, and the raison d'être all behind. You would be splendid, dreadful, grotesque. Oh, she will have some good years. They'll be worth having, Peter insisted as they went. Besides, you see her too much as a humbug, and too little as a real producer. She has ideas, great ones. She loves to think for herself. That may keep a woman serious. Her greatest idea must always be to show herself, and fortunately she has a great quantity of that treasure to show. I think of her absolutely as a real producer, but as a producer whose production is her own person. No person, even as fine a one as hers, will stand that for more than an hour, so that humbuggery has very soon to lend a hand. However, Nash continued, if she's a fine humbug it will do as well, it will perfectly suit the time. We can all be saved by vulgarity. That's the solvent of all difficulties and the blessing of this delightful age. One doesn't die of it, save in soul and sense. One dies only of minding it. Therefore let no man despair. A new hope has dawned. She'll do her work like any other worker, with the advantage over many that her talent's rare, Peter obliquely answered. Compared with the life of many women, that's security and sanity of the highest order. Then she can't help her beauty. You can't vulgarize that. Oh, can't you? Gabriel cried. It will abide with her till the day of her death. It isn't a mere superficial freshness. She's very noble. Yes, that's the pity of it, said Nash. She's a big more or less directed force, and I quite admit that she'll do for a while a lot of good. She'll have brightened up the world for a great many people, have brought the ideal nearer to them and held it fast for an hour with its feet on earth and its great wings trembling. That's always something. For blessed is he who has dropped even the smallest coin into the little iron box that contains the precious savings of mankind. Miriam will doubtless have dropped a big gold piece. It will be found in the general scramble on the day the race goes bankrupt. And then for herself she will have had a great go at life. Oh yes, she'll have got out of her hole. She won't have vegetated, Peter concurred. That makes her touching to me. It adds to the many good reasons for which one may want to help her. She's tackling a big job, and tackling it by herself, throwing herself upon the world in good faith and dealing with it as she can, meeting alone in her youth, her beauty, her generosity, all the embarrassments of notoriety, and all the difficulties of a profession of which, if one has what's called brilliant, the others frankly odious. She has great courage, but you speak of her as solitary, with such a lot of us all round her? Nash candidly inquired. She's a great thing for you and me, but we are a small thing for her. Well, a good many small things, if they but stick together, may make up a mass, Gabriel said. There must always be the man, you see. He is the indispensable element in such a life, and he'll be the last thing she'll ever lack. What man are you talking about? Peter asked with imperfect ease. The man of the hour, whoever he is. She'll inspire innumerable devotions. Of course she will, and they'll be precisely a part of the insufferable side of her life." "Insufferable to whom?" Nash demanded. "Don't forget that the insufferable side of her life will be just the side she'll thrive on. You can't eat your cake and have it, and you can't make omelettes without breaking eggs. You can't at once sit by the fire and parade about the world, and you can't take all chances without having some adventures. You can't be a great actress without the luxury of nerves. Without a plentiful supply, or without the right ones, you'll only be second fiddle. If you've all the tense strings, you may take life for your fiddlestick. Your nerves and your adventures, your eggs and your cake, are part of the cost of the most expensive of professions. You play with human passions, with exaltations and ecstasies and terrors, and if you trade on the fury of the elements you must know how to ride the storm." Well, Peter thought it over. "Those are the fine old commonplaces about the artistic temperament, but I usually find the artist a very meek, decent little person." "You'll never find the artist. You only find his work, and that's all you need find. When the artist's a woman, and the woman's an actress, meekness and decency will doubtless be there in the right proportions," Nash went on. "Miriam will represent them for you, if you give her her cue, with the utmost charm." "Of course she'll inspire devotions. That's all right," said Peter with a wild cheerfulness. "And of course they'll inspire responses, and with that consequence, don't you see, they'll mitigate her solitude. They'll even enliven it," Nash set forth. "She'll probably box a good many years. That'll be lively," Peter returned with some grimness. "Oh magnificent! It will be a merry life." "Yet, with its tragic passages, its distracted or its pathetic hours," Gabriel insisted. "In short, a little of everything." They walked on without further speech, till at last Peter resumed. "The best thing for a woman in her situation is to marry some decent care-taking man." "Oh I daresay she'll do that too," Nash laughed. A remark as a result of which his companion lapsed afresh into silence. Gabriel left him a little to enjoy this, after which he added: "There's somebody she'd marry to morrow." Peter wondered. "Do you mean her friend Dashwood?" "No, no. I mean Nick Dormer." "She'd marry him?" Peter gasped. "I mean her head's full of him, but she'll hardly get the chance." Peter watched himself. "Does she like him as much as that?" "I don't quite know how much you mean, but enough for all practical ends." "Marrying a fashionable actress is hardly a practical end." "Certainly not, but I'm not speaking from his point of view." Nash was perfectly lucid. "Moreover, I thought you just now said it would be such a good thing for her." "To marry Nick Dormer? You said a good decent man, and he's one of the very decentest." "I wasn't thinking of the individual, but of the protection. It would fence her about, settle certain questions, or appear to. It would make things safe and comfortable for her, and keep a lot of cads and blackguards away." "She ought to marry the prompter or the box keeper," said Nash. "Then it would be all right. I think indeed they generally do, don't they?" Peter felt for a moment a strong disposition to drop his friend on the spot, to cross to the other side of the street and walk away without him. But there was a different impulse which struggled with this one, and after a minute overcame it, the impulse that led to his saying presently: "Has she told you she's in love with Nick?" "No, no, that's not the way I know it." "Has Nick told you then?" On the contrary, I've told him. You've rendered him a questionable service if you've no proof," Peter pronounced. "My proof's only that I've seen her with him. She's charming, poor dear thing." "But surely she isn't in love with every man she's charming to." "I mean she's charming to me," Nash returned. "I see her that way. I see her interested, and what it does to her, with her, for her. But judge for yourself the first time you get a chance." "When shall I get a chance? Nick doesn't come near her." "Oh he'll come, he'll come. His picture isn't finished." "You mean he'll be the box keeper then?" "My dear fellow, I shall never allow it," said Gabriel Nash. "It would be idiotic and quite unnecessary. He's beautifully arranged, in quite a different line. Fancy his taking that sort of job on his hands! Besides, she'd never expect it. She's not such a goose. They're very good friends. It will go on that way. She's an excellent person for him to know. She'll give him lots of ideas of the plastic kind. He would have been up there before this, but it has taken him time to play his delightful trick on his constituents. That of course is pure amusement. But when once his effect has been well produced he'll get back to business, and his business will be a very different matter from Miriam's. Imagine him writing her advertisements, living on her money, adding up her profits, having rows and recriminations with her agent, carrying her shawl, spending his days in her rouge pot. The right man for that, if she must have one, will turn up. Pour le mariage? Non. She isn't wholly an idiot. She really, for a woman, quite sees things as they are." As Peter had not crossed the street and left Gabriel planted, he now suffered the extremity of irritation. But descrying in the dim vista of the Edgware Road a vague and vigilant hansom, he waved his stick with eagerness and with the abrupt declaration that, feeling tired, he must drive the rest of his way. He offered Nash, as he entered the vehicle, no seat. But this coldness was not reflected in the lucidity with which that master of every subject went on to affirm that there was of course a danger, the danger that in given circumstances Miriam would leave the stage. "Leave it, you mean, for some man?" "For the man we're talking about." "For Nick Dormer?" Peter asked from his place in the cab, his paleness lighted by its lamps. "If he should make it a condition. But why should he? Why should he make any conditions? He's not an ass either. You see it would be a bore." Nash kept it up while the hansom waited. "Because if she were to do anything of that sort she'd make him pay for the sacrifice." "Oh yes, she'd make him pay for the sacrifice," Peter blindly concurred. "And then when he had paid she'd go back to her footlights," Gabriel developed from the curb stone as his companion closed the apron of the cab. "I see. She'd go back." "Good night," Peter returned. "Please go on," he cried to the driver through the hole in the roof. And while the vehicle rolled away he growled to himself, "Of course she would, and quite right." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 37. "Judge for yourself when you get a chance," Nash had said to him, and as it turned out he was able to judge 2 days later, for he found his cousin in Balaclava Place on the Tuesday following his walk with their insufferable friend. He had not only stayed away from the theatre on the Monday evening, he regarded this as an achievement of some importance, but had not been near Miriam during the day. He had meant to absent himself from her company on Tuesday as well, a determination confirmed by the fact that the afternoon turned to rain. But when, at 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, he jumped into a hansom and directed his course to St. John's Wood, it was precisely upon the weather that he shifted the responsibility of his behaviour. Miriam had dined when he reached the villa, but she was lying down unduly fatigued before going to the theatre. Mrs. Ruth was, however, in the drawing-room with 3 gentlemen, in 2 of whom the 4th visitor was not startled to recognise Basil Dashwood and Gabriel Nash. Dashwood appeared to have become Miriam's brother-in-arms and a second child, a fonder one, to Mrs. Ruth. It had reached Peter on some late visit that the young actor had finally moved his lodgings into the quarter, making himself a near neighbour for all sorts of convenience. Hang his convenience, Peter thought, perceiving that Mrs. Lovick's Artie was now altogether one of the family. Oh, the family! It was a queer one to be connected with. That consciousness was acute in Sheringham's breast to-day as he entered Mrs. Ruth's little circle. The place was filled with cigarette smoke, and there was a messy coffee service on the piano, whose keys Basil Dashwood lightly touched for his own diversion. Nash, addressing the room of course, was at one end of a little sofa with his nose in the air, and Nick Dormer was at the other end, seated much at his ease, and with a certain privileged appearance of having been there often before, though Sheringham knew he had not. He looked uncritical and very young, as rosy as a schoolboy on a half-holiday. It was past 5 o'clock in the day, but Mrs. Ruth was not dressed. There was, however, no want of finish in her elegant attitude. The same relaxed grandeur, she seemed to let you understand, for which she used to be distinguished at Castle Nugent when the house was full. She toyed incongruously in her unbuttoned wrapper with a large tinsel fan which resembled a theatrical property. It was one of the discomforts of Peter's position that many of those minor matters which are superficially at least most characteristic of the histrionic life had power to displease him, so that he was obliged constantly to overlook and condone and pretend. He disliked besmoked drawing-rooms and irregular meals and untidy arrangements. He could suffer from the vulgarity of Mrs. Booth's apartments, the importunate photographs which gave on his nerves, the barbarous absence of signs of an orderly domestic life, the odd volumes from the circulating library. You could see what they were, the very covers told you at a glance, tumbled about under smeary cups and glasses. He hadn't waited till now to feel it rum that fate should have let him in for such contacts, but as he stood before his hostess and her companions, he wondered perhaps more than ever why he should. Her companions somehow, who were not responsible, didn't keep down his wonder, which was particularly odd, since they were not superficially in the least of Bohemian type. Almost the first thing that struck him, as happened, in coming into the room, was the fresh fact of the high good looks of his cousin, a gentleman to one's taste and for one's faith, in a different enough degree from the stiff-collared, conversible Dashwood. Peter didn't hate Nick for being of so fine an English grain. He knew rather the brush of a new wave of annoyance at Julia's stupid failure to get on with him under that good omen. It was his first encounter with the late member for Harsh since his arrival in London. They had been on one side and the other so much taken up with their affairs. Since their last meeting Nick had, as we know, to his kinsman's perception, really put on a new character. He had done the finest stroke of business in the quietest way. This had made him a presence to be counted with, and in just the sense in which poor Peter desired least to count. Poor Peter, after his somersault in the blue, had just lately been much troubled. He was ravaged by contending passions. He paid every hour in a torment of unrest for what was false in his position, the impossibility of keeping the presentable parts of his character together, the opposition of interest and desire. Nick, his junior and a lighter weight, had settled his problems and showed no wounds. There was something impertinent and mystifying in it. Yet he looked, into the bargain, too innocently young and happy, and too careless and modest and amateurish, to figure as a rival, or even as the genius he was apparently going to try to be, the genius that the other day in the studio there with Biddy, Peter had got a startled glimpse of his power to become. Julia's brother would have liked to be aware of grounds of resentment, to be able to hold she had been badly treated, or that Nick was basely fatuous, for in that case he might have had the resource of taking offence. But where was the outrage of his merely being liked by a woman in respect to whom one had definitely denied oneself the luxury of pretensions, especially if, as the wrongdoer, he had taken no action in the matter? It could scarcely be called wrongdoing to call casually on an afternoon when the lady didn't seem to be there. Peter could at any rate rejoice that Miriam didn't, and he proposed to himself, suggesting to Nick after a little that they should adjourn together, they had such interesting things to talk about. Meanwhile Nick greeted him with a friendly freedom, in which he could read neither confusion nor defiance. Peter was reassured against a danger he believed he didn't recognise, and puzzled by a mystery he flattered himself he hadn't heeded. And he was still more ashamed of being reassured than of being puzzled. It must be recorded that Miriam's absence from the scene was not prolonged. Nick, as Sherringham gathered, had been about a quarter of an hour in the house, which would have given her, gratified by his presence, due time to array herself to come down to him. At all events, she was in the room, prepared apparently to go to the theatre, very shortly after one of her guests had become sensible of how glad he was she was out of it. Familiarity had never yet cured him of a certain tremor of expectation, and even of suspense, in regard to her entrances, a flutter caused by the simple circumstance of her infinite variety. To say she was always acting would too much convey that she was often fatiguing, since her changing face affected this particular admirer at least not as a series of masks, but as a response to perceived differences, an intensity of that perception, or still more as something richly constructional, like the shifting of the scene in a play, or like a room with many windows. The image she was to project was always incalculable, but if her present denied her past and declined responsibility for her future, it made a good thing of the hour and kept the actual peculiarly fresh. This time the actual was a bright, gentle, graceful, smiling young woman in a new dress, eager to go out, drawing on fresh gloves, who looked as if she were about to step into a carriage. And it was Gabriel Nash who thus formulated her physiognomy: do a lot of London things. The young woman had time to spare, however, and she sat down and talked and laughed, and presently gave, as seemed to Peter, a deeper glow to the tawdry little room, which could do for others if it had to do for her. She described herself as in a state of nervous muddle, exhausted, blinded, abruti, with the rehearsals of the forthcoming piece. The first night was close at hand, and it was going to be of a vileness, they would all see. But there was no correspondence between this account of the matter and her present bravery of mood. She sent her mother away to put on some clothes or something, and, left alone with the visitors, went to a long glass between the windows, talking always to Nick Dormer, and revised and rearranged a little her own attire. She talked to Nick over her shoulder, and to Nick only, as if he were the guest to recognise and the others didn't count. She broke out at once on his having thrown up his seat, wished to know if the strange story told her by Mr. Nash were true, that he had knocked all the hopes of his party into pie. Nick took it any way she liked, and gave a pleasant picture of his party's ruin, the critical condition of public affairs. He was as yet clearly closed to contrition or shame. The pilgrim from Paris, before Miriam's entrance, had not, in shaking hands with him, made even a roundabout allusion to his odd game. He felt he must somehow show good taste, so English people often feel, at the cost of good manners. But he winced on seeing how his scruples had been wasted, and was struck with the fine, jocose, direct turn of his kinsman's conversation with the young actress. It was a part of her unexpectedness that she took the heavy, literal view of Nick's behaviour, declared frankly, though without ill nature, that she had no patience for his mistake. She was horribly disappointed. She had set her heart on his being a great statesman, one of the rulers of the people and the glories of England. What was so useful? What was so noble? How it belittled everything else! She had expected him to wear a cordon and a star some day, acquiring them with the greatest promptitude, and then to come and see her in her loge. It would look so particularly well. She talked after the manner of a lovely Philistine, except perhaps when she expressed surprise at hearing from Gabriel Nash, that in England gentlemen accoutred with those emblems of their sovereign's esteem didn't so far forget themselves as to stray into the dressing rooms of actresses. She admitted after a moment that they were quite right, and the dressing rooms of actresses nasty places. But she was sorry, for that was the sort of thing she had always figured in a corner, a distinguished man, slightly bald, in evening dress, with orders, admiring the smallness of a satin shoe, and saying witty things. Nash was convulsed with hilarity at this, such a vision of the British political hero. Coming back from the glass, and making that critic give her his place on the sofa, she seated herself near Nick, and continued to express her regret at his perversity. "They all say that, all the charming women, but I shouldn't have looked for it from you," Nick replied. "I've given you such an example of what I can do in another line." "Do you mean my portrait? Oh, I've got it, with your name and M.P. in the corner, and that's precisely why I'm content. M.P. in the corner of a picture is delightful, but I want to break the mould. I don't in the least insist on your giving specimens to others. And the artistic life, when you can lead another, if you've any alternative, however modest, is a very poor business. It comes last in dignity, after everything else. Ain't I up to my eyes in it, and don't I truly know?" "You talk like my broken-hearted mother," said Nick. "Does she hate it so intensely?" "She has the darkest ideas about it, the wildest theories. I can't imagine where she gets them. Partly, I think, from a general conviction that the aesthetic, a horrible, insidious foreign disease, is eating the healthy core out of English life, dear old English life, and partly from the charming pictures in Punch, and the clever satirical articles, pointing at mysterious depths of contamination in the other weekly papers. She believes there's a dreadful coterie of uncannily artful and desperately refined people who wear a kind of loose faded uniform and worship only beauty, which is a fearful thing. That Gabriel has introduced me to it, that I now spend all my time in it, and that for its sweet sake I've broken the most sacred vows. Poor Gabriel, who, so far as I can make out, isn't in any sort of society, however bad." "But I'm uncannily artful," Nash objected, "and though I can't afford the uniform, I believe you get it best somewhere in South Audley Street. I do worship beauty. I really think it's me the weekly papers mean." "Oh, I've read the articles. I know the sort," said Basil Dashwood. Miriam looked at him. "Go and see if the brougham's here. I ordered it early." Dashwood, without moving, consulted his watch. "It isn't time yet. I know more about the brougham than you. I've made a ripping good arrangement for her stable. It really costs her nothing," the young actor continued confidentially to Peter, near whom he had placed himself. "Your mother's quite right to be broken-hearted," Miriam declared, "and I can imagine exactly what she has been through. I should like to talk with her. I should like to see her." Nick showed on this easy amusement, reminding her she had talked to him while she sat for her portrait in quite the opposite sense, most helpfully and inspiringly. And Nash explained that she was studying the part of a political duchess and wished to take observations for it, to work herself into the character. The girl might in fact have been a political duchess as she sat, her head erect and her gloved hands folded, smiling with aristocratic dimness at Nick. She shook her head with stately sadness. She might have been trying some effect for Mary Stuart in Schiller's play. "I've changed since that. I want you to be the grandest thing there is, the Counsellor of Kings." Peter wondered if it possibly weren't since she had met his sister in Nick's studio that she had changed, if perhaps she hadn't seen how it might give Julia the sense of being more effectually routed, to know that the woman who had thrown the bomb was one who also tried to keep Nick in the straight path. This, indeed, would involve an assumption that Julia might know, whereas it was perfectly possible she mightn't, and more than possible that if she should, she wouldn't care. Miriam's essential fondness for trying different ways was always there as an adequate reason for any particular truth, a truth which, however, sometimes only half prevented the particular way from being vexatious to a particular observer. "Yet, after all, who's more aesthetic than you, and who goes in more for the beautiful?" Nick asked. "You're never so beautiful as when you pitch into it." "Oh, I'm an inferior creature, of an inferior sex, and I've to earn my bread as I can. I'd give it all up in a moment, my odious trade, for an inducement." "And pray, what do you mean by an inducement?" Nick demanded. "My dear fellow, she means you, if you'll give her a permanent engagement to sit for you," Gabriel volunteered. "What singularly crude questions you ask." "I like the way she talks," Mr. Dashwood derisively said, "when I gave up the most brilliant prospects, of very much the same kind as Mr. Dormer's, expressly to go on the stage." "You're an inferior creature too," Miriam promptly pronounced. "Miss Ruth's very hard to satisfy," Peter observed at this. "A man of distinction, slightly bald, in evening dress, with orders, in the corner of her loge. She has such a personage ready-made to her hand, and she doesn't so much as look at him. Am I not an inducement? Haven't I offered you a permanent engagement?" "Your orders? Where are your orders?" she returned with a sweet smile, getting up. "I shall be a minister next year, and an ambassador before you know it. Then I shall stick on everything that can be had." "And they call us mountebanks," cried the girl. "I've been so glad to see you again. Do you want another sitting?" she went on to Nick, as if to take leave of him. "As many as you'll give me. I shall be grateful for all," he made answer. "I should like to do you as you are at present. You're totally different from the woman I painted. You're wonderful." "The comic muse!" she laughed. "Well, you must wait till our first nights are over. I'm sur les dents till then. There's everything to do, and I've to do it all. That fellow's good for nothing but domestic life," and she glanced at Basil Dashwood. "He hasn't an idea, not one you'd willingly tell of him, though he's rather useful for the stables. We've got stables now, or we try to look as if we had. Dashwood's ideas are de cette force. In 10 days I shall have more time." "The comic muse? Never, never," Peter protested. "You're not to go smirking through the age and down to posterity. I'd rather see you as Medusa crowned with serpents. That's what you look like when you look best." "That's consoling, when I've just bought a lovely new bonnet, all red roses and bows. I forgot to tell you just now that when you're an ambassador you may propose anything you like," Miriam went on. "But forgive me if I make that condition. Seriously speaking, come to me glittering with orders, and I shall probably succumb. I can't resist stars and garters. Only you must, as you say, have them all. I don't like to hear Mr. Dormer talk the slang of the studio, like that phrase just now. It is a fall to a lower state. However, when one's low, one must crawl, and I'm crawling down to the Strand. Dashwood, see if mamma's ready. If she isn't, I decline to wait. You must bring her in a hansom. I'll take Mr. Dormer in the brougham. I want to talk with Mr. Dormer. He must drive with me to the theatre. His situation's full of interest." Miriam led the way out of the room as she continued to chatter, and when she reached the house door with the 4 men in her train, the carriage had just drawn up at the garden gate. It appeared that Mrs. Ruth was not ready, and the girl, in spite of a remonstrance from Nick, who had a sense of usurping the old lady's place, repeated her injunction that she should be brought on in a cab. Miriam's gentlemen hung about her at the gate, and she insisted on Nick's taking his seat in the brougham, and taking it first. Before she entered she put her hand out to Peter, and, looking up at him, held his own kindly. "Dear old master, aren't you coming to-night? I miss you when you're not there." "Don't go, it's too much," Nash freely declared. "She is wonderful," said Mr. Dashwood, all expert admiration. "She has gone into the rehearsals tooth and nail, but nothing takes it out of her." "Nothing puts it into you, my dear," Miriam returned. Then she pursued to Peter, "You're the faithful one. You're the one I count on." He was not looking at her. His eyes travelled into the carriage, where they rested on Nick Dormer, established on the farther seat, with his face turned toward the farther window. He was the one, faithful or no, counted on or no, whom a charming woman had preferred to carry off, and there was a clear triumph for him in that fact. Yet it pleased, it somewhat relieved his kinsman to see his passivity as not a little foolish. Miriam noted something of this in Peter's eyes, for she exclaimed abruptly, "Don't kill him, he doesn't care for me." With which she passed into the carriage and let it roll away. Peter stood watching it till he heard Dashwood again beside him. "You wouldn't believe what I make him do the whole thing for. A little rascal, I know." "Good-bye. Take care of Mrs. Ruth," said Gabriel Nash, waving a bland farewell to the young actor. He gave a smiling survey of the heavens and remarked to Sherringham that the rain had stopped. Was he walking? Was he driving? Should they be going in the same direction? Peter cared little about his direction, and had little account of it to give. He simply moved away in silence, and with Gabriel at his side. This converser was partly an affliction to him. Indeed, the fact that he couldn't only make light of him added to the oppression. It was just to him, nevertheless, to note that he could hold his peace occasionally. He had, for instance, this afternoon taken little part in the talk at Balaclava Place. Peter greatly disliked to speak to him of Miriam, but he liked Nash himself to make free with her, and even liked him to say such things as might be a little viciously and unguardedly contradicted. He was not, however, moved to gainsay something dropped by his companion disconnectedly at the end of a few minutes, a word to the effect that she was after all the best-natured soul alive. All the same, Nash added, it wouldn't do for her to take possession of a nice life like Nick's, and he repeated that for his part he would never allow it. It would be on his conscience to interfere. To which Peter returned disingenuously that they might all do as they liked, it didn't matter a button to him, and with an effort to carry off that comedy, he changed the subject. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Lehman, Reseda, California. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, 38. He wouldn't for a moment have admitted that he was jealous of his old comrade, but would almost have liked to be accused of it, for this would have given him a chance he rather lacked and missed, the right occasion to declare with plausibility that motives he couldn't avow had no application to his case. How could a man be jealous when he was not a suitor? How could he pretend to guard a property which was neither his own nor destined to become his own? There could be no question of loss when one had nothing at stake, and no question of envy when the responsibility of possession was exactly what one prayed to be delivered from. The measure of one's susceptibility was one's pretensions, and Peter was not only ready to declare over and over again that, thank God, he had none, His spiritual detachment was still more complete. He literally suffered from the fact that nobody appeared to care to hear him say it. He connected an idea of virtue and honor with his attitude, since surely it was a high case of conduct to have quenched a personal passion for the good of the public service. He had gone over the whole question at odd, irrepressible hours. He had returned, spiritually speaking, the buffet administered to him all at once, that day in Rosedale Road, by the spectacle of the crânerie with which Nick could let worldly glory slide. Resolution for resolution, he preferred, after all, another sort, and his own crânerie would be shown in the way he should stick to his profession and stand up for British interests. If Nick had leaped over a wall, he would leap over a river. The course of his river was already traced, and his loins were already girded. Thus he was justified in holding that the measure of a man's susceptibility was a man's attitude. That was the only thing he was bound to give an account of. He was perpetually giving an account of it to his own soul, in default of other listeners. He was quite angry at having tasted a sweetness in Miriam's assurance in the carriage door, bestowed indeed with very little solemnity, that Nick didn't care for her. Wherein did it concern him that Nick cared for her or that Nick didn't? Wherein did it signify to him that Gabriel Nash should have taken upon himself to disapprove of a union between the young actress and the young painter, and to frustrate an accident that might perhaps prove fortunate? For those had also been cooling words at the hour, though Peter blushed on the morrow to think that he felt in them anything but Nash's personal sublimity. He was ashamed of having been refreshed, and refreshed by so sickly a draught, it being all his theory that he was not in a fever. As for keeping an eye on Nick, it would soon become clear to that young man and that young man's charming friend that he had quite other uses for his eyes. The pair, with Nash to help, might straighten out their complications according to their light. He would never speak to Nick of Miriam. He felt indeed just now as if he should never speak to Nick of anything. He had traced the course of his river, as I say, and the real proof would be in the way he should, clearing the air, land on the opposite bank. It was a case for action, for vigorous, unmistakable action. He had done very little since his arrival in London but moon round a fille de théâtre who was taken up partly, though she bluffed it off, with another man, and partly with arranging new petticoats for a beastly old poetic drama. But this little waste of time should instantly be made up. He had given himself a definite rope, and he had danced to the end of his rope, and now he would dance back. That was all right, so right that Peter could only express to himself how right it was by whistling with extravagance. He whistled as he went to dine with a great personage the day after his meeting with Nick in Balaclava Place. A great personage to whom he had originally paid his respects, it was high time, the day before that meeting, the previous Monday. The sense of omissions to repair, of a superior line to take, perhaps made him study with more zeal to please the personage, who gave him 10 minutes and asked him 5 questions. A great many doors were successively opened before any palpitating pilgrim who was about to enter the presence of this distinguished man, but they were discreetly closed again behind Sheringham, and I must ask the reader to pause with me at the nearer end of the momentary vista. This particular pilgrim fortunately felt he could count on recognition not only as a faithful, if obscure, official in the great hierarchy, but as a clever young man who happened to be connected by blood with people his lordship had intimately known. No doubt it was simply as the clever young man that Peter received the next morning, from the dispenser of his lordship's hospitality, a note asking him to dine on the morrow. Such cards had come to him before, and he had always obeyed their call. He did so at present, however, with a sense of unusual intention. In due course his intention was translated into words. Before the gentleman left the dining-room, he respectfully asked his noble host for some further brief and benevolent hearing. "What is it you want? Tell me now," the master of his fate replied, motioning to the rest of the company to pass out and detaining him where they stood. Peter's excellent training covered every contingency. He could always be as concise or as diffuse as the occasion required. Even he himself, however, was surprised at the quick felicity of the terms in which he was conscious of conveying that, were it compatible with higher conveniences, he should extremely like to be transferred to duties in a more distant quarter of the globe. Indeed, fond as he was of thinking himself a man of emotions controlled by civility, it is not impossible that a greater candor than he knew glimmered through Peter's expression and trembled through his tone as he presented this petition. He had aimed at a good manner in presenting it, but perhaps the best of the effect produced for his interlocutor was just where it failed, where it confessed a secret that the highest diplomacy would have guarded. Sheringham remarked to the minister that he didn't care in the least where the place might be, nor how little coveted a post. The further away the better, and the climate didn't matter. He would only prefer, of course, that there should be really something to do, though he would make the best of it even if there were not. He stopped in time, or at least thought he did, not to betray his covertly seeking relief from minding his having been jilted in a flight to latitudes unfavorable to human life. His august patron gave him a sharp look, which for a moment seemed the precursor of a sharper question. But the moment elapsed, and the question failed to come. This considerate omission, characteristic of a true man of the world, and representing quick guesses and still quicker indifferences, made our gentleman from that moment his lordship's ardent partisan. What did come was a good-natured laugh, and the exclamation, "You know there are plenty of swamps and jungles if you want that sort of thing." Peter replied that it was very much that sort of thing he did want, whereupon his chief continued, I'll see. If anything turns up, you shall hear." Something turned up the very next day. Our young man, taken at his word, found himself indebted to the postman for a note of concise intimation that the high position of minister to the smallest of Central American republics would be apportioned him. The republic, though small, was big enough to be shaky, and the position, though high, not so exalted that there were not much greater altitudes above it to which it was a stepping-stone. Peter, quite ready to take one thing with another, rejoiced at his easy triumph, reflected that he must have been even more noticed at headquarters than he had hoped, and, on the spot, consulting nobody and waiting for nothing, signified his unqualified acceptance of the place. Nobody with a grain of sense would have advised him to do anything else. It made him happier than he had supposed he should ever be again. It made him feel professionally in the train, as they said in Paris. It was serious, it was interesting, it was exciting, and his imagination, letting itself loose into the future, began once more to scale the crowning eminence. It was very simple to hold one's course if one really tried, and he blessed the variety of peoples. Further communications passed, the last enjoining on him to return to Paris for a short interval a week later, after which he would be advised of the date for his proceeding to his remoter duties. End of Chapter 38. Recording by Christine Lehman, Reseda, California.
Chapter 39 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 39. The next thing he meanwhile did was to call with his news on Lady Agnes Dormer. It is not unworthy of note that he took, on the other hand, no step to make his promotion known to Mirian Ruth. To render it probable he should find his aunt, he went at the luncheon hour, and she was indeed on the point of sitting down to that repast with Grace. Biddy was not at home. Biddy was never at home now, her mother said. She was always at Nick's place. She spent her life there. She ate and drank there. She almost slept there. What she contrived to do there for so many hours, and what was the irresistible spell, Lady Agnes couldn't pretend she had succeeded in discovering. She spoke of this baleful resort only as Nick's place, and spoke of it at first as little as possible. She judged highly probable, however, that Biddy would come in early that afternoon. There was something or other, some common social duty she had condescended to promise she would perform with Grace. Poor Lady Agnes, whom Peter found somehow at once grim and very prostrate, she assured her nephew her nerves were all gone, almost abused her younger daughter for 2 minutes, having evidently a deep-seated need of abusing someone. I must yet add that she didn't wait to meet Grace's eye before recovering, by a rapid gyration, her view of the possibilities of things, those possibilities from which she still might squeeze, as a parent almost in despair, the drop that would sweeten her cup. Dear child, she had the presence of mind to subjoin, her only fault is, after all, that she adores her brother. She has a capacity for adoration and must always take her gospel from someone. Grace declared to Peter that her sister would have stayed at home if she had dreamed he was coming, and Lady Agnes let him know that she had heard all about the hour he had spent with the poor child at Nick's place, and about his extraordinary good nature in taking the 2 girls to the play. Peter lunched in Calcutta Gardens, spending an hour there, which proved at first, unexpectedly, and as seemed to him, unfairly dismal. He knew from his own general perceptions, from what Biddy had told him, and from what he had heard Nick say in Balaclava Place, that his aunt would have been wounded by her son's apostasy. But it was not till he saw her that he appreciated the dark difference this young man's behavior had made in the outlook of his family. Evidently that behavior had sprung a dreadful leak in the great vessel of their hopes. These were things no outsider could measure, and they were none of an outsider's business. It was enough that Lady Agnes struck him really as a woman who had received her death blow. She looked 10 years older. She was white and haggard and tragic. Her eyes burned with a strange fitful fire that prompted one to conclude her children had better look out for her. When not filled with this unnatural flame, they were suffused with comfortless tears, and altogether the afflicted lady was, as he viewed her, very bad, a case for anxiety. It was because he had known she would be very bad that he had, in his kindness, called on her exactly in this manner. But he recognized that to undertake to be kind to her in proportion to her need might carry one very far. He was glad he had not himself a wronged, mad mother, and he wondered how Nick could bear the burden of the home he had ruined. Apparently he didn't bear it very far, but had taken final convenient refuge in Rosedale Road. Peter's judgment of his perverse cousin was considerably confused, and not the less so for the consciousness that he was perhaps just now not in the best state of mind for judging him at all. At the same time, though he held in general that a man of sense has always warrant enough in his sense for doing the particular thing he prefers, he could scarcely help asking himself whether, in the exercise of a virile freedom, it had been absolutely indispensable Nick should work such domestic woe. He admitted, indeed, that that was an anomalous figure for Nick, the worker of domestic woe. Then he saw that his aunt's grievance, there came a moment later when she asserted as much, was not quite what her recreant child in Balaclava Place had represented it, with questionable taste perhaps, to a mocking actress. was not a mere shocked quarrel with his adoption of a low career or a horror, the old-fashioned horror of the louche licenses taken by artists under pretext of being conscientious. The day for this was past, and English society thought the brush and the fiddle as good as anything else, with 2 or 3 exceptions. It was not what he had taken up, but what he had put down that made the sorry difference, and the tragedy would have been equally great if he had become a wine merchant or a horse dealer. Peter had gathered at first that Lady Agnes wouldn't trust herself to speak directly of her trouble, and he had obeyed what he supposed the best discretion in making no allusion to it. But a few minutes before they rose from table she broke out, and when he attempted to utter a word of mitigation there was something that went to his heart in the way she returned, "Oh, you don't know, you don't know." He felt Grace's eyes fixed on him at this instant in a mystery of supplication, and was certain as to what she wanted, that he should say something more to console her mother or should hurry away from the subject. Grace looked old and plain, and he thought on coming in rather cross, but she evidently wanted something. "You don't know," Lady Agnes repeated with a trembling voice. "You don't know." She had pushed her chair a little away from her place. She held her pocket handkerchief pressed hard to her mouth, almost stuffed into it, and her eyes were fixed on the floor. She made him aware he did virtually know what towering piles of confidence and hope had been dashed to the earth. Then she finished her sentence unexpectedly. "You don't know what my life with my great husband was." Here, on the other hand, Peter was slightly at fault. He didn't exactly see what her life with her great husband had to do with it. What was clear to him, however, was that they literally had looked for things, all in the very key of that greatness, from Nick. It was not quite easy to see why this had been the case. It had not been precisely Peter's own prefigurement. Nick appeared to have had the faculty of planting that sort of flattering faith in women. He had originally given Julia a tremendous dose of it, though she had since shaken off the effects. "Do you really think he would have done such great things, politically speaking?" Peter risked. "Do you consider that the root of the matter was so essentially in him?" His hostess had a pause, looking at him rather hard. "I only think what all his friends, all his father's friends have thought. He was his father's son, after all. No young man ever had a finer training, and he gave from the first repeated proof of the highest ability, the highest ambition. See how he got in everywhere. Look at his first seat. Look at his second," Lady Agnes continued. "Look at what every one says at this moment." "Look at all the papers," said Grace. "Did you ever hear him speak?" she asked. And when Peter reminded her how he had spent his life in foreign lands, shut out from such pleasures, she went on, "Well, you lost something." "It was very charming," said Lady Agnes quietly and poignantly. "Of course he's charming, whatever he does," Peter returned. "He'll be a charming artist." "Oh, God help us!" the poor lady groaned, rising quickly. "He won't. That's the worst," Grace amended. "It isn't as if he'd do things people would like. I've been to his place, and I never saw such a horrid lot of things. Not at all clever or pretty." Yet her mother at this turned upon her with sudden asperity. "You know nothing whatever about the matter." Then she added for Peter that, as it happened, her children did have a good deal of artistic taste. Grace was the only one who was totally deficient in it. Biddy was very clever. Biddy really might learn to do pretty things, and anything the poor child could learn was now no more than her duty. There was so little knowing what the future had in store for them all. "You think too much of the future. You take terribly gloomy views," said Peter, looking for his hat. "What other views can one take when one's son has deliberately thrown away a fortune?" "Thrown one away? Do you mean through not marrying?" "I mean through killing by his perversity the best friend he ever had." Peter stared a moment, then with laughter, "Ah, but Julia isn't dead of it." "I'm not talking of Julia," said his aunt with a good deal of majesty. "Nick isn't mercenary, and I'm not complaining of that." She means Mr. Carteret, Grace explained with all her competence. He'd have done anything if Nick had stayed in the house. But he's not dead. Charles Carteret's dying, said Lady Agnes. His end's dreadfully near. He has been a sort of providence to us. He was Sir Nicholas's second self. But he won't put up with such insanity, such wickedness, and that chapter's closed. You mean he has dropped Nick out of his will? Cut him off utterly. He has given him notice. The old scoundrel! Peter couldn't keep this back. But Nick will work the better for that. He'll depend on himself. Yes, and whom shall we depend on? Grace spoke up. Don't be vulgar, for God's sake, her mother ejaculated with a certain inconsequence. Oh, leave Nick alone. He'll make a lot of money, Peter declared cheerfully, following his two companions into the hall. I don't in the least care if he does or not, said Lady Agnes. You must come upstairs again. I've lots to say to you yet, she went on, seeing him make for his hat. You must arrange to come and dine with us immediately. It's only because I've been so steeped in misery that I didn't write to you the other day, directly after you had called. We don't give parties, as you may imagine, but if you'll come just as we are, for old acquaintance' sake. Just with Nick, if Nick will come, and dear Biddy, Grace interposed. Nick must certainly come, as well as dear Biddy, whom I hoped so much to find, Peter pronounced, because I'm going away. I don't know when I shall see them again. Wait with mamma. Biddy will come in now at any moment, Grace urged. You're going away? Said Lady Agnes, pausing at the foot of the stairs and turning a white face upon him. Something in her voice showed she had been struck by his own tone. I've had promotion, and you must congratulate me. They're sending me out as minister to a little hot hole in Central America, 6,000 miles away. I shall have to go rather soon. Oh, I'm so glad, Lady Agnes breathed. Still she paused at the foot of the stair, and still she gazed. How very delightful. It will lead straight off to all sorts of other good things, Grace a little coarsely commented. Oh, I'm crawling up. I'm an excellency, Peter laughed. Then if you dine with us, your excellency must have great people to meet you. Nick and Biddy, they're great enough. Come upstairs, said Lady Agnes, turning quickly and beginning to ascend. Wait for Biddy. I'm going out, Grace continued, extending her hand to her kinsman. I shall see you again. Not that you care, but good-bye now. Wait for Biddy, the girl repeated in a lower tone, fastening her eyes on his with the same urgent, mystifying gleam he thought he had noted at luncheon. Oh, I'll go and see her in Rosedale Road, he threw off. Do you mean today, now? I don't know about today, but before I leave England. Well, she'll be in immediately, said Grace. Good-bye to your excellency. Come up, Peter, please come up, called Lady Agnes from the top of the stairs. He mounted, and when he found himself in the drawing-room with her and the door closed, she expressed her great interest in his fine prospects and position, which she wished to hear all about. She rang for coffee and indicated the seat he would find most comfortable. It shone before him for a moment that she would tell him he might, if he wished, light a cigar. For Peter had suddenly become restless, too restless to occupy a comfortable chair. He seated himself in it only to jump up again, and he went to the window while he imparted to his hostess the very little he knew about his post on hearing a vehicle drive up to the door. A strong light had just been thrown into his mind, and it grew stronger when, looking out, he saw Grace Dormer issue from the house in a hat and a jacket which had all the air of having been assumed with extraordinary speed. Her jacket was unbuttoned and her gloves still dangling from the hands with which she was settling her hat. The vehicle into which she hastily sprang was a hansom cab which had been summoned by the butler from the doorstep and which rolled away with her after she had given an address. "Where's Grace going in such a hurry?" he asked of Lady Agnes, to which she replied that she hadn't the least idea. Her children, at the pass they had all come to, knocked about as they liked. Well, he sat down again. He stayed a quarter of an hour, and then he stayed longer, and during this time his appreciation of what she had in her mind gathered force. She showed him that precious quantity clearly enough, though she showed it by no clumsy, no voluntary arts. It looked out of her sombre, conscious eyes and quavered in her preoccupied, perfunctory tones. She took an extravagant interest in his future proceedings, the probable succession of events in his career, the different honors he would be likely to come in for, the salary attached to his actual appointment, the salary attached to the appointments that would follow. They would be sure to, wouldn't they? And what he might reasonably expect to save. Oh, he must save. Lady Agnes was an advocate of saving, and he must take tremendous pains and get on and be clever and fiercely ambitious. He must make himself indispensable and rise to the top. She was urgent and suggestive and sympathetic. She threw herself into the vision of his achievements and emoluments as if to appease a little the sore hunger with which Nick's treachery had left her. This was touching to her nephew, who didn't remain unmoved even at those more importunate moments when, as she fell into silence, fidgeting feverishly with a morsel of fancy work she had plucked from a table, her whole presence became an intense, repressed appeal to him. What that appeal would have been had it been uttered was, "Oh, Peter, take little Biddy. Oh, my dear young friend, understand your interests at the same time that you understand mine. Be kind and reasonable and clever. Save me all further anxiety and tribulation, and accept my lovely, faultless child from my hands." That was what Lady Agnes had always meant, more or less. That was what Grace had meant, and they meant it with singular lucidity on the present occasion. Lady Agnes meant it so much that from one moment to another he scarce knew what she might do, and Grace meant it so much that she had rushed away in a hansom to fetch her sister from the studio. Grace, however, was a fool, for Biddy certainly wouldn't come. The news of his promotion had started them off, adding point to their idea of his being an excellent match, bringing home to them sharply the sense that if he were going away to strange countries he must take Biddy with him, that something at all events must be settled about Biddy before he went. They had suddenly begun to throb, poor things, with alarm at the ebbing hours. Strangely enough, the perception of all this hadn't the effect of throwing him on the defensive, and still less that of making him wish to bolt. When once he had made sure what was in the air, he recognized a propriety, a real felicity in it, couldn't deny that he was in certain ways a good match, since it was quite probable he would go far, and was even generous enough, as he had no fear of being materially dragged to the altar, to enter into the conception that he might offer some balm to a mother who had had a horrid disappointment. The feasibility of marrying Biddy was not exactly augmented by the idea that his doing so would be a great offset to what Nick had made Lady Agnes suffer, but at least Peter didn't dislike his strenuous aunt so much as to wish to punish her for her nature. He was not afraid of her, whatever she might do, and though unable to grasp the practical relevancy of Biddy's being produced on the instant, was willing to linger half an hour on the chance of successful production. There was, meanwhile, moreover, a certain contagion in Lady Agnes's appeal. It made him appeal sensibly to himself, since indeed, as it is time to say, the glass of our young man's spirit had been polished for that reflection. It was only at this moment really that he became inwardly candid. While making up his mind that his only safety was in flight, and taking the strong measure of a request for help toward it, he was yet very conscious that another and probably still more effectual safeguard, especially if the two should be conjoined, lay in the hollow of his hand. His sister's words in Paris had come back to him, and had seemed still wiser than when uttered. "She'll save you disappointments. You'd know the worst that can happen to you, and it wouldn't be bad." Julia had put it into a nutshell. Biddy would probably save him disappointments. And then she was, well, she was Biddy. Peter knew better what that was since the hour he had spent with her in Rosedale Road. But he had brushed away the sense of it, though aware that in doing so he took only half measures, and was even guilty of a sort of fraud upon himself. If he was sincere in wishing to put a gulf between his future and that sad expanse of his past and present over which Miriam had cast her shadow, there was a very simple way to do so. He had dodged this way dishonestly, fixing on another which taken alone was far from being so good. But Lady Agnes brought him back to it. She held him in well-nigh confused contemplation of it, during which the safety, as Julia had called it, of the remedy wrought upon him as he wouldn't have believed beforehand, and not least to the effect of sweetening, of prettily colouring the pill. It would be simple, and it would deal with all his problems. It would put an end to all alternatives, which, as alternatives were otherwise putting an end to him, would be an excellent thing. It would settle the whole question of his future, and it was high time this should be settled. Peter took 2 cups of coffee while he made out his future with Lady Agnes, but though he drank them slowly, he had finished them before Biddy turned up. He stayed 3/4 of an hour, saying to himself she wouldn't come, why should she come? Lady Agnes stooped to no avowal. She really stooped, so far as bald words went, to no part of the business, but she made him fix the next day, save one, for coming to dinner, and her repeated declaration that there would be no one else, not another creature but themselves, had almost the force of the supplied form for a promise to pay. In giving his word that he would come without fail, and not write the next day to throw them over for some function he should choose to dub obligatory, he felt quite as if he were putting his name to such a document. He went away at 3:30. Biddy, of course, hadn't come, and he had been sure she wouldn't. He couldn't imagine what Grace's idea had been, nor what pretext she had put forward to her sister. Whatever these things, Biddy had seen through them and hated them. Peter could but like her the more for that. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 40. Lady Agnes would doubtless have done better in her own interest or in that of her child to have secured his company for the very next evening. This she had indeed attempted, but her application of her thought had miscarried, Peter bethinking himself that he was importantly engaged. Her ladyship, moreover, couldn't presume to answer for Nick, since, after all, they must of course have Nick, though, to tell the truth, the hideous truth, she and her son were scarcely on terms. Peter insisted on Nick, wished particularly to see him, and gave his hostess notice that he would make each of them forgive everything to the other. She returned that all her son had to forgive was her loving him more than her life, and she would have challenged Peter, had he allowed it, on the general ground of the comparative dignity of the 2 arts, of painting portraits and governing nations. Our friend declined the challenge. The most he did was to intimate that he perhaps saw Nick more vividly as a painter than as a governor. Later he remembered vaguely something his aunt had said about their being a governing family. He was going, by what he could ascertain, to a very queer climate and had many preparations to make. He gave his best attention to these, and for a couple of hours after leaving Lady Agnes rummaged London for books from which he might extract information about his new habitat. It made apparently no great figure in literature, and Peter could reflect that he was perhaps destined to find a salutary distraction in himself filling the void with a volume of impressions. After he resigned himself to necessary ignorance, he went into the park. He treated himself to an afternoon or two there when he happened to drop upon London in summer. It refreshed his sense of the British interests he would have to stand up for. Moreover, he had been hiding more or less, and now all that was changed, and this was the simplest way not to hide. He met a host of friends, made his situation as public as possible, and accepted on the spot a great many invitations, all subject, however, to the mental reservation that he should allow none of them to interfere with his being present the first night of Miriam's new venture. He was going to the equator to get away from her, but to repudiate the past with some decency of form, he must show an affected interest, if he could muster none other, in an occasion that meant so much for her. The least intimate of her associates would do that, and Peter remembered how, at the expense of good manners, he had stayed away from her first appearance on any stage at all. He would have been shocked had he found himself obliged to go back to Paris without giving her at the imminent crisis the personal countenance she had so good a right to expect. It was nearly 8 o'clock when he went to Great Stanhope Street to dress for dinner, and learned that a note awaiting him on the hall table, and which bore the marks of hasty dispatch, had come 3 or 4 hours before. It exhibited the signature of Mirian Ruth, and let him know that she positively expected him at the theatre by 11 o'clock the next morning, for which hour a dress rehearsal of the revived play had been hurriedly projected, the first night being now definitely fixed for the impending Saturday. She counted on his attendance at both ceremonies, but with particular reasons for wishing to see him in the morning. "I want you to see and judge and tell me," she said, "for my mind's like a flogged horse, it won't give another kick." It was for the Saturday he had made Lady Agnes his promise. He had thought of the possibility of the play in doing so, but had rested in the faith that, from valid symptoms, this complication would not occur till the following week. He decided nothing on the spot as to the conflict of occupations. It was enough to send Miriam 3 words to the effect that he would sooner perish than fail her on the morrow. He went to the theatre in the morning, and the episode proved curious and instructive. Though there were 20 people in the stalls, it bore little resemblance to those répétitions générales to which in Paris his love of the drama had often attracted him, and which, taking place at night, in the theatre closed to the public, are virtually first performances with invited spectators. They were, to his sense, always settled and stately, rehearsals of the première even more than rehearsals of the play. The present occasion was less august. It was not so much a concert as a confusion of sounds, and it took audible and at times disputatious counsel with itself. It was rough and frank and spasmodic, but was lively and vivid, and in spite of the serious character of the piece, often exceedingly droll, while it gave Sherringham, oddly enough, a more present sense than ever of bending over the hissing, smoking, sputtering cauldron in which a palatable performance is stewed. He looked into the gross darkness that may result from excess of light. That is, he understood how knocked up, on the eve of production, every one concerned in the preparation of a piece might be, with nerves overstretched and glasses blurred, awaiting the test and the response, the echo to be given back by the big, receptive, artless, stupid, delightful public. Peter's interest had been great in advance, and as Miriam since his arrival had taken him much into her confidence, he knew what she intended to do, and had discussed 100 points with her. They had differed about some of them, and she had always said, "Ah, but wait till you see how I shall do it at the time." That was usually her principal reason and her most convincing argument. She had made some changes at the last hour. She was going to do several things in another way, but she wanted a touchstone, wanted a fresh ear, and as she told Sherringham when he went behind after the first act, that was why she had insisted on this private trial to which a few fresh ears were to be admitted. They didn't want to allow it her, the theatre people, they were such a parcel of donkeys, but as to what she meant in general to insist on, she had given them a hint she flattered herself they wouldn't soon forget. She spoke as if she had had a great battle with her fellow workers and had routed them utterly. It was not the first time he had heard her talk as if such a life as hers could only be a fighting life, and of her frank measure of the fine uses of a faculty for making a row. She rejoiced she possessed this faculty, for she knew what to do with it, and though there might be a certain swagger in taking such a stand in advance when one had done the infinitely little she had yet done, she nevertheless trusted to the future to show how right she should have been in believing a pack of idiots would never hold out against her and would know they couldn't afford to. Her assumption, of course, was that she fought for the light and the right, for the good way and the thorough, for doing a thing properly if one did it at all. What she had really wanted was the theatre closed for a night and the dress rehearsal put on for a few people given instead of Yolanda. That she had not got, but she would have it the next time. She spoke as if her triumphs behind the scenes as well as before would go by leaps and bounds, and he could perfectly see for the time that she would drive her coadjutors in front of her like sheep. Her tone was the sort of thing that would have struck one as preposterous if one hadn't believed in her, but if one did so believe, it only seemed thrown in with the other gifts. How was she going to act that night, and what could be said for such a hateful way of doing things? She thrust on poor Peter questions he was all unable to answer. She abounded in superlatives and tremendously strong objections. He had a sharper vision than usual of the queer fate, for a peaceable man, of being involved in a life of so violent a rhythm. One might as well be hooked to a Catherine wheel and whiz round in flame and smoke. It had only been for 5 minutes in the wing, amid jostling and shuffling and shoving, that they held this conference. Miriam, splendid in a brocaded anachronism, a false dress of the beginning of the century, and excited and appealing, imperious, reckless and good-humoured, full of exaggerated propositions, supreme determinations and comic irrelevancies, showed as radiant a young head as the stage had ever seen. Other people quickly surrounded her, and Peter saw that though she wanted, as she said, a fresh ear and a fresh eye, she was liable to rap out to those who possessed these advantages that they didn't know what they were talking about. It was rather hard for her victims. Basil Dashwood led him into this, wonderfully painted and in a dress even more beautiful than Miriam's, that of a young dandy under Charles II. If you were not in the business, you were one kind of donkey, and if you were in the business, you were another kind. Peter noted with a certain chagrin that Gabriel Nash had failed. He preferred to base his annoyance on that ground when the girl, after the remark just quoted from Dashwood, laughing and saying that at any rate the thing would do because it would just have to do, thrust vindictively but familiarly into the young actor's face a magnificent feather fan. "Isn't he too lovely?" she asked, "and doesn't he know how to do it?" Dashwood had the sense of costume even more than Peter had inferred or supposed he minded, inasmuch as it now appeared he had gone profoundly into the question of what the leading lady was to wear. He had drawn patterns and hunted up stuffs, had helped her to try on her clothes, had bristled with ideas and pins. It would not have been quite clear, Peter's ground for resenting Nash's cynical absence. It may even be thought singular he should have missed him. At any rate, he flushed a little when their young woman, of whom he inquired whether she hadn't invited her oldest and dearest friend, made answer, "Oh, he says he doesn't like the kitchen fire, he only wants the pudding." It would have taken the kitchen fire to account at that point for the red of Sherringham's cheek, and he was indeed uncomfortably heated by helping to handle, as he phrased it, the saucepans. This he felt so much after he had returned to his seat, which he forbore to quit again till the curtain had fallen on the last act, that in spite of the high beauty of that part of the performance of which Miriam carried the weight, there were moments when his relief overflowed into gasps, as if he had been scrambling up the bank of a torrent after an immersion. The girl herself, out in the open of her field to win, was of the incorruptible faith. She had been saturated to good purpose with the great spirit of Madame Carré. That was conspicuous while the play went on, and she guarded the whole march with fagged piety and passion. Sherringham had never liked the piece itself. He held that as barbarous in form and false in feeling it did little honour to the British theatre. He despised many of the speeches, pitied Miriam for having to utter them, and considered that lighted by that sort of candle the path of fame might very well lead nowhere. When the ordeal was over he went behind again, where, in the rose-coloured satin of the silly issue, the heroine of the occasion said to him, "Fancying my having to drag through that other stuff to-night, the brutes." He was vague about the persons designated in this allusion, but he let it pass. He had at the moment a kind of detached foreboding of the way any gentleman familiarly connected with her in the future would probably form the habit of letting objurgations and some other things pass. This had become indeed now a frequent state of mind with him. The instant he was before her, near her, next her, he found himself a helpless subject of the spell which, so far at least as he was concerned, she put forth by contact, and of which the potency was punctual and absolute. The fit came on, as he said, exactly as some esteemed express train on a great line bangs at a given moment into the station. At a distance he partly recovered himself. That was the encouragement for going to the shaky republic. But as soon as he entered her presence his life struck him as a thing disconnected from his will. It was as if he himself had been one thing and his behaviour another. He had shining views of this difference, drawn as they might be from the coming years, little illustrative scenes in which he saw himself in strange attitudes of resignation, always rather sad and still and with a slightly bent head. Such images should not have been inspiring, but it is a fact that they were something to go upon. The gentleman with the bent head had evidently given up something that was dear to him, but it was exactly because he had got his price that he was there. "Come and see me 3 or 4 hours hence," Miriam said. "Come, that is, about 6. I shall rest till then, but I want particularly to talk with you. There will be no one else, not the tip of any tiresome nose. You'll do me good." So, of course, he drove up at 6. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 41. "I don't know, I haven't the least idea, I don't care, don't ask me." It was so he met some immediate appeal of her artistic egotism, some challenge of his impression of her at this and that moment. Hadn't she frankly better give up such and such a point and return to their first idea, the one they had talked over so much? Peter replied to this that he disowned all ideas, that at any rate he should never have another as long as he lived, and that, so help him heaven, they had worried that hard bone more than enough. "You're tired of me." "Yes, already," she said sadly and kindly. They were alone. Her mother had not peeped out, and she had prepared herself to return to the Strand. "However, it doesn't matter, and of course your head's full of other things. You must think me ravenously selfish, perpetually chattering about my vulgar shop. What will you have when one's a vulgar shop girl? You used to like it, but then you weren't an ambassador." "What do you know about my being a minister?" he asked, leaning back in his chair and showing sombre eyes. Sometimes he held her handsomer on the stage than off, and sometimes he reversed that judgment. The former of these convictions had held his mind in the morning, and it was now punctually followed by the other. As soon as she stepped on the boards a great and special alteration usually took place in her. She was in focus and in her frame, yet there were hours, too, in which she wore her world's face before the audience, just as there were hours when she wore her stage face in the world. She took up either mask as it suited her humor. Today he was seeing each in its order and feeling each the best. "I should know very little if I waited for you to tell me, that's very certain," Miriam returned. "It's in the papers that you've got a high appointment, but I don't read the papers unless there's something in them about myself. Next week I shall devour them and think them, no doubt, inane. It was Basil told me this afternoon of your promotion. He had seen it announced somewhere. I'm delighted if it gives you more money and more advantages, but don't expect me to be glad that you're going away to some distant, disgusting country. The matter has only just been settled, and we've each been busy with our own affairs. But even if you hadn't given me these opportunities," Peter went on, "I should have tried to see you today, to tell you my news and take leave of you." "Take leave? Aren't you coming to-morrow?" "Oh yes, I shall see you through that, but I shall rush away the very moment it's over." "I shall be much better then, really I shall," the girl said. "The better you are, the worse you are." She returned his frown with a beautiful charity. "If it would do you any good, I'd be bad." "The worse you are, the better you are," Peter laughed. "You're a devouring demon." "Not a bit. It's you." "It's I? I like that." "It's you who make trouble, who are sore and suspicious and super subtle, not taking things as they come and for what they are, but twisting them into misery and falsity. Oh, I've watched you enough, my dear friend, and I've been sorry for you, and sorry as well for myself, for I'm not so taken up with myself in the low, greedy sense as you think. I'm not such a base creature. I'm capable of gratitude. I'm capable of affection. One may live in paint and tinsel, but one isn't absolutely without a soul. Yes, I've got one," the girl went on, "though I do smear my face and grin at myself in the glass and practice my intonations. If what you're going to do is good for you, I'm very glad. If it leads to good things, to honour and fortune and greatness, I'm enchanted. If it means your being away always, forever and ever, of course that's serious. You know it. I needn't tell you. I regard you as I really don't regard any one else. I've a confidence in you. Ah, it's a luxury. You're a gentleman. Mon bon. Ah, you're a gentleman. It's just that. And then you see, you understand, and that's a luxury too. You're a luxury altogether, dear, clever Mr. Sherringham. Your being where I shall never see you isn't a thing I shall enjoy. I know that from the separation of these last months, after our beautiful life in Paris. The best thing that ever happened to me, or that ever will. But if it's your career, if it's your happiness, well, I can miss you and hold my tongue. I can be disinterested. I can." "What did you want me to come for?" he asked, all attentive and motionless. The same impression, the old impression, was with him again. The sense that if she was sincere, it was sincerity of execution. If she was genuine, it was the genuineness of doing it well. She did it so well now that this very fact was charming and touching. In claiming from him at the theatre this hour of the afternoon, she had wanted honestly, the more as she had not seen him at home for several days, to go over with him once again on the eve of the great night. It would be for her second creation the critics would lie so in wait. The first success might have been a fluke. Some of her recurrent doubts, knowing from experience of what good counsel he often was, how he could give a worrying question its settler at the last. Then she had heard from Dashwood of the change in his situation, and that had really, from one moment to the other, made her think sympathetically of his preoccupations, led her open-handedly to drop her own. She was sorry to lose him, and eager to let him know how good a friend she was conscious he had been to her. But the expression of this was already, at the end of a minute, a strange bedevilment. She began to listen to herself, to speak dramatically, to represent. She uttered the things she felt as if they were snatches of old playbooks, and really felt them the more because they sounded so well. This, however, didn't prevent their really being as good feelings as those of anybody else, and at the moment her friend, to still a rising emotion, which he knew he shouldn't still, articulated the challenge I have just recorded. She had for his sensibility, at any rate, the truth of gentleness and generosity. "There's something the matter with you, my dear. You're jealous," Miriam said. "You're jealous of poor Mr. Dormer. That's an example of the way you tangle everything up. Lord, he won't hurt you, nor me either." "He can't hurt me, certainly," Peter returned, "and neither can you, for I've a nice little heart of stone and a smart new breastplate of iron. The interest I take in you is something quite extraordinary, but the most extraordinary thing in it is that it's perfectly prepared to tolerate the interest of others." "The interest of others needn't trouble it much," Miriam declared. "If Mr. Dormer has broken off his marriage to such an awfully fine woman, for she's that, your swell of a sister, it isn't for a ranting wretch like me. He's kind to me because that's his nature, and he notices me because that's his business. But he's away up in the clouds, 1,000 miles over my head. He has got something on, as they say. He's in love with an idea. I think it's a shocking bad one, but that's his own affair. He's quite exalté, living on nectar and ambrosia. What he has to spare for us poor crawling things on earth is only a few dry crumbs. I didn't even ask him to come to rehearsal. Besides, he thinks you're in love with me, and that it wouldn't be honourable to cut in. He's capable of that. Isn't it charming?" "If he were to relent and give up his scruples, would you marry him?" Peter asked. "Mercy, how you chatter about marrying," the girl laughed. "C'est la maladie anglaise. You've all got it on the brain. Why, I put it that way to please you," he explained. "You complained to me last year precisely that this was not what seemed generally wanted." "Oh, last year she made nothing of that." Then differently, "Yes, it's very tiresome," she conceded. "You told me, moreover, in Paris more than once that you wouldn't listen to anything but that." "Well," she declared, "I won't, but I shall wait till I find a husband who's charming enough and bad enough. One who'll beat me and swindle me and spend my money on other women. That's the sort of man for me. Mr. Dormer, delightful as he is, doesn't come up to that." "You'll marry Basil Dashwood." He spoke it with conviction. "Oh, marry? Call it marry if you like. That's what poor mother threatens me with. She lives in dread of it. To this hour," he mentioned, "I haven't managed to make out what your mother wants. She has so many ideas. As Madame Carré said, she wants me to be some sort of tremendous creature. All her ideas are reducible to that. What makes the muddle is that she isn't clear about the creature she wants most, a great actress or a great lady. Sometimes she inclines for one and sometimes for the other, but on the whole persuading herself that a great actress, if she'll cultivate the right people, may be a great lady. When I tell her that won't do, and that a great actress can never be anything but a great vagabond, then the dear old thing has tantrums, and we have scenes, the most grotesque. They'd make the fortune for a subject of some play-writing rascal, if he had the wit to guess them, which, luckily for us perhaps, he never will. She usually winds up by protesting, "Devenez un peu quoi," Miriam added, and as her companion professed his complete inability to divine, by declaring that rather than take it that way I must marry you. "She's shrewder than I thought," Peter returned. "It's the last of vanities to talk about, but I may state in passing that if you'd marry me you should be the greatest of all possible ladies." She had a beautiful comical gape. "Lord of mercy, my dear fellow, what natural capacity have I for that?" "You're artist enough for anything. I will be a great diplomatist. My resolution's firmly taken. I'm infinitely cleverer than you have the least idea of, and you shall be," he went on, "a great diplomatist's wife." "And the demon, the devil, the devourer and destroyer that you are so fond of talking about, what in such a position do you do with that element of my nature? Où le ferez-vous?" she cried as with a real anxiety. "I'll look after it. I'll keep it under. Rather, perhaps I should say, I'll bribe it and amuse it. I'll gorge it with earthly grandeurs." "That's better," said Miriam, "for a demon that's kept under is a shabby little demon. Don't let's be shabby." Then she added, "Do you really go away the beginning of next week?" "Monday night, if possible." "Ah, that's but to Paris. Before you go to your new post they must give you an interval here." "I shan't take it. I'm so tremendously keen for my duties. I shall insist on going sooner. Oh," he went on, "I shall be concentrated now. I'll come and act there." She met it all. She was amused and amusing. "I've already forgotten what it was I wanted to discuss with you," she said. "It was some trumpery stuff. What I want to say now is only one thing, that it's not in the least true that because my life pitches me in every direction and mixes me up with all sorts of people, or rather with one sort mainly, poor dears, I haven't a decent character. I haven't common honesty. Your sympathy, your generosity, your patience, your precious suggestions, our dear sweet days last summer in Paris I shall never forget. You're the best. You're different from all the others. Think of me as you please and make profane jokes about my mating with a disguised Artie. I shall think of you only in one way. I've a great respect for you. With all my heart, I hope you'll be a great diplomatist. God bless you, dear clever man." She got up as she spoke, and in so doing glanced at the clock, a movement that somehow only added to the noble gravity of her discourse. She was considering his time so much more than her own. Sherringham, at this, rising too, took out his watch and stood a moment with his eyes bent upon it, though without in the least seeing what the needles marked. "You'll have to go to reach the theatre at your usual hour, won't you? Let me not keep you. That is, let me keep you only long enough just to say this once for all, as I shall never speak of it again. I'm going away to save myself," he frankly said, planted before her and seeking her eyes with his own. "I ought to go, no doubt, in silence, in decorum, in virtuous submission to hard necessity, without asking for credit or sympathy, without provoking any sort of scene or calling attention to my fortitude, but I can't. Upon my soul, I can't. I can go, I can see it through, but I can't hold my tongue. I want you to know all about it, so that over there, when I'm bored to death, I shall at least have the exasperatingly vain consolation of feeling that you do know, and that it does neither you nor me any good." He paused a moment, on which, as quite vague, she appealed. "That I do know what?" "That I've a consuming passion for you, and that it's impossible." "Oh, impossible, my friend?" she sighed, but with a quickness in her assent. "Very good, it interferes. The gratification of it would interfere fatally with the ambition of each of us. Our ambitions are inferior and odious, but we're tied fast to them." "Ah, why ain't we simple?" she quavered, as if all touched by it. "Why ain't we of the people, comme tout le monde, just a man and a girl liking each other?" He waited a little. She was so tenderly mocking, so sweetly ambiguous. "Because we're precious asses. However, I'm simple enough, after all, to care for you as I've never cared for any human creature. You have, as it happens, a personal charm for me that no one has ever approached, and from the top of your splendid head to the sole of your theatrical shoe, I could go down on my face there abjectly and kiss it. Every inch of you is dear and delightful to me. Therefore, good-bye." She took this in with wider eyes. He had put the matter in a way that struck her. For a moment, all the same, he was afraid she would reply, as on the confessed experience of so many such tributes, handsome as this one was. But she was too much moved. The pure colour that had risen to her face showed it, to have recourse to this particular facility. She was moved even to the glimmer of tears, though she gave him her hand with a smile. "I'm so glad you've said all that, for from you I know what it means. Certainly it's better for you to go away. Of course, it's all wrong, isn't it? But that's the only thing it can be. Therefore it's all right, isn't it? Some day when we're both great people, we'll talk these things over. Then we shall be quiet, we shall be rich, we shall be at peace. Let us hope so at least, and better friends than others about us will know." She paused, smiling still, and then said while he held her hand, Don't come tomorrow night." With this she attempted to draw her hand away, as if everything were settled and over. But the effect of her movement was that, as he held her tight, he was simply drawn toward her and close to her. The effect of this in turn was that, releasing her only to possess her the more completely, he seized her in his arms and, breathing deeply, "I love you, you know," clasped her in a long embrace. His demonstration and her conscious sufferance, almost equally liberal, so sustained themselves that the door of the room had time to open slowly before either had taken notice. Mrs. Ruth, who had not peeped in before, peeped in now, becoming in this manner witness of an incident she could scarce have counted on. The unexpected indeed had for Mrs. Ruth never been an insuperable element in things. It was her position in general to be too acquainted with all the passions for any crude surprise. As the others turned round they saw her stand there and smile, and heard her ejaculate with wise indulgence, "Oh, you extravagant children!" Miriam brushed off her tears, quickly but unconfusedly. "He's going away, the wretch. He's bidding us farewell." Peter, it was perhaps a result of his acute agitation, laughed out at the us. He had already laughed at the charge of puerility, and Mrs. Ruth went on, "Going away? Ah, then I must have one too." She held out both her hands, and Sherringham, stepping forward to take them, kissed her respectfully on each cheek in the foreign manner, while she continued, "Our dear old friend, our kind, gallant gentleman. The gallant gentleman has been promoted to a great post, the proper reward of his gallantry," Miriam said. "He's going out as minister to some impossible place. Where is it?" "As minister? How very charming. We are getting on." And their companion languished up at him with a world of approval. "Oh, well enough. One must take what one can get," he answered. "You'll get everything now, I'm sure, shan't you?" Mrs. Ruth asked with an inflection that called back to him comically, the source of the sound was so different, the very vibrations he had heard the day before from Lady Agnes. "He's going to glory, and he'll forget all about us, forget he has ever known such low people. So we shall never see him again, and it's better so. Goodbye, goodbye," Miriam repeated. "The brougham must be there, but I won't take you. I want to talk to mother about you, and we shall say things not fit for you to hear. Oh, I'll let you know what we lose. Don't be afraid," she added to Mrs. Ruth. "He's the rising star of diplomacy." "I knew it from the first. I know how things turn out for such people as you," cried the old woman, gazing fondly at Sherringham. "But you don't mean to say you're not coming tomorrow night?" Don't, it's great folly," Miriam interposed, "and it's quite needless, since you saw me today." Peter turned from the mother to the daughter, the former of whom broke out to the latter, "Oh, you dear Ro, to say one has seen you yet! You know how you'll come up to it. You'll be beyond everything." "Yes, I shall be there, certainly," Peter said at the door to Mrs. Ruth. "Oh, you dreadful goose," Miriam called after him, but he went out without looking round at her. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 42. Nick Dormer had for the hour quite taken up his abode at his studio, where Biddy usually arrived after breakfast to give him news of the state of affairs in Calcutta Gardens, and where many letters and telegrams were now addressed him. Among such missives, on the morning of the Saturday on which Peter Sherringham had promised to dine at the other house, was a note from Miriam Ruth, informing Nick that if he shouldn't telegraph to put her off, she would turn up about 11:30, probably with her mother, for just one more sitting. She added that it was a nervous day for her, and that she couldn't keep still, so that it would really be very kind to let her come to him as a refuge. She wished to stay away from the theatre, where everything was now settled, or so much the worse for the others if it wasn't, till the evening, in spite of which she should, if left to herself, be sure to go there. It would keep her quiet and soothe her to sit. He could keep her quiet, he was such a blessing that way, at any time. Therefore she would give him 2 or 3 hours, or rather she would herself ask for them, if he didn't positively turn her from the door. It had not been definite to Nick that he wanted another sitting at all, for the slight work, as he held it to be, that Miriam had already helped him to achieve. He regarded this work as a mere light windfall of the shaken tree. He had made what he could of it, and would have been embarrassed to make more. If it was not finished, this was because it was not finishable. At any rate, he had said all he had to say in that particular phrase. The young man, in truth, was not just now in the highest spirits. His imagination had within 2 or 3 days become conscious of a check that he tried to explain by the idea of a natural reaction. Any decision or violent turn, any need of a new sharp choice in one's career was upsetting, and exaggerate that importance and one's own as little as one would, a deal of flurry couldn't help attending, especially in the face of so much scandal, the horrid act, odious to one's modesty at the best, of changing one's clothes in the market-place. That made life not at all positively pleasant, yet decidedly thrilling for the hour, and it was well enough till the thrill abated. When this occurred, as it inevitably would, the romance and the glow of the adventure were exchanged for the chill and the prose. It was to these latter elements he had waked up pretty wide on this particular morning, and the prospect was not appreciably fresher from the fact that he had warned himself in advance it would be dull. He had in fact known how dull it would be, but now he would have time to learn even better. A reaction was a reaction, but it was not, after all, a catastrophe. It would be a feature of his very freedom that he should ask himself if he hadn't made a great mistake. This privilege would doubtless even remain within the limits of its nature in exposing him to hours of intimate conviction of his madness. But he would live to retract his retractations. This was the first thing to bear in mind. He was absorbed, even while he dressed, in the effort to achieve intelligibly to himself some such revolution when, by the first post, Miriam's note arrived. At first it did little to help his agility. It made him, seeing her aesthetic faith as so much stronger and simpler than his own, wonder how he should keep with her at her high level. Ambition in her was always on the rush, and she was not a person to conceive that others might in bad moments listen for the trumpet in vain. It would never have occurred to her that only the day before he had spent a part of the afternoon quite at the bottom of the hill. He had in fact turned into the National Gallery and had wandered about there for more than an hour, and it was just while he did so that the immitigable recoil had begun perversely to make itself felt. The perversity was all the greater from the fact that if the experience was depressing, this was not because he had been discouraged beyond measure by the sight of the grand things that had been done, things so much grander than any that would ever bear his signature. That variation he was duly acquainted with, and should know in abundance again. What had happened to him as he passed on this occasion from Titian to Rubens and from Gainsborough to Rembrandt was that he found himself calling the whole exhibited art into question. What was it, after all, at the best, and why had people given it so high a place? Its weakness, its limits broke upon him. Tacitly blaspheming, he looked with a lustreless eye at the palpable, polished, toned objects designed for suspension on hooks. That is, he blasphemed, if it were blasphemy, to feel that as bearing on the energies of man they were a poor and secondary show. The human force producing them was so far from one of the greatest. Their place was a small place, and their connection with the heroic life casual and slight. They represented so little great ideas, and it was great ideas that kept the world from chaos. He had incontestably been in much closer relation with them a few months before than he was today. It made up a great deal for what was false and hollow, what was merely personal. In politics, that, were the idea greater or smaller, they could at their best so directly deal with it. The love of it had really been much of the time at the bottom of his impulse to follow them up, though this was not what he had most talked of with his political friends, or even with Julia. No, political as Julia was, he had not conferred with her much about the idea. However, this might have been his own fault quite as much as hers, and she in fact took such things, such enthusiasms, for granted. There was an immense deal in every way that she took for granted. On the other hand, he had often put forward this brighter side of the care for the public weal in his discussions with Gabriel Nash, to the end, it is true, of making that worthy scoff aloud at what he was pleased to term his hypocrisy. Gabriel maintained precisely that there were more ideas, more of those that man lived by in a single room of the National Gallery than in all the statutes of Parliament. Nick had replied to this more than once, that the determination of what man did live by was required, to which Nash had retorted, and it was very rarely that he quoted Scripture, that it was at any rate not by bread and beans alone. The statutes of Parliament gave him bread and beans tout au plus. Nick had at present no pretension of trying this question over again. He reminded himself that his ambiguity was subjective, as the philosophers said, the result of a mood which in due course would be at the mercy of another mood. It made him curse, and cursing as a finality lacked firmness. One had to drive in posts somewhere under. The greatest time to do one's work was when it didn't seem worth doing, for then one gave it a brilliant chance, that of resisting the stiffest test of all, the test of striking one as too bad. To do the most when there would be the least to be got by it was to be most in the spirit of high production. One thing at any rate was certain, Nick reflected, nothing on earth would induce him to change back again, not even if this twilight of the soul should last for the rest of his days. He hardened himself in his posture with a good conscience, which, had they had a glimpse of it, would have made him still more diverting to those who already thought him so. And now, by a happy chance, Miriam suddenly supplied the bridge, correcting the gap in his continuity. If he had made his sketch, it was a proof he had done her, and that he had done her flashed upon him as a sign that she would be still more feasible. Art was doing. It came back to that, which politics in most cases weren't. He thus, to pursue our image, planted his supports in the dimness beneath all cursing, and on the platform, so improvised, was able in his relief to dance. He sent out a telegram to Balaclava Place, requesting his beautiful sitter by no manner of means to fail him. When his servant came back, it was to usher into the studio Peter Sherringham, whom the man had apparently found at the door. The hour was so early for general commerce that Nick immediately guessed his visitor had come on some rare errand. But this inference yielded to the reflection that Peter might, after all, only wish to make up by present zeal for not having been near him before. He forgot that, as he had subsequently learned from Biddy, their foreign, or all but foreign, cousin had spent an hour in Rosedale Road, missing him there, but pulling out Miriam's portrait, the day of his own last visit to Beauclere. These young men were not on a ceremonious footing, and it was not in Nick's nature to keep a record of civilities rendered or omitted. Nevertheless, he had been vaguely conscious that during a stay in London, elastic enough on Peter's part, he and his kinsman had foregathered less than of yore. It was indeed an absorbing moment in the career of each, but even while recognizing such a truth, Nick judged it not impossible that Julia's brother might have taken upon himself to resent some supposition's failure of consideration for that lady, though this indeed would have been stupid, and the newly appointed minister, to he had forgotten where, didn't often make mistakes. Nick held that as he had treated Julia with studious generosity, she had nothing whatever to visit on him. Wherefore Peter had still less. It was, at any rate, none of that gentleman's business. There were only two abatements to disposing in a few frank words of all this, one of them Nick's general hatred of talking of his private affairs, a reluctance in which he and Peter were well matched, and the other a truth involving more of a confession, the subtle truth that the most definite and even most soothing result of the collapse of his engagement was, as happened, an unprecedented consciousness of freedom. Nick's observation was of a different sort from his cousin's. He noted much less the signs of the hour, and kept throughout a looser register of life. Nevertheless, just as one of our young men had, during these days in London, found the air peopled with personal influences, the concussion of human atoms, so the other, though only asking to live without too many questions and work without too many rubs, to be glad and sorry, in short, on easy terms, had become aware of a certain social tightness, of the fact that life is crowded and passion restless, accident and community inevitable. Everybody with whom one had relations had other relations too, and even indifference was a mixture, and detachment a compromise. The only wisdom was to consent to the loss, if necessary, of everything but one's temper, and to the ruin, if necessary, of everything but one's work. It must be added that Peter's relative took precautions against irritation, perhaps in excess of the danger, as departing travelers about to whiz through foreign countries mouth in phrase books combinations of words they will never use. He was at home in clear air and disliked to struggle either for breath or for light. He had a dim sense that Peter felt some discomfort from him and might have come now to tell him so, in which case he should be sorry for the sufferer in various ways. But as soon as that aspirant began to speak, suspicion reverted to mere ancient kindness, and this in spite of the fact that his speech had a slightly exaggerated promptitude, like the promptitude of business, which might have denoted self-consciousness. To Nick it quickly appeared better to be glad than to be sorry. This simple argument was more than sufficient to make him glad Peter was there. "My dear fellow, it's an unpardonable hour, isn't it? I wasn't even sure you'd be up, yet had to risk it because my hours are numbered. I'm going away tomorrow," Peter went on. "I've 1,000 things to do. I've had no talk with you this time such as we used to have of old. It's an irreparable loss, but it's your fault, you know, and as I've got to rush about all day, I thought I'd just catch you before anyone else does." "Someone has already caught me, but there's plenty of time," Nick returned. Peter all but asked a question. It fell short. I see. I'm sorry to say I've only a few minutes at best." "Man of crushing responsibilities, you've come to humiliate me," his companion cried. "I know all about it." "It's more than I do, then." "That's not what I've come for, but I shall be delighted if I humiliate you a little, by the way. I've 2 things in mind, and I'll mention the most difficult first. I came here the other day, the day after my arrival in town." "Ah, yes, so you did. It was very good of you," Nick remembered. "I ought to have returned your visit, or left a card, or written my name, to have done something in Great Stanhope Street, oughtn't I? You hadn't got this new thing then, or I'd have called." Peter eyed him a moment. "I say, what's the matter with you? Am I really unforgivable for having taken that liberty?" "What liberty?" Nick looked now quite innocent of care, and indeed his visitor's allusion was not promptly clear. He was thinking for the instant all of Biddy, of whom and whose secret inclinations Grace had insisted on talking to him. They were none of his business, and if he wouldn't for the world have let the girl herself suspect he had violent lights on what was most screened and curtained in her, much less would he have made Peter a clumsy present of this knowledge. Grace had a queer theory that Peter treated Biddy badly, treated them all somehow badly, but Grace's zeal, she had plenty of it, though she affected all sorts of fine indifference, almost always took the form of her being unusually wrong. Nick wanted to do only what Biddy would thank him for, and he knew very well what she wouldn't. She wished him and Peter to be great friends, and the only obstacle to this was that Peter was too much of a diplomatist. Peter made him for an instant think of her and of the hour they had lately spent together in the studio in his absence, an hour of which Biddy had given him a history full of items and omissions, and this in turn brought Nick's imagination back to his visitor's own side of the matter. That general human complexity of which the sense had lately increased with him, and to which it was owing that any thread one might take hold of would probably be the extremely wrong end of something, was illustrated by the fact that while poor Biddy was thinking of Peter, it was 10 to 1 poor Peter was thinking of Mirian Ruth. All of which danced before Nick's intellectual vision for a space briefer than my too numerous words. "I pitched into your treasures, I rummaged among your canvases," Peter said. Biddy had nothing whatever to do with it. She maintained an attitude of irreproachable reserve. "It has been on my conscience all these days, and I ought to have done penance before. I've been putting it off partly because I'm so ashamed of my indiscretion. Que voulez-vous, my dear chap? My provocation was great. I heard you had been painting Miss Ruth, so that I couldn't restrain my curiosity. I simply went into that corner and struck out there, a trifle wildly, no doubt. I dragged the young lady to the light. Your sister turned pale as she saw me. It was a good deal like breaking open one of your letters, wasn't it? However, I assure you it's all right, for I congratulate you both on your style and on your correspondent. You're as clever, as witty, as humorous as ever, old boy, Nick pronounced, going himself into the corner designated by his companion and laying his hands on the same canvas. Your curiosity's the highest possible tribute to my little attempt, and your sympathy sets me right with myself. There she is again, Nick went on, thrusting the picture into an empty frame. You shall see her whether you wish to or not. Right with yourself? You don't mean to say you've been wrong, Peter returned, standing opposite the portrait. Oh, I don't know. I've been kicking up such a row. Anything's better than a row. She's awfully good. She's awfully true, said Peter. You've done more to her since the other day. You've put in several things. Yes, but I've worked distractedly. I've not altogether conformed to the good rule about being off with the old love. With the old love? And the visitor looked hard at the picture. Before you're on with the new. Nick had no sooner uttered these words than he colored. It occurred to him his friend would probably infer an allusion to Julia. He therefore added quickly, it isn't so easy to cease to represent an affectionate constituency. Really, most of my time for a fortnight has been given to letter writing. They've all been unexpectedly charming. I should have thought they'd have loathed and despised me, but not a bit of it. They cling to me fondly. They struggle with me tenderly. I've been down to talk with them about it, and we've passed the most sociable, delightful hours. I've designated my successor. I've felt a good deal like the Emperor Charles V when about to retire to the monastery of Yuste. The more I've seen of them in this way, the more I've liked them, and they declare it has been the same with themselves about me. We spend our time assuring each other we hadn't begun to know each other till now. In short, it's all wonderfully jolly, but it isn't business. C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre. They're not so charming as they might be if they don't offer to keep you and let you paint. They do, almost. It's fantastic, said Nick. Remember, they haven't yet seen a daub of my brush. Well, I'm sorry for you. We live in too enlightened an age, Peter returned. You can't suffer for art. That grand romance is over. Your experience is interesting. It seems to show that at the tremendous pitch of civilization we've reached, you can't suffer from anything but hunger. I shall, doubtless, Nick allowed, do that enough to make up for the rest. Never, never, when you paint so well as this. Oh, come, you're too good to be true, Nick said. But where did you learn that one's larder's full in proportion as one's work's fine? Peter waived this curious point. He only continued to look at the picture, after which he roundly brought out, I'll give you your price for it on the spot. Ah, you're so magnanimous that you shall have it for nothing. And Nick, touched to gratitude, passed his arm into his visitor's. Peter had a pause. Why do you call me magnanimous? Oh, bless my soul, it's hers. I forgot, laughed Nick, failing in his turn to answer the other's inquiry. But you shall have another. Another? Are you going to do another? This very morning. That is, I shall begin it. I've heard from her. She's coming to sit a short time hence. Peter turned away a little at this, releasing himself, and, as if the movement had been an effect of his host's words, looked at his watch earnestly to dissipate that appearance. He fell back to consider the work from further off. The more you do her, the better. She has all the qualities of a great model. From that point of view, it's a pity she has another trade. She might make so good a thing of this one. But how shall you do her again? He asked ingenuously. Oh, I can scarcely say. We'll arrange something. We'll talk it over. It's extraordinary how well she enters into what one wants. She knows more than one does oneself. She isn't, as you Frenchmen say, the first comer. However, you know all about that, since you invented her, didn't you? That's what she says. She's awfully sweet on you," Nick kindly pursued. "What I ought to do is to try something as different as possible from that thing. Not the Sibyl, the Muse, the tremendous creature, but the charming woman, the person one knows, differently arranged as she appears en ville, she calls it. I'll do something really serious and send it to you out there with my respects. It will remind you of home, and perhaps a little even of me. If she knows it's for you, she'll throw herself into it in the right spirit. Leave it to us, my dear fellow. We'll turn out something splendid." "It's jolly to hear you, but I shall send you a cheque," said Peter very stoutly. "I suppose it's all right in your position, but you're too proud," his kinsman answered. "What do you mean by my position?" "Your exaltation, your high connection with the country, your treating with sovereign powers as the representative of a sovereign power. Isn't that what they call 'em?" Peter, who had turned round again, listened to this with his eyes fixed on Nick's face, while he once more drew forth his watch. "Brute!" he exclaimed familiarly, at the same time dropping his eyes on the watch. "When did you say you expect your sitter?" "Oh, we've plenty of time. Don't be afraid of letting me see you agitated by her presence." "Brute!" Peter again ejaculated. This friendly personal note cleared the air, made their communication closer. "Stay with me and talk to me," said Nick. "I dare say it's good for me. It may be the last time I shall see you without having before anything else to coot to." "Beast!" his kinsman once more, and a little helplessly threw off, though next going on, "Haven't you something more to show me then? Some other fruit of your genius?" "Must I bribe you by setting my signboards in a row? You know what I've done, by which I mean, of course, you know what I haven't. My genius, as you're so good as to call it, has hitherto been dreadfully sterile. I've had no time, no opportunity, no continuity. I must go and sit down in a corner and learn my alphabet. That thing isn't good. What I shall do for you won't be good. Don't protest, my dear fellow. Nothing will be fit to look at for a long time." After which, poor Nick wound up, "And think of my ridiculous age. As the good people say, or don't they say it, it's a rum go. It won't be amusing." "Ah, you're so clever. You'll get on fast," Peter returned, trying to think how he could most richly defy the injunction not to protest. "I mean it won't be amusing for others," said Nick, unperturbed by this levity. "They want results, and small blame to them." "Well, whatever you do, don't talk like Mr. Gabriel Nash," Peter went on. "Sometimes I think you're just going to." Nick stared a moment. Ah, he never would have said that. They want results, the damned asses. That would have been more in his key. "It's the difference of a nuance. And are you extraordinarily happy?" Peter added, as his host now obliged him by arranging half a dozen canvases so that he could look at them. "Not so much so, doubtless, as the artistic life ought to make one, because all one's people are not so infatuated as one's electors. But little by little I'm learning the charm of pig-headedness." "Your mother's very bad," Peter allowed. "I lunched with her day before yesterday." "Yes, I know." Nick had such reason to know. "But it's too late, too late. I must just peg away here and not mind. I've, after all, a great advantage in my life." His companion waited impartially to hear. "And that would be?" "Well, knowing what I want to do. That's everything, you know." "It's an advantage, however, that you've only just come in for, isn't it?" "Yes, but the delay and the probation only make me prize it the more. I've got it now, and it makes up for the absence of some other things." Again Peter had a pause. "That sounds a little flat," he remarked at last. "It depends on what you compare it with. It has more point than I sometimes found in the House of Commons." "Oh, I never thought I should like that." There was another drop, during which Nick moved around the room, turning up old sketches to see if he had anything more to show, while his visitor continued to look at the unfinished, and in some cases, as seemed, unpromising productions already exposed. They were far less interesting than the portrait of Miriam Ruth, and it would have appeared less significant of ability. For that particular effort Nick's talent had taken an inspired flight. So much Peter thought, as he had thought it intensely before, but the words he presently uttered had no visible connection with it. They only consisted of the abrupt inquiry, "Have you heard anything from Julia?" "Not a syllable. Have you?" "Dear, no. She never writes to me." "But won't she on the occasion of your promotion?" "I daresay not," said Peter. And this was the only reference to Mrs. Dallow that passed between her brother and her late intended. It left a slight stir of the air, which Peter proceeded to allay by an allusion, comparatively speaking, more relevant. He expressed disappointment that Biddy shouldn't have come in, having had an idea she was always in Rosedale Road of a morning. That was the other branch of his present errand, the wish to see her and give her a message for Lady Agnes, upon whom at so early an hour he had not presumed to intrude in Calcutta Gardens. Nick replied that Biddy did in point of fact almost always turn up, and for the most part early. She came to wish him good morning and start him for the day. She was a devoted Electra, laying a cool, healing hand on a distracted, perspiring Orestes. He reminded Peter, however, that he would have a chance of seeing her that evening and of seeing Lady Agnes, for wasn't he to do them the honour of dining in Calcutta Gardens? Biddy, the day before, had arrived full of that excitement. Peter explained that this was exactly the sad subject of his actual démarche. The project of the dinner in Calcutta Gardens had, to his exceeding regret, fallen to pieces. The fact was, didn't Nick know it, the night had been suddenly and perversely fixed for Miriam's première, and he was under a definite engagement with her not to stay away from it. To add to the bore of the thing, he was obliged to return to Paris the very next morning. He was quite awfully sorry, for he had promised Lady Agnes. He didn't understand then about Miriam's affair, in regard to which he had given a previous pledge. He was more grieved than he could say, but he could never fail Miss Ruth. He had professed from the first an interest in her which he must live up to a little more. This was his last chance. He hadn't been near her at the trying time of her first braving of the public, and the second night of the play wouldn't do. It must be the first or nothing. Besides, he couldn't wait over till Monday. While Peter recited all his hindrance, Nick was occupied in rubbing with a cloth a palette he had just scraped. "I see what you mean. I'm very sorry too. I'm sorry you can't give my mother this joy. I give her so little." "My dear fellow, you might give her a little more," it came to Peter to say. "It's rather too much to expect me to make up for your omissions." Nick looked at him with a moment's fixedness while he polished the palette, and for that moment he felt the temptation to reply, "There's a way you could do that to a considerable extent. I think you guess it, which wouldn't be intrinsically disagreeable." But the impulse passed without expressing itself in speech, and he simply brought out, "You can make this all clear to Biddy when she comes, and she'll make it clear to my mother." Poor little Biddy, Peter mentally sighed, thinking of the girl with that job before her. But what he articulated was that this was exactly why he had come to the studio. He had inflicted his company on Lady Agnes the previous Thursday, and had partaken of a meal with her, but had not seen Biddy, though he had waited for her, had hoped immensely she'd come in. Now he'd wait again. Dear Bid was thoroughly worth it. "Patience, patience, then. You've always me," said Nick, to which he subjoined, "If it's a question of going to the play, I scarcely see why you shouldn't dine at my mother's all the same. People go to the play after dinner." "Yes, but it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be decent. It's a case when I must be in my seat from the rise of the curtain." Peter, about this, was thoroughly lucid. I should force your mother to dine an hour earlier than usual, and then in return for her courtesy should go off to my entertainment at 8 o'clock, leaving her and Grace and Biddy languishing there. I wish I had proposed in time that they should go with me," he continued, not very ingenuously. "You might do that still," Nick suggested. "Oh, at this time of day it would be impossible to get a box." "I'll speak to Miss Ruth about it if you like when she comes," smiled Nick. "No, it wouldn't do," said Peter, turning away and looking once more at his watch. He made tacitly the addition that, still less than asking Lady Agnes for his convenience to dine early, would this be decent, would it be thinkable? His taking Biddy the night he dined with her and with Miss Tressilian had been something very like a violation of those proprieties. He couldn't say that, however, to the girl's brother, who remarked in a moment that it was all right, since Peter's action left him his own freedom. "Your own freedom?" and Peter's question made him turn. "Why, you see now I can go to the theatre myself." "Certainly, I hadn't thought of that. You'd naturally have been going." "I gave it up for the prospect of your company at home." "Upon my word, you're too good. I don't deserve such sacrifices," said Peter, who read in his kinsman's face that this was not a figure of speech but the absolute truth. "Didn't it, however, occur to you that, as it would turn out, I even naturally would myself be going?" he put forth. Nick broke into a laugh. "It would have occurred to me if I understood a little better." But he paused, as still too amused. "If you understood a little better what?" "Your situation, simply." Peter looked at him a moment. "Dine with me tonight by ourselves and at a club. We'll go to the theatre together, and then you'll understand it." "With pleasure, with pleasure. We'll have a jolly evening," said Nick. "Call it jolly if you like. When did you say she was coming?" Peter asked. "Biddy? Oh, probably, as I tell you, at any moment." "I mean the great Miriam," Peter amended. "The great Miriam, if she's punctual, will be here in about 40 minutes." "And will she be likely to find your sister?" "That will depend, my dear fellow, on whether my sister remains to see her." "Exactly. But the point's whether you'll allow her to remain, isn't it?" Nick looked slightly mystified. "Why shouldn't she do as she likes?" "In that case she'll probably go." "Yes, unless she stays." "Don't let her," Peter dropped. "Send her away." And to explain this he added, "It doesn't seem exactly the right sort of thing, fresh young creatures like Bid meeting des femmes de théâtre." His explanation in turn struck him as requiring another clause, so he went on, "At least it isn't thought the right sort of thing abroad, and even in England my foreign ideas stick to me." Even with this amplification, however, his plea evidently still had for his companion a flaw, which, after he had considered it a moment, Nick exposed in the simple words, "Why, you originally introduced them in Paris, Biddy and Miss Ruth. Didn't they meet at your rooms and fraternize? And wasn't that much more abroad than this?" "So they did, but my hand had been forced, and she didn't like it," Peter answered, suspecting that for a diplomatist he looked foolish. "Miss Ruth didn't like it?" Nick persisted. "That I confess I've forgotten. Besides, she wasn't an actress then. What I mean is that Biddy wasn't particularly pleased with her." "Why, she thought her wonderful, praised her to the sides. I remember that." "She didn't like her as a woman. She praised her as an actress." "I thought you said she wasn't an actress then," Nick returned. Peter had a pause. "Oh, Biddy thought so. She had seen her since, moreover. I took her the other night, and her curiosity's satisfied." "It's not of any consequence, and if there's a reason for it I'll bundle her off directly," Nick made haste to say. "But the great Miriam seems such a kind, good person." "So she is. Charming, charming." And his visitor looked hard at him. "Here comes Biddy now," Nick went on. "I hear her at the door. You can warn her yourself." "It isn't a question of warning. That's not in the least my idea. But I'll take Biddy away," said Peter. "That will be still more energetic." "No, it will be simply more selfish. I like her company." Peter had turned as if to go to the door and meet the girl, but he quickly checked himself, lingering in the middle of the room, and the next instant Biddy had come in. When she saw him there, she also stopped. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 43. "Come on boldly, my dear," said Nick. "Peter's bored to death waiting for you." "Ah, he's come to say he won't dine with us to night." Biddy stood with her hand on the latch. "I leave town to morrow. I've everything to do. I'm broken hearted. It's impossible." Peter made of it again such a case as he could. "Please make my peace with your mother. I'm ashamed of not having written to her last night." She closed the door and came in while her brother said to her, "How in the world did you guess it?" "I saw it in the Morning Post." And she kept her eyes on their kinsman. "In the Morning Post?" he vaguely echoed. "I saw there's to be a first night at that theatre, the one you took us to. So I said, 'Oh, he'll go there.'" "Yes, I've got to do that too," Peter admitted. "She's going to sit to me again this morning, his wonderful actress. She has made an appointment. So you see I'm getting on," Nick pursued to his sister. "Oh, I'm so glad. She's so splendid." The girl looked away from her cousin now, but not, though it seemed to fill the place, at the triumphant portrait of Mirian Ruth. "I'm delighted you've come in. I have waited for you," Peter hastened to declare to her, though conscious that this was in the conditions meagre. "Aren't you coming to see us again?" "I'm in despair, but I shall really not have time. Therefore it's a blessing not to have missed you here." "I'm very glad," said Biddy. Then she added, "And you are going to America, to stay a long time?" "Till I'm sent to some better place." "And will that better place be as far away?" "Oh, Biddy, it wouldn't be better then," said Peter. "Do you mean they'll give you something to do at home?" "Hardly that. But I've a tremendous lot to do at home to day." For the 20th time Peter referred to his watch. She turned to her brother, who had admonished her that she might bid him good morning. She kissed him, and he asked what the news would be in Calcutta Gardens, to which she made answer, "The only news is of course the great preparations they are making, poor dears, for Peter. Mamma thinks you must have had such a nasty dinner the other day," the girl continued to the guests of that romantic occasion. "Faithless Peter," said Nick, beginning to whistle and to arrange a canvas in anticipation of Miriam's arrival. "Dear Biddy, thank your star you are not in my horrid profession," protested the personage so designated. "One's bowled about like a cricket ball, unable to answer for one's freedom or one's comfort from one moment to another." "Oh, ours is the true profession, Biddy's and mine," Nick broke out, setting up his canvas. "The career of liberty and peace, of charming long mornings spent in a still north light and in the contemplation, I may even say in the company of the amiable and the beautiful." "That certainly is the case when Biddy comes to see you," Peter returned. Biddy smiled at him. "I come every day. Anch'io son pittore." "I encourage Nick awfully." "It's a pity I'm not a martyr. She'd bravely perish with me," Nick said. "You are a martyr. When people say such odious things the girl cried. "They do say them. I've heard many more than I've repeated to you." "It's you yourself, then, indignant and loyal, who are the martyr," observed Peter, who wanted greatly to be kind to her. "Oh, I don't care." But she threw herself, flushed and charming, into a straight appeal to him. "Don't you think one can do as much good by painting great works of art as by what papa used to do? Don't you think art's necessary to the happiness, to the greatness of a people? Don't you think it's manly and honourable? Do you think a passion for it's a thing to be ashamed of? Don't you think the artist, the conscientious, the serious one, is as distinguished a member of society as any one else?" Peter and Nick looked at each other and laughed at the way she had got up her subject, and Nick asked their kinsman if she didn't express it all in perfection. "I delight in general in artists, but I delight still more in their defenders," Peter made reply, perhaps a little meagrely, to Biddy. "Ah, don't attack me, if you're wise," Nick said. "One's tempted to when it makes Biddy so fine." "Well, that's the way she encourages me. It's meat and drink to me," Nick went on. "At the same time I'm bound to say there's a little whistling in the dark in it." "In the dark?" his sister demanded. "The obscurity, my dear child, of your own aspirations, your mysterious ambitions and aesthetic views. Aren't there some heavy shadows there?" "Why, I never cared for politics." "No, but you cared for life. You cared for society, and you've chosen the path of solitude and concentration." "You horrid boy!" said Biddy. "Give it up, that arduous steep. Give it up and come out with me," Peter interposed. "Come out with you?" "Let us walk a little, or even drive a little. Let us at any rate talk a little." "I thought you had so much to do," Biddy candidly objected. "So I have, but why shouldn't you do a part of it with me?" "Would there be any harm? I'm going to some tiresome shops. You'll cheer the frugal hour." The girl hesitated, then turned to Nick. "Would there be any harm?" "Oh, it's none of his business," Peter protested. "He had better take you home to your mother." "I'm going home. I shan't stay here to day," Biddy went on. Then to Peter, "I came in a hansom, but I shall walk back. Come that way with me." "With pleasure. But I shall not be able to go in," Peter added. "Oh, that's no matter," said the girl. "Good bye, Nick." "You understand then that we dine together at 7 sharp. Wouldn't a club, as I say, be best?" Peter, before going, inquired of Nick. He suggested further which club it should be, and his words led Biddy, who had directed her steps toward the door, to turn a moment as with a reproachful question whether it was for this Peter had given up Calcutta Gardens. But her impulse, if impulse it was, had no sequel save so far as it was a sequel that Peter freely explained to her, after Nick had assented to his conditions, that her brother, too, had a desire to go to Miss Ruth's first night and had already promised to accompany him. "Oh, that's perfect. It will be so good for him, won't it, if he's going to paint her again?" Biddy responded. "I think there's nothing so good for him as that he happens to have such a sister as you," Peter declared as they went out. He heard at the same time the sound of a carriage stopping, and before Biddy, who was in front of him, opened the door of the house, had been able to say to himself, "What a bore! There's Miriam!" The opened door showed him that truth. This young lady in the act of alighting from the brougham provided by Basil Dashwood's thrifty zeal. Her mother followed her, and both the new visitors exclaimed and rejoiced in their demonstrative way as their eyes fell on their valued friend. The door had closed behind Peter, but he instantly and violently rang, so that they should be admitted with as little delay as possible, while he stood disconcerted, and fearing he showed it, by the prompt occurrence of an encounter he had particularly sought to avert. It ministered, moreover, a little to this sensibility that Miriam appeared to have come somewhat before her time. The incident promised, however, to pass off in a fine florid way. Before he knew it, both the ladies had taken possession of Biddy, who looked at them with comparative coldness, tempered indeed by a faint glow of apprehension, and Miriam had broken out. "We know you, we know you. We saw you in Paris, and you came to my theatre a short time ago with Mr. Sherringham. We know your mother, Lady Agnes Dormer. I hope her ladyship's very well," said Mrs. Ruth, who had never struck Peter as a more objectionable old woman. "You offered to do ahead of me or something or other. Didn't you tell me you work in clay? I dare say you've forgotten all about it. But I should be delighted," Miriam pursued with the richest urbanity. Peter was not concerned with her mother's pervasiveness, though he didn't like Biddy to see even that. But he hoped his companion would take the overcharged benevolence of the young actress in the spirit in which, rather to his surprise, it evidently was offered. "I've said to your clever brother many times," said Miriam. "I'm going to sit again. I dare say you've seen what we've done. He's too delightful. Si vous avez comme cela me reposer," she added, turning for a moment to Peter. Then she continued, smiling at Biddy, "Only he oughtn't to have thrown up such prospects, you know. I've an idea I wasn't nice to you that day in Paris. I was nervous and scared and perverse. I remember perfectly. I was odious. But I'm better now. You'd see if you were to know me. I'm not a bad sort. Really I'm not. But you must have your own friends. Happy they! You look so charming. Immensely like Mr. Dormer, especially about the eyes. Isn't she, mamma? She comes of a beautiful Norman race, the finest, purest strain," the old woman simpered. "Mr. Dormer's sometimes so good as to come and see us. We're always at home on Sunday, and if some day you found courage to come with him, you might perhaps find it pleasant, though very different of course from the circle in which you habitually move." Biddy murmured a vague recognition of these wonderful civilities, and Miriam commented, "Different, yes, but we're all right, you know. Do come," she added. Then turning to Sherringham, "Remember what I told you. I don't expect you to night." "Oh, I understand. I shall come," and Peter knew he grew red. "It will be idiotic. Keep him away. Don't let him," Miriam insisted to Biddy, with which, as Nick's portals now were gaping, she drew her mother away. Peter at this walked off briskly with Biddy, dropping as he did so, "She's too fantastic." "Yes, but so tremendously good-looking. I shall ask Nick to take me there," the girl said after a moment. "Well, she'll do you no harm. They're all right, as she says. It's the world of art. You were standing up so for art just now." "Oh, I wasn't thinking so much of that kind," she demurred. "There's only one kind. It's all the same thing. If one sort's good, the other is." Biddy walked along a moment. "Is she serious? Is she conscientious?" "She has the makings of a great artist," Peter opined. "I'm glad to hear you think a woman can be one. In that line there has never been any doubt about it." "And only in that line?" "I mean on the stage in general, dramatic or lyric. It's as the actress that the woman produces the most complete and satisfactory artistic results." And only as the actress? He weighed it. Yes, there's another art in which she's not bad. Which one do you mean? Asked Biddy. That of being charming and good, that of being indispensable to men. Oh, that isn't an art? Then you leave her only the stage. Take it, if you like, in the widest sense. Biddy appeared to reflect a moment, as to judge what sense this might be. But she found none that was wide enough, for she cried the next minute, "Do you mean to say there's nothing for a woman but to be an actress?" "Never in my life. I only said that that's the best thing for a woman to be who finds herself irresistibly carried into the practice of the arts. For there her capacity for them has most application, and her incapacity for them least. But at the same time I strongly recommend her not to be an artist, if she can possibly help it. It's a devil of a life. Oh, I know, men want women not to be anything. It's a poor little refuge they try to take from the overwhelming consciousness that you are, in very fact, everything." "Everything?" And the girl gave a toss. "That's the kind of thing you say to keep us quiet." "Dear Biddy, you see how well we succeed," laughed Peter. To which she replied by asking irrelevantly, "Why is it so necessary for you to go to the theatre to night if Miss Ruth doesn't want you to?" "My dear child, she does want me to. But that has nothing to do with it." "Why then did she say that she doesn't?" "Oh, because she meant just the contrary." "Is she so false then? Is she so vulgar?" "She speaks a special language. Practically it isn't false, because it renders her thought, and those who know her understand it." "But she doesn't use it only to those who know her," Biddy returned. "Since she asked me, who have so little the honour of her acquaintance, to keep you away to night." "How am I to know that she meant by that I'm to urge you on to go?" He was on the point of replying, "Because you've my word for it," but he shrank in fact from giving his word. He had some fine scruples, and sought to relieve his embarrassment by a general tribute. "Dear Biddy, you're delightfully acute. You're quite as clever as Miss Ruth." He felt, however, that this was scarcely adequate, and he continued, "The truth is that its being important for me to go is a matter quite independent of that young lady's wishing it or not wishing it. There happens to be a definite intrinsic propriety in it which determines the thing, and which it would take me long to explain." "I see. But fancy your explaining to me! You make me feel so indiscreet," the girl cried quickly, an exclamation which touched him because he was not aware that, quick as it had been, she had still had time to be struck first, though she wouldn't for the world have expressed it, with the oddity of such a duty at such a season. In fact, that oddity, during a silence of some minutes, came back to Peter himself. The note had been forced. It sounded almost ignobly frivolous from a man on the eve of proceeding to a high diplomatic post. The effect of this, none the less, was not to make him break out with "Hang it, I will keep my engagement to your mother," but to fill him with the wish to shorten his present strain by taking Biddy the rest of the way in a cab. He was uncomfortable, and there were hansoms about that he looked at wistfully. While he was so occupied, his companion took up the talk by an abrupt appeal. "Why did she say that Nick oughtn't to have resigned his seat?" "Oh, I don't know. It struck her so. It doesn't matter much." But Biddy kept it up. "If she's an artist herself, why doesn't she like people to go in for art? Especially when Nick has given his time to painting her so beautifully." Why does she come there so often if she disapproves of what he has done?" "Oh, Miriam's disapproval. It doesn't count. It's a manner of speaking." "Of speaking untruths, do you mean? Does she think just the reverse? Is that the way she talks about everything?" "We always admire most what we can do least," Peter brought forth. "And Miriam of course isn't political. She ranks painters more or less with her own profession, about which already, new as she is to it, she has no illusions. They're all artists. It's the same general sort of thing. She prefers men of the world, men of action." "Is that the reason she likes you?" Biddy mildly marked. "Ah, she doesn't like me. Couldn't you see it?" The girl at first said nothing, then she asked, "Is that why she let you call her Miriam?" "Oh, I don't to her face." "Ah, only to mine," laughed Biddy. "One says that as one says Rachel of her great predecessor." "Except that she isn't so great quite yet, is she?" "Far from it. She's the freshest of novices. She has scarcely been 4 months on the stage, but no novice has ever been such an adept. She'll go very fast," Peter pursued, "and I dare say that before long she'll be magnificent." "What a pity you'll not see that!" Biddy sighed after a pause. "Not see it? If you're thousands of miles away." "It is a pity," Peter said, "and since you mentioned it I don't mind frankly telling you, throwing myself on your mercy, as it were, that's why I make such a point of a rare occasion like to night. I've a weakness for the drama that, as you perhaps know, I've never concealed, and this impression will probably have to last me in some barren spot for many, many years." "I understand, I understand. I hope therefore it will be charming," and the girl walked faster. "Just as some other charming impressions would have to last," Peter added, conscious of keeping up with her by some effort. She seemed almost to be running away from him, an impression that led him to suggest, after they had proceeded a little further without more words, that if she were in a hurry they had perhaps better take a cab. Her face was strange and touching to him as she turned it to make answer. "Oh, I'm not in the least in a hurry, and I really think I had better walk." "We'll walk then by all means," Peter said with slightly exaggerated gaiety, in pursuance of which they went on 100 yards. Biddy kept the same pace, yet it was scarcely a surprise to him that she should suddenly stop with the exclamation, "After all, though I'm not in a hurry, I'm tired. I had better have a cab. Please call that one," she added, looking about her. They were in a straight, blank, ugly street, where the small, cheap, grey-faced houses had no expression, save that of a rueful, unconsoled acknowledgment of the universal want of identity. They would have constituted a terrace if they could, but they had dolefully given it up. Even a hansom that loitered across the end of the vista turned a sceptical back upon it, so that Sherringham had to lift his voice in a loud appeal. He stood with Biddy watching the cab approach them. "This is one of the charming things you'll remember," she said, turning her eyes to the general dreariness from the particular figure of the vehicle, which was antiquated and clumsy. Before he could reply she had lightly stepped into the cab, but as he answered, "Most assuredly it is," and prepared to follow her, she quickly closed the apron. "I must go alone. You've lots of things to do. It's all right." And through the aperture in the roof she gave the driver her address. She had spoken with decision, and Peter fully felt now that she wished to get away from him. Her eyes betrayed it, as well as her voice, in the look, a strange wandering ray, that as he stood there with his hand on the cab he had time to take from her. "Good bye, Peter." She smiled, and as the thing began to rumble away he uttered the same turbid, ridiculous farewell. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 44. At the entrance of Miriam and her mother, Nick in the studio had stopped whistling, but he was still gay enough to receive them with every appearance of warmth. He thought it a poor place, ungarnished, untapestried, a bare, almost grim workshop with all its revelations and honours still to come. But his visitors smiled on it a good deal in the same way in which they had smiled on Bridget Dormer when they met her at the door. Mrs. Ruth, because vague, prudent approbation was the habit of her foolish face, it was ever the least danger, and Miriam, because, as seemed, she was genuinely glad to find herself within the walls of which she spoke now as her asylum. She broke out in this strain to her host almost as soon as she had crossed the threshold, commending his circumstances, his conditions of work, as infinitely happier than her own. He was quiet, independent, absolute, free to do what he liked as he liked it, shut up in his little temple with his altar and his divinity, not hustled about in a mob of people, having to posture and grin to pit and gallery, to square himself at every step with insufferable conventions and with the ignorance and vanity of others. He was blissfully alone. "Mercy, how you do abuse your fine profession. I'm sure I never urged you to adopt it," Mrs. Ruth cried, in real bewilderment, to her daughter. "She was abusing mine still more the other day," joked Nick, "telling me I ought to be ashamed of it and of myself." "Oh, I never know from one moment to the other. I live with my heart in my mouth," sighed the old woman. "Aren't you quiet about the great thing about my personal behavior?" Miriam smiled. "My improprieties are all of the mind." "I don't know what you call your personal behavior," her mother objected. "You would very soon if it were not what it is. And I don't know why you should wish to have it thought you've a wicked mind," Mrs. Ruth agreeably grumbled. "Yes, but I don't see very well how I can make you understand that. At any rate," Miriam pursued with her grand eyes on Nick, "I retract what I said the other day about Mr. Dormer. I've no wish to quarrel with him on the way he has determined to dispose of his life, because after all it does suit me very well. It rests me, this little devoted corner. Oh, it rests me. It's out of the row and the dust. It's deliciously still, and they can't get at me. And when art's like this, à la bonne heure," and she looked round on such a presentment of art in a splendid way that produced amusement on the young man's part at its contrast with the humble fact. Miriam shone upon him as if she liked to be the cause of his mirth, and went on appealing to him. "You'll always let me come here for an hour, won't you, to take breath, to let the whirlwind pass? You needn't trouble yourself about me. I don't mean to impose on you in the least the necessity of painting me, though if that's a manner of helping you to get on, you may be sure it will always be open to you. Do what you like with me in that respect. Only let me sit here on a high stool, keeping well out of your way, and see what you happen to be doing. I'll tell you my own adventures when you want to hear them." "The fewer adventures you have to tell, the better, my dear," said Mrs. Ruth. "And if Mr. Dormer keeps you quiet, he'll add 10 years to my life." It all makes an interesting comment on Mr. Dormer's own quietness, on his independence and sweet solitude, Nick observed. "Miss Ruth has to work with others, which is, after all, only what Mr. Dormer has to do when he works with Miss Ruth. What do you make of the inevitable sitter?" "Oh," answered Miriam, "you can say to the inevitable sitter, 'Hold your tongue, you brute.'" "Isn't it a good deal in that manner that I've heard you address your comrades at the theatre?" Mrs. Ruth inquired. "That's why my heart's in my mouth." "Yes, but they hit me back. They reply to me, comme de raison. as I should never think of replying to Mr. Dormer. It's a great advantage to him that when he's peremptory with his model, it only makes her better, adds to her expression of gloomy grandeur. We did the gloomy grandeur in the other picture. Suppose, therefore, we try something different in this, Nick threw off. It is serious, it is grand, murmured Mrs. Ruth, who had taken up a rapt attitude before the portrait of her daughter. It makes one wonder what she's thinking of. Beautiful, commendable things, that's what it seems to say. What can I be thinking of but the tremendous wisdom of my mother? Miriam returned. I brought her this morning to see that thing. She had only seen it in its earliest stage, and not to presume to advise you about anything else you may be so good as to embark on. She wanted, or professed she wanted, terribly, to know what you had finally arrived at. She was too impatient to wait till you should send it home. Ah, send it home, send it home. Let us have it always with us, Mrs. Ruth engagingly said. It will keep us up and up on the heights, near the stars, be always for us a symbol and a reminder. You see, I was right, Miriam went on, for she appreciates thoroughly in her own way, and almost understands. But if she worries or distracts you, I'll send her directly home. I've kept the carriage there on purpose. I must add that I don't feel quite safe today in letting her out of my sight. She's liable to make dashes at the theatre and play unconscionable tricks there. I shall never again accuse mamma of a want of interest in my profession. Her interest today exceeds even my own. She's all over the place, and she has ideas. Ah, but ideas! She's capable of turning up at the theatre at 5 o'clock this afternoon to demand the repainting of the set in the third act. For myself, I've not a word more to say on the subject. I've accepted every danger. I've swallowed my fate. Everything's no doubt wrong, but nothing can possibly be right. Let us eat and drink, for tonight we die. If you say so, mamma shall go and sit in the carriage, and as there's no means of fastening the doors, is there, your servant shall keep guard over her. Just as you are now, be so good as to remain so, sitting just that way, leaning back, with a smile in your eyes and one hand on the sofa beside you and supporting you a little. I shall stick a flower into the other hand. Let it lie in your lap just as it is. Keep that thing on your head. It's admirably uncovered. Do you call such an unconsidered trifle a bonnet? And let your head fall back a little. There it is. It's found. This time I shall really do something, and it will be as different as you like from that other crazy job. Here we go. It was in these irrelevant but earnest words that Nick responded to his sitter's uttered vagaries, of which her charming tone and countenance diminished the superficial acerbity. He held up his hands a moment to fix her in her limits, and in a few minutes had a happy sense of having begun to work. The smile in her eyes, don't forget the smile in her eyes, Mrs. Ruth softly chanted, turning away and creeping about the room. That will make it so different from the other picture and show the two sides of her genius, the wonderful range between them. They'll be splendid mates, and though I dare say I shall strike you as greedy, you must let me hope you'll send this one home too. She explored the place discreetly and on tiptoe, talking twaddle as she went, and bending her head and her eyeglass over various objects with an air of imperfect comprehension that didn't prevent Nick's private recall of the story of her underhand commercial habits told by Gabriel Nash at the exhibition in Paris the first time her name had fallen on his ear. A queer old woman from whom, if you approached her in the right way, you could buy old pots. It was in this character that she had originally been introduced to him. He had lost sight of it afterwards, but it revived again as his observant eyes, at the same time that they followed his active hand, became aware of her instinctive, appraising gestures. There was a moment when he frankly laughed out. There was so little in his poor studio to appraise. Mrs. Ruth's wandering eyeglass and vague, polite, disappointed bent back and head made a subject for a sketch on the instant. They gave such a sudden pictorial glimpse of the element of race. He found himself seeing the immemorial Jewess in her hold up a candle in a crammed back shop. There was no candle indeed, and his studio was not crammed, and it had never occurred to him before that she was a granddaughter of Israel, save on the general theory so stoutly held by several clever people that few of us are not under suspicion. The late Rudolf Roth had at least been, and his daughter was visibly her father's child, so that, flanked by such a pair, good Semitic presumptions sufficiently crowned the mother. Receiving Miriam's sharp satiric shower without shaking her shoulders, she might at any rate have been the descendant of a tribe long persecuted. Her blandness was beyond all baiting. She professed she could be as still as a mouse. Miriam, on the other side of the room, in the tranquil beauty of her attitude, found, indeed, as Nick had said, watched her a little, and then declared she had best have been locked up at home. Putting aside her free account of the dangers to which her mother exposed her, it wasn't whimsical to imagine that within the limits of that repose from which the Neville Nugents never wholly departed, the elder lady might indeed be a trifle fidgety and have something on her mind. Nick presently mentioned that it wouldn't be possible for him to send home his second performance, and he added, in the exuberance of having already got a little into relation with his work, that perhaps this didn't matter, inasmuch as, if Miriam would give him his time, to say nothing of her own, a third and a fourth masterpiece might also some day very well struggle into the light. His model rose to this without conditions, assuring him he might count upon her till she grew too old and too ugly, and that nothing would make her so happy as that he should paint her as often as Romney had painted the celebrated Lady Hamilton. "Ah, Lady Hamilton," deprecated Mrs. Ruth, while Miriam, who had on occasion the candour of a fine acquisitiveness, wished to know what particular reason there might be for his not letting them have the picture he was now beginning. "Why, I've promised it to Peter Sherringham. He has offered me money for it," Nick replied. "However, he's welcome to it for nothing, poor chap, and I shall be delighted to do the best I can for him." Mrs. Ruth, still prowling, stopped in the middle of the room at this, while her daughter echoed, "He offered you money just as we came in?" "You met him then at the door with my sister. I suppose you had. He's taking her home," Nick explained. "Your sister's a lovely girl, such an aristocratic type," breathed Mrs. Ruth. Then she added, "I've a tremendous confession to make to you." "Mamma's confessions have to be tremendous to correspond with her crimes," said Miriam. "She asked Miss Dormer to come and see us, suggests even that you might bring her some Sunday. I don't like the way mamma does such things, too much humility, too much simagrée after all. But I also said what I could to be nice to her. Your sister is charming, awfully pretty and modest. If you were to press me, I should tell you frankly that it seems to me rather a social muddle, this rubbing shoulders of nice girls and filles de théâtre. I shouldn't think it would do your poor young things much good. However, it's their own affair, and no doubt there's no more need of their thinking we're worse than we are than of their thinking we're better. The people they live with don't seem to know the difference. I sometimes make my reflections about the public one works for." "Ah, if you go in for the public's knowing differences, you're far too particular," Nick laughed. "D'où tombez-vous, as you affected French people say. If you've anything at stake on that, you had simply better not play." "Dear Mr. Dormer, don't encourage her to be so dreadful, for it is dreadful the way she talks," Mrs. Ruth broke in. "One would think we weren't respectable. One would think I had never known what I've known and been what I've been." "What one would think, beloved mother, is that you're a still greater humbug than you are. It's you, on the contrary, who go down on your knees, who pour forth apologies about our being vagabonds." "Vagabonds! Listen to her, after the education I've given her and our magnificent prospects," wailed Mrs. Ruth, sinking with clasped hands upon the nearest ottoman. "Not after our prospects, if prospects they be, a good deal before them. Yes, you've taught me tongues, and I'm greatly obliged to you. They no doubt give variety as well as incoherency to my conversation, and that of people in our line is for the most part notoriously monotonous and shoppy. The gift of tongues is in general the sign of your true adventurer. Dear mamma, I've no low standard. That's the last thing," Miriam went on. "My weakness is my exalted conception of respectability. Ah, parlez-moi de ça, and of the way I understand it. If I were to go in for being respectable, you'd see something fine. I'm awfully conservative, and I know what respectability is, even when I meet people of society on the accidental middle ground of either glowering or smirking. I know also what it isn't. It isn't the sweet union of well-bred little girls, carefully nurtured, don't they call them, and painted she-mummers. I should carry it much further than any of these people. I should never look at the likes of us. Every hour I live I see that the wisdom of the ages was in the experience of dear old Madame Carré, was in 100 things she told me. She found it on a rock. After that," Miriam went on to her host, "I can assure you that if you were so good as to bring Miss Dormer to see us, we should be angelically careful of her and surround her with every attention and precaution." "The likes of us, the likes of us," Mrs. Ruth repeated plaintively and with a resentment as vain as a failure to sneeze. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I decline to be turned upside down. I've my ideas as well as you, and I repudiate the charge of false humility. I've been through too many troubles to be proud, and a pleasant, polite manner was the rule of my life, even in the days when God knows I had everything. I've never changed, and if, with God's help, I had a civil tongue then, I've a civil tongue now. It's more than you always have, my poor, perverse, passionate child. Once a lady, always a lady. All the footlights in the world, turn them up as high as you will, make no difference there. And I think people know it, people who know anything, if I may use such an expression, and it's because they know it that I'm not afraid to address them in a pleasant way. So I must say, and I call Mr. Dormer to witness, for if he could reason with you a bit about it, he might render several people a service. Your conduct to Mr. Sherringham simply breaks my heart," Mrs. Ruth concluded, taking a jump of several steps in the fine, modern avenue of her argument. Nick was appealed to, but he hung back, drawing with a free hand, and while he forbore, Miriam took it up. "Mother's good, mother's very good, but it's only little by little that you discover how good she is." This seemed to leave him at ease to ask their companion, with the preliminary intimation that what she had just said was very striking, what she meant by her daughter's conduct to old Peter. Before Mrs. Ruth could answer this question, however, Miriam broke across with one of her own. "Do you mind telling me if you made your sister go off with Mr. Sherringham because you knew it was about time for me to turn up? Poor Mr. Dormer, I get you into trouble, don't I?" she added quite with tenderness. "Into trouble?" echoed Nick, looking at her head but not at her eyes. "Well, we won't talk about that," she returned with a rich laugh. He now hastened to say that he had nothing to do with his sister's leaving the studio. She had only come, as it happened, for a moment. She had walked away with Peter Sherringham because they were cousins and old friends. He was to leave England immediately for a long time, and he had offered her his company going home. Mrs. Ruth shook her head very knowingly over the long time Mr. Sherringham would be absent. She plainly had her ideas about that, and she conscientiously related that in the course of the short conversation they had all had at the door of the house her daughter had reminded Miss Dormer of something that had passed between them in Paris on the question of the charming young lady's modelling her head. "I did it to make the idea of our meeting less absurd, to put it on the footing of our both being artists. I don't ask you if she has talent," said Miriam. "Then I needn't tell you," laughed Nick. "I'm sure she has talent, and a very refined inspiration. I see something in that corner, covered with a mysterious veil," Mrs. Ruth insinuated, which led Miriam to go on immediately. "Has she been trying her hand at Mr. Sherringham?" "When should she try her hand, poor dear young lady? He's always sitting with us," said Mrs. Ruth. "Dear mamma, you exaggerate. He has his moments when he seems to say his prayers to me, but we've had some success in cutting them down. Il sait bien détacher ses jours-ci, and I'm very happy for him. Of course it's an impertinent allusion for me to make, but I should be so delighted if I could think of him as a little in love with Miss Dormer," the girl pursued, addressing Nick. "He is, I think, just a tiny bit," her artist allowed, working away, while Mrs. Ruth ejaculated to her daughter simultaneously, "How can you ask such fantastic questions when you know he's dying for you?" "Oh, dying! He's dying very hard," cried Miriam. "Mr. Sherringham's a man of whom I can't speak with too much esteem and affection, and who may be destined to perish by some horrid fever, which God forbid, in the unpleasant country he's going to. But he won't have caught his fever from your humble servant." "You may kill him even while you remain in perfect health yourself," said Nick. "And since we're talking of the matter, I don't see the harm of my confessing that he strikes me as far gone. Oh, as very bad indeed." "And yet he's in love with your sister, je n'y suis plus." "He tries to be, for he sees that as regards you there are difficulties. He'd like to put his hand on some nice girl who'd be an antidote to his poison." "Difficulties are a mild name for them. Poison even is a mild name for the ill he suffers from. The principal difficulty is that he doesn't know what the devil he wants. The next is that I don't either, or what the devil I want myself. I only know what I don't want," Miriam kept on brightly, and as if uttering some happy, beneficent truth. "I don't want a person who takes things even less simply than I do myself. Mr. Sherringham, poor man, must be very uncomfortable, for one side of him's in a perpetual row with the other side. He's trying to serve God and Mammon, and I don't know how God will come off. What I like in you is that you've definitely let Mammon go. It's the only decent way. That's my earnest conviction, and yet they call us people light. Dear Mr. Sherringham has tremendous ambitions, tremendous riguardi, as we used to say in Italy. He wants to enjoy every comfort and to save every appearance, and all without making a scrap of a sacrifice. He expects others, me, for instance, to make all the sacrifices. Merci, much as I esteem him and much as I owe him, I don't know how he ever came to stray at all into our bold, bad, downright Bohemia. It was a cruel trick for fortune to play him. He can't keep out of it. He's perpetually making dashes across the border, and yet as soon as he gets here he's on pins and needles. There's another in whose position, if I were in it, I wouldn't look at the likes of us." "I don't know much about the matter," Nick brought out after some intense smudging, "but I've an idea Peter thinks he has made, or at least is making, sacrifices. So much the better. You must encourage him. You must help him." "I don't know what my daughter's talking about," Mrs. Ruth contributed. "She's much too paradoxical for my plain mind. But there's one way to encourage Mr. Sherringham. There's one way to help him, and perhaps it won't be a worse way for a gentleman of your good nature that it will help me at the same time. Can't I look to you, dear Mr. Dormer, to see that he does come to the theatre tonight, that he doesn't feel himself obliged to stay away?" "What danger is there of his staying away?" Nick asked. "If he's bent on sacrifices, that's a very good one to begin with," Miriam observed. "That's the mad, bad way she talks to him. She has forbidden the dear unhappy gentleman the house," her mother cried. "She brought it up to him just now at the door before Miss Dormer. Such very odd form. She pretends to impose her commands upon him." "Oh, he'll be there. We're going to dine together," said Nick. And when Miriam asked him what that had to do with it, he went on, "Why, we've arranged it. I'm going, and he won't let me go alone." "You're going? I sent you no places," his sitter objected. "Yes, but I've got one. Why didn't you after all I've done for you?" She beautifully thought of it. "Because I'm so good. No matter," she added. "If Mr. Sherringham comes, I won't act." "Won't you act for me?" "She'll act like an angel," Mrs. Ruth protested. "She might be anything in all the world, but she won't take common pains." "Of one thing there's no doubt," said Miriam, "that compared with the rest of us, poor passionless creatures, mamma does know what she wants." "And what's that?" Nick inquired, chalking on. "She wants everything." "Never, never. I'm much more humble," retorted the old woman, upon which her daughter requested her to give then to Mr. Dormer, who was a reasonable man and an excellent judge, a general idea of the scope of her desires. As, however, Mrs. Ruth, sighing and deprecating, was not quick to acquit herself, The girl tried a short cut to the truth with the abrupt demand, "Do you believe for a single moment he'd marry me?" "Why, he has proposed to you. You've told me yourself. 12 times." "Proposed what to me?" Miriam rang out. "I've told you that. Neither 12 times nor once, because I've never understood. He has made wonderful speeches, but has never been serious. You told me he had been in the 7th heaven of devotion, especially that night we went to the foyer of the Français," Mrs. Ruth insisted. "Do you call the 7th heaven of devotion serious? He's in love with me. Je le veux bien. He's so poisoned," Mr. Dormer vividly puts it, "as to require a strong antidote. But he has never spoken to me as if he really expected me to listen to him. And he's the more of a gentleman from that fact. He knows we haven't a square foot of common ground, that a grasshopper can't set up a house with a fish. So he has taken care to say to me only more than he can possibly mean. That makes it stand just for nothing." "Did he say more than he could possibly mean when he took formal leave of you yesterday? For ever and ever?" the old woman cried. On which Nick reinforced her, "And don't you call that his taking formal leave a sacrifice?" "Oh, he took it all back, his sacrifice, before he left the house." "Then has that no meaning?" demanded Mrs. Ruth. "None that I can make out," said her daughter. "Ah, I've no patience with you. You can be stupid when you will. You can be even that too," the poor lady groaned. "What mamma wishes me to understand and to practice is the particular way to be artful with Mr. Sherringham," said Miriam. "There are doubtless depths of wisdom and virtue in it, but I see only one art, that of being perfectly honest." "I like to hear you talk. It makes you live, brings you out," Nick contentedly dropped. "And you sit beautifully still. All I want to say is please continue to do so. Remain exactly as you are. It's rather important for the next 10 minutes." "We're washing our dirty linen before you, but it's all right," the girl returned, "because it shows you what sort of people we are, and that's what you need to know. Don't make me vague and arranged and fine in this new view," she continued. "Make me characteristic and real. Make life, with all its horrid facts and truths, stick out of me. I wish you could put mother in it too. Make us live there side by side and tell our little story. The wonderful actress and her still more wonderful mamma. Don't you think that's an awfully good subject?" Mrs. Ruth at this cried shame on her daughter's wanton humour, professing that she herself would never accept so much from Nick's good nature, and Miriam settled it that at any rate he was some day and in some way to do her mother, really do her, and so make her, as one of the funniest persons that ever was, live on through the ages. "She doesn't believe Mr. Sherringham wants to marry me any more than you do," the girl, taking up her dispute again after a moment, represented to Nick. "But she believes, how indeed can I tell you what she believes, that I can work it so well, if you understand, that in the fullness of time I shall hold him in a vice. I'm to keep him along for the present, but not to listen to him, for if I listen to him I shall lose him. It's ingenious, it's complicated, but I dare say you follow me." Don't move," said Nick. "Pardon a poor clumsy beginner." "No, I shall explain quietly. Somehow here it's very complicated and you mustn't lose the thread. I shall be an actress and make a tremendous lot of money. And somehow too, I suppose a little later, I shall become an ambassadress and be the favourite of courts. So you see it will all be delightful. Only I shall have to go very straight. Mamma reminds me of a story I once heard about the mother of a young lady who was in receipt of much civility from the pretender to a crown, which indeed he, and the young lady too, afterwards more or less wore. The old countess watched the course of events and gave her daughter the cleverest advice: "Tiens bon, ma fille, and you shall sit upon a throne. Mamma wishes me to tenir bon. She apparently thinks there's a danger I mayn't, so that if I don't sit upon a throne I shall at least parade at the foot of one. And if before that, for 10 years, I pile up the money, they'll forgive me the way I've made it. I should hope so, if I've tenu bon. Only 10 years is a good while to hold out, isn't it? If it isn't Mr. Sherringham, it will be someone else. Mr. Sherringham has the great merit of being a bird in the hand. I'm to keep him along. I'm to be still more diplomatic than even he can be." Mrs. Ruth listened to her daughter with an air of assumed reprobation, which melted before the girl had done into a diverted, complacent smile. The gratification of finding herself the proprietress of so much wit and irony and grace. Miriam's account of her mother's views was a scene of comedy, and there was instinctive art in the way she added touch to touch and made point upon point. She was so quiet, to oblige her painter, that only her fine lips moved. All her expression was in their charming utterance. Mrs. Ruth, after the first flutter of a less cynical spirit, consented to be sacrificed to an effect of the really high order she had now been educated to recognize, so that she scarce hesitated when Miriam had ceased speaking before she tittered out with the fondest indulgence, "Comédienne!" And she seemed to appeal to their companion. "Ain't she fascinating? That's the way she does for you." "It's rather cruel, isn't it," said Miriam, "to deprive people of the luxury of calling one an actress as they'd call one a liar. I represent truly." "Mr. Sherringham would marry you to-morrow. There's no question of 10 years," cried Mrs. Ruth with a comicality of plainness. Miriam smiled at Nick, deprecating his horror of such talk. "Isn't it droll, the way she can't get it out of her head?" Then turning almost coaxingly to the old woman, "Voyons, look about you. They don't marry us like that." "But they do. Cela se voit tous les jours. Ask Mr. Dormer." "Oh, never. It would be as if I asked him to give us a practical proof." "I shall never prove anything by marrying any one," Nick said. "For me, that question's over." Miriam rested kind eyes on him. "Dear me, how you must hate me." And before he had time to reply, she went on to her mother. "People marry them to make them leave the stage, which proves exactly what I say." "Ah, they offer them the finest positions," reasoned Mrs. Ruth. "Do you want me to leave it then?" "Oh, you can manage if you will. The only managing I know anything about is to do my work. If I manage that decently, I shall pull through." "But, dearest, may our work not be of many sorts?" "I only know one," said Miriam. At this her mother got up with a sigh. "I see you do wish to drive me into the street." "Mamma's bewildered. There are so many paths she wants to follow. There are so many bundles of hay." "As I told you, she wishes to gobble them all," the girl pursued. Then she added, "Yes, go and take the carriage. Take a turn round the park. You always delight in that. And come back for me in an hour. I'm too vexed with you." "The air will do me good," said Mrs. Ruth. But before she went she addressed Nick. "I've your assurance that you'll bring him then to-night?" "Bring Peter? I don't think I shall have to drag him," Nick returned. "But you must do me the justice to remember that if I should resort to force, I should do something that's not particularly in my interest. I should be magnanimous." "We must always be that, mustn't we?" moralized Mrs. Ruth. "How could it affect your interest?" Miriam asked less abstractedly. "Yes, as you say," her mother mused at their host. "The question of marriage has ceased to exist for you." "Mamma goes straight at it," laughed the girl, getting up while Nick rubbed his canvas before answering. Miriam went to mamma and settled her bonnet and mantle in preparation for her drive, then stood a moment with a filial arm about her, as if waiting for their friend's explanation. This, however, when it came, halted visibly. "Why, you said a while ago that if Peter was there you wouldn't act." "I'll act for him," smiled Miriam, inconsequently caressing her mother. "It doesn't matter whom it's for," Mrs. Ruth declared sagaciously. "Take your drive and relax your mind," said the girl, kissing her. "Come for me in an hour, not later, but not sooner." She went with her to the door, bundled her out, closed it behind her, and came back to the position she had quitted. "This is the peace I want," she gratefully cried as she settled into it. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 45. Peter Sherringham said so little during the performance that his companion was struck by his dumbness, especially as Miriam's acting seemed to Nick magnificent. He held his breath while she was on the stage. She gave the whole thing, including the spectators' emotions, such a lift. She had not carried out her fantastic menace of not exerting herself, and as Mrs. Ruth had said, it little mattered for whom she acted. Nick was conscious in watching her that she went through it all for herself, for the idea that possessed her and that she rendered with extraordinary breadth. She couldn't open the door part of the way to it and let it simply peep in. If it entered at all, it must enter in full procession and occupy the premises in state. This was what had happened on an occasion which, as the less tormented of our young men felt in his stall, grew larger with each throb of the responsive house, till by the time the play was half over it appeared to stretch out wide arms to the future. Nick had often heard more applause, but had never heard more attention, since they were all charmed and hushed together, and success seemed to be sitting down with them. There had been, of course, plenty of announcement. The newspapers had abounded, and the arts of the manager had taken the freest license. But it was easy to feel a fine universal consensus and to recognize everywhere the light spring of hope. People snatched their eyes from the stage an instant to look at each other, all eager to hand on the torch passed to them by the actress over the footlights. It was a part of the impression that she was now only showing to the full, for this time she had verse to deal with, and she made it unexpectedly exquisite. She was beauty, melody, truth. She was passion and persuasion and tenderness. She caught up the obstreperous play in soothing, entwining arms, and seeming to tread the air in the flutter of her robe, carried it into the high places of poetry, of art, of style. And she had such tones of nature, such concealments of art, such effusions of life, that the whole scene glowed with the color she communicated, and the house, pervaded with rosy fire, glowed back at the scene. Nick looked round in the intervals. He felt excited and flushed. The night had turned to a feast of fraternity, and he expected to see people embrace each other. The crowd, the agitation, the triumph, the surprise, the signals and rumors, the heated air, his associates near him pointing out other figures who presumably were celebrated but whom he had never heard of, all amused him and banished every impulse to question or to compare. Miriam was as happy as some right sensation. She would have fed the memory with deep draughts. One of the things that amused him, or at least helped to fill his attention, was Peter's attitude, which apparently didn't exclude criticism, rather indeed mainly implied it. This admirer never took his eyes off the actress, but he made no remark about her and never stirred out of his chair. Nick had had from the first a plan of going round to speak to her, but as his companion evidently meant not to move, he scrupled at being more forward. During their brief dinner together they were determined not to be late. Peter had been silent, quite recklessly grave, but also his kinsman judged, full of the wish to make it clear he was calm. In his seat he was calmer than ever, and had an air even of trying to suggest that his attendance, preoccupied as he was with deeper solemnities, was more or less mechanical, the result of a conception of duty, a habit of courtesy. When during a scene in the second act, a scene from which Miriam was absent, Nick observed to him that one might judge from his reserve that he wasn't pleased, he replied after a moment, "I've been looking for her mistakes." And when Nick made answer to this that he certainly wouldn't find them, he said again in an odd tone, "No, I shan't find them. I shan't find them." It might have seemed that since the girl's performance was a dazzling success, he regarded his evening as rather a failure. After the third act, Nick said candidly, "My dear fellow, how can you sit here? Aren't you going to speak to her?" To which Peter replied inscrutably, "Lord, no, never again. I bade her good-bye yesterday. She knows what I think of her form. It's very good, but she carries it a little too far. Besides, she didn't want me to come, and it's therefore more discreet to keep away from her." "Surely it isn't an hour for discretion," Nick cried. "Excuse me, at any rate, for 5 minutes." He went behind and reappeared only as the curtain was rising on the fourth act, and in the interval between the fourth and the fifth he went again for a shorter time. Peter was personally detached, but he consented to listen to his companion's vivid account of the state of things on the stage, where the elation of victory had lighted up the place. The strain was over, the ship in port, they were all wiping their faces and grinning. Miriam, yes, positively was grinning too, and she hadn't asked a question about Peter nor sent him a message. They were kissing all round and dancing for joy. They were on the eve, worse luck, of a tremendous run. Peter groaned irrepressibly for this. It was, save for a slight sign a moment later, the only vibration caused in him by his cousin's report. There was but one voice of regret that they hadn't put on the piece earlier, as the end of the season would interrupt the run. There was but one voice, too, about the fourth act. It was believed all London would rush to see the fourth act. The crowd about her was a dozen deep, and Miriam in the midst of it all charming. She was receiving in the ugly place, after the fashion of royalty, almost as hedged with the famous divinity, yet with a smile and a word for each. She was really like a young queen on her accession. When she saw him, Nick, she had kissed her hand to him over the heads of the courtiers. Nick's artless comment on this was that she had such pretty manners. It made Peter laugh, apparently at his friend's conception of the manners of a young queen. Mrs. Ruth, with a dozen shawls on her arm, was as red as the kitchen fire, but you couldn't tell if Miriam were red or pale, she was so cleverly, finely made up, perhaps a little too much. Dashwood, of course, was greatly to the fore, but you hadn't to mention his own performance to him. He took it all handsomely and wouldn't hear of anything but that her fortune was made. He didn't say much indeed, but evidently had ideas about her fortune. He nodded significant things and whistled inimitable sounds. Hugh, Hugh! He was perfectly satisfied. Moreover, he looked further ahead than anyone. It was on coming back to his place after the fourth act that Nick put in, for his companion's benefit, most of these touches in his sketch of the situation. If Peter had continued to look for Miriam's mistakes, he hadn't yet found them. The fourth act, bristling with dangers, putting a premium on every sort of cheap effect, had rounded itself without a flaw. Sitting there alone while Nick was away, he had leisure to meditate on the wonder of this, on the art with which the girl had separated passion from violence, filling the whole place and never screaming. For it had often seemed to him in London of old that the yell of theatrical emotion rang through the shrinking night like the voice of the Sunday newsboy. Miriam had never been more present to him than at this hour, but she was inextricably transmuted, present essentially as the romantic heroine she represented. His state of mind was of the strangest, and he was conscious of its strangeness, just as he was conscious in his very person of a lapse of resistance which likened itself absurdly to liberation. He felt weak at the same time that he felt inspired, and he felt inspired at the same time that he knew, or believed he knew, that his face was a blank. He saw things as a shining confusion, and yet somehow something monstrously definite kept surging out of them. Miriam was a beautiful, actual, fictive, impossible young woman of a past age, an undiscoverable country, who spoke in blank verse and overflowed with metaphor, who was exalted and heroic beyond all human convenience, and who yet was irresistibly real and related to one's own affairs. But that reality was a part of her spectator's joy, and she was not changed back to the common by his perception of the magnificent trick of art with which it was connected. Before his kinsman rejoined him, Peter, taking a visiting card from his pocket, had written on it in pencil a few words in a foreign tongue, but as at that moment he saw Nick coming in, he immediately put it out of view. The last thing before the curtain rose on the fifth act, that young man mentioned his having brought a message from Basil Dashwood, who hoped they both, on leaving the theatre, would come to supper with him in company with Miriam and her mother and several others. He had prepared a little informal banquet in honor of so famous a night. At this, while the curtain was about to rise, Peter immediately took out his card again and added something. He wrote the finest small hand you could see. Nick asked him what he was doing, and he waited but an instant. "It's a word to say I can't come." "To Dashwood? Oh, I shall go," said Nick. "Well, I hope you'll enjoy it," his companion replied in a tone which came back to him afterwards. When the curtain fell on the last act, the people stayed, standing up in their places for acclamation. The applause shook the house. The recall became a clamor, the relief from a long tension. This was, in any performance, a moment Peter detested, but he stood for an instant beside Nick, who clapped, to his cousin's diplomatic sense, after the fashion of a schoolboy at the pantomime. There was a veritable roar while the curtain drew back at the side most removed from our pair. Peter could see Basil Dashwood holding it, making a passage for the male juvenile lead, who had Miriam in tow. Nick redoubled his efforts, heard the plaudits swell, saw the bows of the leading gentleman, who was hot and fat, saw Miriam, personally conducted, and closer to the footlights, grow brighter and bigger and more swaying, and then became aware that his own comrade had with extreme agility slipped out of the stalls. Nick had already lost sight of him. He had apparently taken but a minute to escape from the house, and wondered at his quitting him without a farewell if he was to leave England on the morrow, and they were not to meet at the hospitable Dashwoods. He wondered even what Peter was up to, since, as he had assured him, there was no question of his going round to Miriam. He waited to see this young lady reappear 3 times, dragging Dashwood behind her at the second with a friendly arm, to whom in turn was hooked Miss Fanny Rover, the actress entrusted in the piece with the inevitable comic relief. He went out slowly with the crowd, and at the door looked again for Peter, who struck him as deficient for once in finish. He couldn't know that in another direction, and while he was helping the house to rise at its heroine, his kinsman had been particularly explicit. On reaching the lobby, Peter had pounced on a small boy in buttons who seemed superfluously connected with a desolate refreshment room, and from the tips of his toes was peeping at the stage through the glazed hole in the door of a box. Into one of the child's hands he thrust the card he had drawn again from his waistcoat, and into the other the largest silver coin he could find in the same receptacle, while he bent over him with words of adjuration, words the little page tried to help himself to apprehend by instantly attempting to peruse the other words written on the card. "That's no use, it's Italian," said Peter. "Only carry it round to Miss Ruth without a minute's delay. Place it in her hand and she'll give you some object, a bracelet, a glove, or a flower, to bring me back as a sign that she has received it. I shall be outside. Bring me there what she gives you, and you shall have another shilling. Only fly." His small messenger sounded him a moment with the sharp face of London wage-earning and still more of London tip-earning infancy, and vanished as swiftly as a slave of the Arabian Nights. While he waited in the lobby, the audience began to pour out, and before the urchin had come back to him, he was clapped on the shoulder by Nick. "I'm glad I haven't lost you, but why didn't you stay to give her a hand?" "Give her a hand? I hated it." "My dear man, I don't follow you," Nick said. "If you won't come to Dashwood's supper, I fear our ways don't lie together." "Thank him very much. Say I've to get up at an unnatural hour." To this Peter added, "I think I ought to tell you she may not be there." "Miss Ruth? Why, it's all for her." "I'm waiting for a word from her. She may change her mind." Nick showed his interest. "For you? What then have you proposed?" "I've proposed marriage," said Peter in a strange voice. "I say!" Nick broke out. And at the same moment Peter's messenger squeezed through the press and stood before him. "She has given me nothing, sir," the boy announced, "but she says I'm to say, 'All right.'" Nick's stare widened. "You've proposed through him?" "Aye, and she accepts. Good night." On which, turning away, Peter bounded into a hansom. He said something to the driver through the roof, and Nick's eyes followed the cab as it started off. This young man was mystified, was even amused, especially when the youth in buttons, planted there and wondering too, brought forth, "Please, sir, he told me he'd give me a shilling, and he've forgot it." "Oh, I can't pay you for that," Nick laughed, but he fished out a dole, though he was vexed at the injury to the supper. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 46. Peter, meanwhile, rolled away through the summer night to St. John's Wood. He had put the pressure of strong words on his young friend, entreating her to drive home immediately, return there without any one, without even her mother. He wished to see her alone, and for a purpose he would fully and satisfactorily explain. Couldn't she trust him? He besought her to remember his own situation and throw over her supper, throw over everything. He would wait for her with unspeakable impatience in Balaclava Place. He did so when he got there, but it had taken half an hour. Interminable seemed his lonely vigil in Miss Lumley's drawing-room, where the character of the original proprietress came out to him more than ever before in a kind of afterglow of old sociabilities, a vulgar, ghostly reference. The numerous candles had been lighted for him, and Mrs. Ruth's familiar fictions lay about, but his nerves forbade him the solace of a chair and a book. He walked up and down, thinking and listening, and as the long window, the balmy air permitting, stood open to the garden, he passed several times in and out. A carriage appeared to stop at the gate, then there was nothing. He heard the rare rattle of wheels and the far-off hum of London. His impatience was overwrought, and though he knew this, it persisted. It would have been no easy matter for Miriam to break away from the flock of her felicitators. Still less simple was it doubtless for her to leave poor Dashwood with his supper on his hands. Perhaps she would bring Dashwood with her, bring him to time her. She was capable of playing him, that is, of playing Her Majesty's new representative to the small far-off state, or even of playing them both, that trick. Perhaps the little wretch in buttons, Peter remembered now the neglected shilling, only pretending to go round with his card, had come back with an invented answer. But how could he know, since presumably he couldn't read Italian, that his answer would fit the message? Peter was sorry now that he himself had not gone round, not snatched Miriam bodily away, made sure of her and of what he wanted of her. When 40 minutes had elapsed, he regarded it as proved that she wouldn't come, and asking himself what he should do, determined to drive off again and seize her at her comrade's feast. Then he remembered how Nick had mentioned that this entertainment was not to be held at the young actor's lodgings, but at some tavern or restaurant, the name of which he had not heeded. Suddenly, however, Peter became aware with joy that this name didn't matter, for there was something at the garden door at last. He rushed out before she had had time to ring, and saw as she stepped from the carriage that she was alone. Now that she was there, that he had this evidence, she had listened to him and trusted him, all his impatience and bitterness gave way, and a flood of pleading tenderness took their place in the first words he spoke to her. It was far dearer of her than he had any right to dream, but she was the best and kindest creature. This showed it, as well as the most wonderful. He was really not off his head with his contradictory ways. No, before heaven he wasn't, and he would explain, he would make everything clear. Everything was changed. She stopped short in the little dusky garden, looking at him in the light of the open window. Then she called back to the coachman. They had left the garden door open. "Wait for me, mind. I shall want you again." "What's the matter? Won't you stay?" Peter asked. "Are you going out again at this absurd hour?" "I won't hurt you," he gently urged, and he went back and closed the garden door. He wanted to say to the coachman, "It's no matter. Please drive away." At the same time, he wouldn't for the world have done anything offensive to her. "I've come because I thought it better tonight, as things have turned out, to do the thing you asked me, whatever it may be," she had already begun. "That's probably what you calculated I would think, eh? What this evening has been you've seen, and I must allow that your hand's in it, that you know for yourself, that you doubtless felt as you sat there. But I confess I don't imagine what you want of me here now," she added. She had remained standing in the path. Peter felt the irony of her now and how it made a fool of him, but he had been prepared for this and for much worse. He had begged her not to think him a fool, but in truth at present he cared little if she did. Very likely he was. In spite of his plea that everything was changed, he cared little even himself. However, he spoke in the tone of intense reason and of the fullest disposition to satisfy her. This lucidity only took still more from the dignity of his change of front. His separation from her the day before had had such pretensions to being lucid, but the explanation and the justification were in the very fact, the fact that had complete possession of him. He named it when he replied to her, "I've simply overrated my strength. Oh, I knew. That's why I entreated you not to come," Miriam groaned. She turned away lamenting, and for a moment he thought she would retreat to her carriage, but he passed his hand into her arm to draw her forward, and after an instant felt her yield. "The fact is we must have this thing out," he said. Then he added, as he made her go into the house, bending over her, "The failure of my strength, that was just the reason of my coming." She broke into her laugh at these words as she entered the drawing room, and it made them sound pompous in their false wisdom. She flung off, as a good-natured tribute to the image of their having the thing out, a white shawl that had been wrapped round her. She was still painted and bedizened in the splendid dress of her climax, so that she seemed protected and alienated by the character she had been acting. "Whatever it is you want, when I understand, you'll be very brief, won't you? Do you know I've given up a charming supper for you? Mamma has gone there. I've promised to go back to them." "You're an angel not to have let her come with you. I'm sure she wanted to," Peter made reply. "Oh, she's all right, but she's nervous." Then the girl added, "Couldn't she keep you away after all?" "Whom are you talking about?" Biddy Dormer was as absent from his mind as if she had never existed. "The charming thing you were with this morning. Is she so afraid of obliging me?" "Oh, she'd be so good for you." "Don't speak of that," Peter gravely said. "I was in perfect good faith yesterday when I took leave of you. I was. But I can't. You're too unutterably dear to me." "Oh, don't, please don't." Miriam wailed at this. She stood before the fireless chimney-piece with one of her hands on it. "If it's only to say that, don't you know, what's the use?" "It isn't only to say that. I've a plan, a perfect plan. The whole thing lies clear before me." "And what's the whole thing?" He had to make an effort. "You say your mother's nervous. Ah, if you knew how nervous I am." "Well, I'm not. Go on." "Give it up." "Give it up," Peter stammered. "Give it up?" She fixed him like a mild Medusa. "I'll marry you to-morrow if you'll renounce, and in return for the sacrifice you make for me, I'll do more for you than ever was done for a woman before." "Renounce after tonight? Do you call that a plan?" she asked. "Those are old words and very foolish ones. You wanted something of that sort a year ago." "Oh, I fluttered round the idea at that time. We were talking in the air. I didn't really believe I could make you see it then, and certainly you didn't see it. My own future, moreover, wasn't definite to me. I didn't know what I could offer you. But these last months have made a difference. I do know now. Now what I say is deliberate. It's deeply meditated. I simply can't live without you, and I hold that together we may do great things." She seemed to wonder. What sort of things? The things of my profession, of my life, the things one does for one's country, the responsibility and the honor of great affairs. Deeply fascinating when one's immersed in them, and more exciting, really, put them even at that, than the excitements of the theatre. Care for me only a little, and you'll see what they are. They'll take hold of you. Believe me, Peter pleaded. Every fibre of my being trembles in what I say to you. You admitted yesterday it wouldn't do, she made answer. Where were the fibres of your being then? They throbbed in me even more than now, and I was trying like an ass not to feel them. Where was this evening yesterday? Where were the maddening hours I've just spent? Ah, you're the perfection of perfections. And as I sat there tonight, you taught me what I really want. The perfection of perfections, the girl echoed with the strangest smile. I needn't try to tell you. You must have felt tonight with such rapture what you are, what you can do. How can I give that up? He piteously went on. How can I, my poor friend? I like your plans and your responsibilities and your great affairs, as you call them. Voyons, they're infantile. I've just shown that I'm a perfection of perfections. Therefore, it's just the moment to renounce, as you gracefully say. Oh, I was sure. And Miriam paused, resting eyes at once lighted and troubled on him, as in the effort to think of some arrangement that would help him out of his absurdity. I was sure, I mean, that if you did come to your poor, dear, doting brain would be quite confused. She presently pursued. I can't be a muff in public just for you, pourtant. Dear me, why do you like us so much? Like you? I loathe you. Je le vois pas bleu bien, she lightly returned. I mean, why do you feel us, judge us, understand us so well? I please you because you see, because you know, and then for that very reason of my pleasing, you must adapt me to your convenience, you must take me over, as they say. You admire me as an artist and therefore want to put me into a box in which the artist will breathe her last. Ah, be reasonable. You must let her live. Let her live? As if I could prevent her living, Peter cried with unmistakable conviction. Even if I did wish, how could I prevent a spirit like yours from expressing itself? Don't talk about my putting you in a box, for, dearest child, I'm taking you out of one, he all persuasively explained. The artist is irrepressible, eternal. She'll be in everything you are and in everything you do, and you'll go about with her triumphantly exerting your powers, charming the world, carrying everything before you. Miriam's color rose through all her artificial surfaces at this all but convincing appeal, and she asked whimsically, Shall you like that? Like my wife to be the most brilliant woman in Europe? I think I can do with it. Aren't you afraid of me? Not a bit. Bravely said. How little you know me after all, sighed the girl. I tell the truth, Peter ardently went on, and you must do me the justice to admit that I've taken the time to dig deep into my feelings. I'm not an infatuated boy. I've lived, I've had experience, I've observed. In short, I know what I mean and what I want. It isn't a thing to reason about. It's simply a need that consumes me. I've put it on starvation diet, but that's no use. Really, it's no use, Miriam, the young man declared with a ring that spoke enough of his sincerity. It is no question of my trusting you. It's simply a question of your trusting me. You're all right, as I've heard you say yourself. You're frank, spontaneous, generous. You're a magnificent creature. Just quietly marry me, and I'll manage you. Manage me? The girl's inflection was droll. It made him change color. I mean, I'll give you a larger life than the largest you can get in any other way. The stage is great, no doubt, but the world's greater. It's a bigger theatre than any of those places in the Strand. We'll go in for realities instead of fables, and you'll do them far better than you do the fables. Miriam had listened attentively, but her face, that could so show things, showed her despair at his perverted ingenuity. Pardon my saying it after your delightful tributes to my worth, she returned in a moment, but I've never listened to anything quite so grandly unreal. You think so well of me that humility itself ought to keep me silent? Nevertheless, I must utter a few shabby words of sense. I'm a magnificent creature on the stage. Well and good. It's what I want to be, and it's charming to see such evidence that I succeed. But off the stage, woe betide us both. I should lose all my advantages, the facts so patent that it seems to me I'm very good-natured even to discuss it with you. Are you on the stage now, pray? Ah, Miriam, if it weren't for the respect I owe you, her companion wailed. If it weren't for that, I shouldn't have come here to meet you. My gift is the thing that takes you. Could there be a better proof than that? It's tonight's display of it that has brought you to this unreason. It's indeed a misfortune that you're so sensitive to our poor arts, since they play such tricks with your power to see things as they are. Without my share of them, I should be a dull, empty, third-rate woman. And yet that's the fate you ask me to face, and insanely pretend you're ready to face yourself. Without it, Sherringham cried. Your own sophistry's infinitely worse than mine. I should like to see you without it for the 50th part of a second. What I ask you to give up is the dusty boards of the playhouse and the flaring footlights, but not the very essence of your being. Your gift, your genius is yourself. And it's because it's yourself that I yearn for you. If it had been a thing you could leave behind by the easy dodge of stepping off the stage, I would never have looked at you a second time. Don't talk to me as if I were a simpleton with your own false simplifications. You were made to charm and console, to represent beauty and harmony and variety to miserable human beings. And the daily life of man is the theatre for that, not a vulgar shop with a turnstile that's open only once in the 24 hours. Without it, verily, Peter proceeded with a still deep heat that kept down in a manner his rising scorn and exasperated passion. Please let me know the first time you're without your face, without your voice, your step, your exquisite spirit, the turn of your head, and the wonder of your look. Miriam at this moved away from him with a port that resembled what she sometimes showed on the stage when she turned her young back upon the footlights, and then after a few steps grandly swept round again. This evolution she performed, it was over in an instant on the present occasion, even to stopping short with her eyes upon him and her head admirably erect. Surely it's strange, she said, the way the other solution never occurs to you. The other solution? That you should stay on the stage. I don't understand you, her friend gloomed. Stay on my stage. Come off your own. For a little he said nothing. Then, you mean that if I'll do that you'll have me? I mean that if it were to occur to you to offer me a little sacrifice on your own side, it might place the matter in a slightly more attractive light. Continue to let you act as my wife, he appealed. Is it a real condition? Am I to understand that those are your terms? I may say so without fear, because you'll never accept them. Would you accept them from me? He demanded. Accept the manly, the professional sacrifice to see me throw up my work, my prospects? Of course I should have to do that, and simply become your appendage. She raised her arms for a prodigious fall. My dear fellow, you invite me with the best conscience in the world to become yours. The cases are not equal. You'd make of me the husband of an actress. I should make of you the wife of an ambassador. The husband of an actress. C'est bientôt dit, in that tone of scorn. If you're consistent, said Miriam, all lucid and hard, it ought to be a proud position for you. What do you mean, if I'm consistent? Haven't you always insisted on the beauty and interest of our art and the greatness of our mission? Haven't you almost come to blows with poor Gabriel Nash about it? What did all that mean if you won't face the first consequences of your theory? Either it was an enlightened conviction or it was an empty pretense. If you were only talking against time, I'm glad to know it, she rolled out with a darkening eye. The better the cause, it seems to me, the better the deed. And if the theatre is important to the human spirit, as you used to say so charmingly, and if into the bargain you've the pull of being so fond of me, I don't see why it should be monstrous of you to give us your services in an intelligent, indirect way. Of course, if you're not serious, we needn't talk at all. But if you are, with your conception of what the actor can do, why is it so base to come to the actor's aid, taking one devotion with another? If I'm so fine, I'm worth looking after a bit, and the place where I'm finest is the place to look after me. He had a long pause again, taking her in as it seemed to him he had never done. You were never finer than at this minute in the deepest domesticity of private life. I've no conception whatever of what the actor can do, and no theory whatever about the importance of the theatre. Any infatuation of that sort has completely dropped from me, and for all I care the theatre may go to the dogs, which I judge it altogether probably will. You're dishonest, you're ungrateful, you're false, Miriam flashed. It was the theatre brought you here. If it hadn't been for the theatre, I never would have looked at you. It was in the name of the theatre you first made love to me. It's to the theatre you owe every advantage that, so far as I'm concerned, you possess. I seem to possess a great many, poor Peter derisively groaned. You might avail yourself better of those you have. You make me angry, but I want to be fair, said the shining creature, and I can't be unless you are. You're not fair, nor candid, nor honourable, when you swallow your words and abjure your faith, when you throw over old friends and old memories for a selfish purpose. Selfish purpose is, in your own convenient idiom, bientôt dit, Peter promptly answered. I suppose you consider that, if I truly esteemed you, I should be ashamed to deprive the world of the light of your genius. Perhaps my esteem isn't of the right quality. There are different kinds, aren't there? At any rate, I've explained to you that I propose to deprive the world of nothing at all. You shall be celebrated. Allez! Vain words, my dear. And she turned off again in her impatience. I know, of course, she added quickly, that to befool yourself with such twaddle, you must be pretty bad. Yes, I'm pretty bad, he admitted, looking at her dismally. What do you do with the declaration you made me the other day, the day I found my cousin here, that you'd take me if I should come to you as one who had risen high? Miriam thought of it. I remember the chaff about the honours, the orders, the stars and garters, my poor foolish friend. Don't be so painfully literal. Don't you know a joke when you see it? It was to worry your cousin, wasn't it? But it didn't in the least succeed. Why should you wish to worry my cousin? Because he's so provoking, she instantly answered, after which she laughed, as if for her falling too simply into the trap he had laid. Surely, at all events, I had my freedom no less than I have it now. Pray, what explanation should I have owed you, and in what fear of you should I have gone? However, that has nothing to do with it. Say I did tell you that we might arrange it on the day you should come to me covered with glory in the shape of little tinkling medals. Why should you anticipate that transaction by so many years and knock me down such a long time in advance? Where's the glory, please, and where are the medals? Dearest girl, am I not going to strange parts, a capital promotion, next month? He insistently demanded. And can't you trust me enough to believe I speak with a real appreciation of the facts, that I'm not lying to you in short when I tell you I've my foot in the stirrup? The glory's dawning. I'm all right too. What you propose to me, then, is to accompany you tout bonnement to your new post. What you propose to me is to pack up and start? You put it in a nutshell, but Peter's smile was strained. You're touching. It has its charm. But you can't get anything in any of the Americas, you know. I'm assured there are no medals to be picked up in those parts, which are therefore strange indeed. That's why the diplomatic body hate them all. They're on the way, he could only feverishly hammer. The people here don't keep us long in disagreeable places unless we want to stay. There's one thing you can get anywhere if you've ability, and nowhere if you've not, and in the disagreeable places generally more than in the others. And that, since it's the element of the question we're discussing, is simply success. It's odious to be put on one's swagger, but I protest against being treated as if I had nothing to offer a person who has such glories of her own. I'm not a little presumptuous ass. I'm a man accomplished and determined, and the omens are on my side. Peter faltered a moment and then with a queer expression went on. Remember, after all, that strictly speaking your glories are also still in the future. An exclamation at these words burst from Miriam's lips, but her companion resumed quickly. Ask my official superiors, ask any of my colleagues, if they consider I've nothing to offer. He had an idea, as he ceased speaking, that she was on the point of breaking out with some strong word of resentment at his allusion to the contingent nature of her prospects, but it only deepened his wound to hear her say with extraordinary mildness, "It's perfectly true that my glories are still to come, that I may fizzle out, and that my little success of today is perhaps a mere flash in the pan. Stranger things have been, something of that sort happens every day. But don't we talk too much of that part of it?" she asked with a weary patience that was noble in its effect. "Surely it's vulgar to think only of the noise one's going to make, especially when one remembers how utterly bête most of the people will be among whom one makes it. It isn't to my possible glories I cling, it's simply to my idea, even if it's destined to betray me and sink me. I like it better than anything else, 1,000 times better. I'm sorry to have to put it in such a way, than tossing up my head as the fine lady of a little coterie." "A little coterie? I don't know what you're talking about." For this, at least, Peter could fight. "A big coterie, then." "It's only that, at the best. A nasty, prim, official woman who's perched on her little local pedestal and thinks she's a queen forever because she's ridiculous for an hour. Oh, you needn't tell me. I've seen them abroad, the dreariest females, and could imitate them here. I could do one for you on the spot if I weren't so tired. It's scarcely worth mentioning perhaps all this while, but I'm ready to drop." She picked up the white mantle she had tossed off, flinging it round her with her usual amplitude of gesture. "They're waiting for me, and I confess I'm hungry. If I don't hurry, they'll eat up all the nice things. Don't say I haven't been obliging, and come back when you're better. Good night." "I quite agree with you that we've talked too much about the vulgar side of our question," Peter returned, walking round to get between her and the French window by which she apparently had a view of leaving the room. "That's because I wanted to bribe you. Bribery's almost always vulgar." "Yes, you should do better. Merci. There's a cab. Some of them have come for me. I must go," she added, listening for a sound that reached her from the road. Peter listened too, making out no cab. "Believe me, it isn't wise to turn your back on such an affection as mine, and on such a confidence," he broke out again, speaking almost in a warning tone. There was a touch of superior sternness in it, as of a rebuke for real folly, but it was meant to be tender, and stopping her within a few feet of the window, "Such things are the most precious that life has to give us," he added all but didactically. She had listened once more for a little, then she appeared to give up the idea of the cab. The reader need hardly be told that, at this stage of her youthful history, the right way for her lover to take her wouldn't have been to picture himself as acting for her highest good. "I like your calling the feeling with which I inspire your confidence," she presently said, and the deep note of the few words had something of the distant mutter of thunder. "What is it, then, when I offer you everything I have, everything I am, everything I shall ever be?" She seemed to measure him as for the possible success of an attempt to pass him, but she remained where she was. "I'm sorry for you, yes, but I'm also rather ashamed." "Ashamed of me?" "A brave offer to see me through, that's what I should call confidence. You say today that you hate the theatre, and do you know what has made you do it? The fact that it has too large a place in your mind to let you disown it and throw it over with a good conscience. It has a deep fascination for you, and yet you're not strong enough to do so enlightened and public a thing as take up with it in my person. You're ashamed of yourself for that, as all your constant high claims for it are on record. So you blaspheme against it to try and cover your retreat and your treachery and straighten out your personal situation. But it won't do, dear Mr. Sherringham. It won't do at all," Miriam proceeded with a triumphant, almost judicial lucidity which made her companion stare. "You haven't the smallest excuse of stupidity, and your perversity is no excuse whatever. Leave her alone altogether, a poor girl who's making her way, or else come frankly to help her, to give her the benefit of your wisdom. Don't lock her up for life under the pretense of doing her good. What does one most good is to see a little honesty. You're the best judge, the best critic, the best observer, the best believer that I've ever come across. You're committed to it by everything you've said to me for a 12-month, by the whole turn of your mind, by the way you've followed us up, all of us, from far back. If in art's noble and beneficent, one shouldn't be afraid to offer it one's arm. Your cousin isn't. He can make sacrifices." "My cousin?" Peter amazedly echoed. "Why, wasn't it only the other day you were throwing his sacrifices in his teeth?" Under this imputation on her straightness, Miriam flinched but for an instant. "I did that to worry you," she smiled. "Why should you wish to worry me if you care so little about me?" "Care little about you? Haven't I told you often? Didn't I tell you yesterday how much I care? Ain't I showing it now by spending half the night here with you, giving myself away to all those cynics, taking all this trouble to persuade you to hold up your head and have the courage of your opinions?" "You invent my opinions for your convenience," said Peter, all undaunted. "As long ago as the night I introduced you in Paris to Mademoiselle Voisin, you accused me of looking down on those who practice your art. I remember how you came down on me because I didn't take your friend Dashwood seriously enough. Perhaps I didn't. But if already at that time I was so wide of the mark, you can scarcely accuse me of treachery now." "I don't remember, but I dare say you're right," Miriam coldly meditated. "What I accused you of then was probably simply what I reproach you with now, the germ at least of your deplorable weakness. You consider that we do awfully valuable work, and yet you wouldn't for the world let people suppose you really take our side. If your position was even at that time so false, so much the worse for you, that's all." "Oh, it's refreshing," his formidable friend exclaimed after a pause during which Peter seemed to himself to taste the full bitterness of despair, so baffled and cheapened he intimately felt. "Oh, it's refreshing to see a man burn his ships in a cause that appeals to him, give up something precious for it, and break with horrid timidities and snobberies. It's the most beautiful sight in the world." Poor Peter, sore as he was, and with the cold breath of failure in his face, nevertheless burst out laughing at this fine irony. "You're magnificent. You give me at this moment the finest possible illustration of what you mean by burning one's ships. Verily, verily, there's no one like you. Talk of timidity, talk of refreshment. If I had any talent for it, I'd go on the stage tomorrow so as to spend my life with you the better." "If you'll do that, I'll be your wife the day after your first appearance." "That would be really respectable," Miriam said. "Unfortunately, I've no talent." "That would only make it the more respectable." "You're just like poor Nick," Peter returned. "You've taken to imitating Gabriel Nash. Don't you see that it's only if it were a question of my going on the stage myself that there would be a certain fitness in your contrasting me invidiously with Nick and in my giving up one career for another? But simply to stand in the wing and hold your shawl and your smelling bottle," he concluded mournfully, as if he had ceased to debate. "Holding my shawl and my smelling bottle is a mere detail representing a very small part of the whole precious service, the protection and encouragement for which a woman in my position might be indebted to a man interested in her work, and as accomplished and determined as you very justly described yourself. And would it be your idea that such a man should live on the money earned by an exhibition of the person of his still more accomplished and still more determined wife?" "Why not, if they work together, if there's something of his spirit and his support in everything she does?" Miriam demanded. "Je vous entendais. With the famous person. Of course, that's the great stick they beat us with. Yes, we show it for money, those of us who have anything decent to show, and some, no doubt, who haven't, which is the real scandal. What will you have? It's only the envelope of the idea. It's only our machinery which ought to be conceded to us, and in proportion as the idea takes hold of us do we become unconscious of the clumsy body. Poor old person, if you knew what we think of it. If you don't forget it, that's your own affair. It shows you're dense before the idea." "That I'm dense?" And Peter appealed to their lamplit solitude, the favouring intimate night that only witnessed his defeat, as if this outrage had been all that was wanting. "I mean the public is, the public who pays us. After all, they expect us to look at them too, who are not half so well worth it. If you should see some of the creatures who have the face to plant themselves there in the stalls before one for 3 mortal hours, I dare say it would be simpler to have no bodies. But we're all in the same box, and it would be a great injustice to the idea, and we're all showing ourselves all the while, only some of us are not worth paying." "You're extraordinarily droll, but somehow I can't laugh at you," he said, his handsome face drawn by his pain to a contraction sufficiently attesting the fact. "Do you remember the second time I ever saw you, the day you recited at my place?" he abruptly asked, a good deal as if he were taking from his quiver an arrow which, if it was the last, was also one of the sharpest. "Perfectly. And what an idiot I was, though it was only yesterday." You expressed to me then a deep detestation of the sort of self-exposure to which the profession you were taking up would commit you. If you compared yourself to a contortionist at a country fair, I'm only taking my cue from you." "I don't know what I may have said then," replied Miriam, whose steady flight was not arrested by this ineffectual bolt. "I was no doubt already wonderful for talking of things I know nothing about. I was only on the brink of the stream, and I perhaps thought the water was colder than it is. One warms it a bit one's self when once one's in. Of course I'm a contortionist, and of course there's a hateful side. But don't you see how that very fact puts a price on every compensation, on the help of those who are ready to insist on the other side, the grand one, and especially on the sympathy of the person who's ready to insist most and to keep before us the great thing, the element that makes up for everything?" "The element?" Peter questioned with a vagueness that was pardonably exaggerated. "Do you mean your success?" "I mean what you've so often been eloquent about," she returned with an indulgent shrug. "The way we simply stir people's souls. Ah, there's where life can help us," she broke out with a change of tone. "There's where human relations and affections can help us. Love and faith and joy and suffering and experience. I don't know what to call them. They suggest things, they light them up and sanctify them, as you may say. They make them appear worth doing." She became radiant a while, as if with a splendid vision, then melting into still another accent, which seemed all nature and harmony and charity, she proceeded, "I must tell you that in the matter of what we can do for each other, I have a tremendously high ideal. I go in for closeness of union, for identity of interest. A true marriage, as they call it, must do one a lot of good." He stood there looking at her for a time, during which her eyes sustained his penetration without a relenting gleam. Some lapse of cruelty or of paradox, but with a passionate, inarticulate sound, he turned away to remain on the edge of the window, his hands in his pockets, gazing defeatedly, doggedly into the featureless night, into the little black garden which had nothing to give him but a familiar smell of damp. The warm darkness had no relief for him, and Miriam's histrionic hardness flung him back against a fifth-rate world, against a bedimmed, star-punctured nature which had no consolation, the bleared, irresponsive eyes of the London firmament. For the brief space of his glaring at these things he dumbly and helplessly raged. What he wanted was something that was not in that thick prospect. What was the meaning of this sudden offensive importunity of art, this senseless mocking catch, like some irritating chorus of conspirators in a bad opera, in which her voice was so incongruously conjoined with Nick's, and in which Biddy's sweet little pipe had not scrupled still more bewilderingly to mingle? Art might yield to damnation. What commission, after all, had he ever given it to better him or bother him? If the pointless groan in which Peter exhaled a part of his humiliation had been translated into words, these words would have been as heavily charged with a genuine British mistrust of the uncanny principle as if the poor fellow speaking them had never quitted his island. Several acquired perceptions had struck a deep root in him, but an immemorial compact formation lay deeper still. He tried at the present hour to rest on it spiritually, but found it inelastic, and at the very moment when most conscious of this absence of the rebound or of any tolerable ease, he felt his vision solicited by an object which, as he immediately guessed, could only add to the complication of things. An undefined shape hovered before him in the garden, halfway between the gate and the house. It remained outside of the broad shaft of lamplight projected from the window. It wavered for a moment after it had become aware of his observation, and then whisked round the corner of the lodge. This characteristic movement so effectually dispelled the mystery, it could only be Mrs. Ruth, who resorted to such conspicuous secrecies that to feel the game up and his interview over, he had no need to see the figure reappear on second thoughts and dodge about in the dusk with a sportive, vexatious vagueness. Evidently Miriam's warning of a few minutes before had been founded. A cab had deposited her anxious mother at the garden door. Mrs. Ruth had entered with precautions. She had approached the house and retreated. She had effaced herself, had peered and waited and listened. Maternal solicitude and muddled calculations had drawn her from a feast as yet too imperfectly commemorative. The heroine of the occasion, of course, had been intolerably missed, so that the old woman had both obliged the company and quieted her own nerves by jumping insistently into a hansom and rattling up to St. John's Wood to reclaim the absentee. But if she had wished to be in time, she had also desired not to be impertinent, and would have been still more embarrassed to say what she aspired to promote than to phrase what she had proposed to hinder. She wanted to abstain tastefully, to interfere felicitously, and more generally and justifiably, the small hours having come, to see what her young charges were up to. She would probably have gathered that they were quarrelling, and she appeared now to be motioning to Peter to know if it were over. He took no notice of her signals, if signals they were. He only felt that before he made way for the poor odious lady there was one small spark he might strike from Miriam's flint. Without letting her guess that her mother was on the premises, he turned again to his companion, half expecting she would have taken her chance to regard their discussion as more than terminated, and by the other egress flit away from him in silence. But she was still there. She was in the act of approaching him with a manifest intention of kindness, and she looked indeed to his surprise like an angel of mercy. "Don't let us part so harshly," she said, "with your trying to make me feel as if I were merely disobliging. It's no use talking. We only hurt each other. Let us hold our tongues like decent people and go about our business. It isn't as if you hadn't any cure, when you've such a capital one. Try it. Try it, my dear friend. You'll see. I wish you the highest promotion and the quickest, every success and every reward. When you've got them all some day, and I've become a great swell too, we'll meet on that solid basis, and you'll be glad I've been dreadful now." "Surely before I leave I've a right to ask you this," he answered, holding fast in both his own the cool hand of farewell she had chosen finally to torment him with. "Are you ready to follow up by a definite promise your implied assurance that I've a remedy?" "A definite promise?" Miriam benignly gazed. It was the perfection of indirectness. "I don't imply that you've a remedy. I declare it on the housetops. That delightful girl—" "I'm not talking of any delightful girl but you," he broke in with a voice that, after he afterwards learned, struck Mrs. Ruth's ears in the garden with affright. "I simply hold you, under pain of being convicted of the grossest prevarication, to the strict sense of what you said 10 minutes ago." "I've said so many things. One has to do that to get rid of you." "You rather hurt my hand," she added, and jerked it away in a manner showing that if she was an angel of mercy, her mercy was partly for herself. "As I understand you, then, I may have some hope, if I do renounce my profession," Peter pursued. "If I break with everything, my prospects, my studies, my training, my emoluments, my past and my future, the service of my country and the ambition of my life, and engage to take up instead the business of watching your interests so far as I may learn how, and ministering to your triumphs so far as may in me lie. If after further reflection I decide to go through these preliminaries, have I your word that I may definitely look to you to reward me with your precious hand?" "I don't think you've any right to put the question to me now," she returned with a promptitude partly produced perhaps by the clear-cut form his solemn speech had given. There was a charm in the sound of it to each item of his enumeration. "The case is so very contingent, so dependent on what you ingeniously call your further reflection, while you really reserve everything you ask me to commit myself. If it's a question of further reflection, why did you drag me up here? And then," she added, "I'm so far from wishing you to take any such monstrous step." "Monstrous, you call it? Just now you said it would be sublime." "Sublime if it's done with spontaneity, with passion. Ridiculous if it's done after further reflection. As you said perfectly a while ago, it isn't a thing to reason about." "Ah, what a help you'd be to me in diplomacy!" Peter yearningly cried. "Will you give me a year to consider?" "Would you trust me for a year?" "Why not, if I'm ready to trust you for life?" "Oh, I shouldn't be free then, worse luck. And how much you seem to take for granted one must like you. Remember," he could immediately say, "that you've made a great point of your liking me. Wouldn't you do so still more if I were heroic?" She showed him, for all her high impatience now, the interest of a long look. "I think I should pity you in such a cause. Give it all to her. Don't throw away a real happiness." "Ah, you can't back out of your position with a few vague and even rather impertinent words," Peter protested. "You accuse me of swallowing my opinions, but you swallow your pledges. You've painted in heavenly colours the sacrifice I'm talking of, and now you must take the consequences." "The consequences? Why, my coming back in a year to square you." "Ah, you're a bore." She let him have it at last. "Come back when you like. I don't wonder you've grown desperate. But fancy me then," she added as she looked past him at a new interlocutor. "Yes, but if he'll square you," Peter heard Mrs. Rooth's voice respond all persuasively behind him. She had stolen up to the window now, had passed the threshold, was in the room, but her daughter had not been startled. "What is it he wants to do, dear?" she continued to Miriam. "To induce me to marry him if he'll go upon the stage. He'll practise over there where he's going, and then come back and appear. Isn't it too dreadful? Talk him out of it. Stay with him. Soothe him," the girl hurried on. "You'll find some drinks and some biscuits in the cupboard. Keep him with you. Pacify him. Give him his little supper. Meanwhile, I'll go to mine. I'll take the broom. Don't follow." With which words Miriam bounded into the garden, her white drapery shining for an instant in the darkness before she disappeared. Peter looked about him to pick up his hat, but while he did so heard the bang of the gate and the quick carriage get into motion. Mrs. Rooth appeared to sway violently and in opposed directions, that of the impulse to rush after Miriam and that of the extraordinary possibility to which the young lady had alluded. She was in doubt, yet at a venture, detaining him with a maternal touch. She twinkled up at their visitor like an insinuating glowworm. "I'm so glad you came." "I'm not. I've got nothing by it," Peter said as he found his hat. "Oh, it was so beautiful," she declared. "The play? Yes, wonderful. I'm afraid it's too late for me to avail myself of the privilege your daughter offers me. Good night." "Ah, it's a pity. Won't you take anything?" asked Mrs. Rooth. "When I heard your voice so high I was scared and hung back." But before he could reply she added, "Are you really thinking of the stage?" "It comes to the same thing." "Do you mean you've proposed?" "Oh, unmistakably." "And what does she say?" "Why, you heard. She says I'm an ass." "Ah, the little wretch," laughed Mrs. Rooth. "Leave her to me. I'll help you. But you are mad. Give up nothing, least of all your advantages." "I won't give up your daughter," said Peter, reflecting that if this was cheap it was at any rate good enough for Mrs. Rooth. He mended it a little indeed by adding darkly, "But you can't make her take me." "I can prevent her taking any one else." "Oh, can you?" Peter cried with more scepticism than ceremony. "You'll see, you'll see." He passed into the garden, but after she had blown out the candles and drawn the window to, Mrs. Rooth went with him. "All you've got to do is to be yourself, to be true to your fine position," she explained as they proceeded. "Trust me with the rest. Trust me and be quiet." "How can one be quiet after this magnificent evening?" "Yes, but it's just that," panted the eager old woman. "It has launched her so on this sea of dangers that to make up for the loss of the old security, don't you know, we must take a still firmer hold." "Ay, of what?" Peter asked, as Mrs. Rooth's comfort became vague while she stopped with him at the garden door. "Ah, you know, of the real life, of the true anchor." Her hansom was waiting for her, and she added, "I kept it, you see, but a little extravagance on the night one's fortune has come." Peter stared. Yes, there were people whose fortune had come, but he managed to stammer, "Are you following her again?" "For you, for you." And she clambered into the vehicle. From the seat, enticingly, she offered him the place beside her. "Won't you come too?" "I know he invited you." Peter declined with a quick gesture, and as he turned away he heard her call after him to cheer him on his lonely walk. "I shall keep this up. I shall never lose sight of her." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 47. When Mrs. Dallow returned to London just before London broke up, the fact was immediately known in Calcutta Gardens and was promptly communicated to Nick Dormer by his sister Bridget. He had learnt it in no other way. He had had no correspondence with Julia during her absence. He gathered that his mother and sisters were not ignorant of her whereabouts. He never mentioned her name to them, but as to this he was not sure if the source of their information had been the Morning Post or a casual letter received by the inscrutable Biddy. He knew Biddy had some epistolary commerce with Julia. He had an impression Grace occasionally exchanged letters with Mrs. Gresham. Biddy, however, who, as he was also well aware, was always studying what he would like, forbore to talk to him about the absent mistress of Harsh beyond once dropping the remark that she had gone from Florence to Venice and was enjoying gondolas and sunsets too much to leave them. Nick's comment on this was that she was a happy woman to have such a go at Titian and Tintoret. As he spoke, and for some time afterwards, a sense of how he himself should enjoy a like go made him ache with ineffectual longing. He had forbidden himself at the present to think of absence, not only because it would be inconvenient and expensive, but because it would be a kind of retreat from the enemy, a concession to difficulty. The enemy was no particular person and no particular body of persons, not his mother, not Mr. Carteret, who, as he heard from the doctor at Beauclere, lingered on, sinking and sinking, till his vitality appeared to have the vertical depth of a gold mine, not his pacified constituents, who had found a healthy diversion in returning another Liberal, wholly without Mrs. Dallow's aid. She had not participated even to the extent of a responsive telegram in the election. Not his late colleagues in the House, nor the biting satirists of the newspapers, nor the brilliant women he took down at dinner parties. There was only one sense in which he ever took them down. Not, in short, his friends, his foes, his private thoughts, the periodical phantom of his shocked father. The enemy was simply the general awkwardness of his situation. This awkwardness was connected with the sense of responsibility so greatly deprecated by Gabriel Nash, Gabriel who had ceased to roam of late on purpose to miss as few scenes as possible of the drama, rapidly growing dull, alas, of his friend's destiny. But that compromising relation scarcely drew the soreness from it. The public flurry produced by his collapse had only been large enough to mark the flatness of our young man's position when it was over. To have had a few jokes cracked audibly at your expense wasn't an ordeal worth talking of. The hardest thing about it was merely that there had not been enough of them to yield a proportion of good ones. Nick had felt in fine the benefit of living in an age and in a society where number and pressure have, for the individual figure, especially when it's a zero, compensations almost equal to their cruelties. No, the pinch for his conscience, after a few weeks had passed, was simply an acute mistrust of the superficiality of performance into which the desire to justify himself might hurry him. That desire was passionate as regards Julia Dallow. It was ardent also as regards his mother, and to make it absolutely uncomfortable, it was complicated with the conviction that neither of them would know his justification even when she should see it. They probably couldn't know it if they would, and very certainly wouldn't if they could. He assured himself, however, that this limitation wouldn't matter. It was their affair. His own was simply to have the right sort of thing to show. The work he was now attempting wasn't the right sort of thing, though doubtless Julia, for instance, would dislike it almost as much as if it were. The two portraits of Miriam, after the first exhilaration of his finding himself at large, filled him with no private glee. They were not in the direction in which he wished, for the present really, to move. There were moments when he felt almost angry, though of course he held his tongue, when by the few persons who saw them they were pronounced wonderfully clever. That they were wonderfully clever was just the detestable thing in them. So active had that cleverness been in making them seem better than they were. There were people to whom he would have been ashamed to show them, and these were the people whom it would give him most pleasure some day to please. Not only had he many an hour of disgust at his actual work, but he thought he saw, as in an ugly revelation, that nature had cursed him with an odious facility, and that the lesson of his life, the sternest and wholesomest, would be to keep out of the trap it had laid for him. He had fallen into this trap on the threshold and had only scrambled out with his honor. He had a talent for appearance, and that was the fatal thing. He had a damnable suppleness and a gift of immediate response, a readiness to oblige that made him seem to take up causes which he really left lying, enabled him to learn enough about them in an hour to have all the air of having converted them to his use. Many people used them, that was the only thing to be said, who had taken them in much less. He was, at all events, too clever by half, since this pernicious overflow had wrecked most of his attempts. He had assumed a virtue and enjoyed assuming it, and the assumption had cheated his father and his mother and his affianced wife and his rich benefactor and the candid burgesses of Harsh and the cynical reporters of the newspapers. His enthusiasms had been but young curiosity, his speeches had been young agility, his professions and adhesions had been like postage stamps without glue. The head was all right, but they wouldn't stick. He stood ready now to wring the neck of the irrepressible vice that certainly would tend to nothing so much as to get him into further trouble. His only real justification would be to turn patience, his own, of course, inside out. Yet if there should be a way to misread that recipe, his humbugging genius could be trusted infallibly to discover it. Cheap and easy results would dangle before him, little amateurish conspicuities at exhibitions helped by his history, putting it in his power to triumph with a quick "What do you say to that?" over those he had wounded. The fear of this danger was corrosive. It poisoned even lawful joys. If he should have a striking picture at the Academy next year, it wouldn't be a crime, yet he couldn't help suspecting any conditions that would enable him to be striking so soon. In this way he felt quite enough how Gabriel Nash had had him whenever railing at his fever for proof, and how inferior as a productive force the desire to win over the ill-disposed might be to the principle of quiet growth. Nash had a foreign manner of lifting up his finger and waving it before him, as if to put an end to everything whenever it became, in conversation or discussion, to any extent a question whether anyone would like anything. It was presumably, in some degree at least, a due respect for the principle of quiet growth that kept Nick on the spot at present, made him stick fast to Rosedale Road and Calcutta Gardens, and deny himself the simplifications of absence. Do what he would, he couldn't despoil himself of the impression that the disagreeable was somehow connected with the salutary, and the quiet with the disagreeable, when stubbornly borne. He resisted 100 impulses to run away to Paris or to Florence, coarse forms of the temptation to persuade himself by material motion that he was launched. He stayed in London because it seemed to him he was there more conscious of what he had undertaken, and he had a horror of shirking the consciousness. One element in it, indeed, was his noting how little convenience he could have found in a foreign journey, even had his judgment approved such a subterfuge. The stoppage of his supplies from Beauclere had now become an historic fact, with something of the majesty of its class about it. He had had time to see what a difference this would make in his life. His means were small, and he had several old debts, the number of which, as he believed, loomed large to his mother's imagination. He could never tell her she exaggerated, because he told her nothing of that sort in these days. They had no intimate talk. for an impenetrable partition, a tall, bristling hedge of untrimmed misconceptions had sprung up between them. Poor Biddy had made a hole in it through which she squeezed from side to side to keep up communications at the cost of many rents and scratches. But Lady Agnes walked straight and stiff, never turning her head, never stopping to pluck the least little daisy of consolation. It was in this manner she wished to signify that she had accepted her wrongs. She draped herself in them as in a Roman mantle, and had never looked so proud and wasted and handsome as now that her eyes rested only on ruins. Nick was extremely sorry for her, though he marked as a dreadful want of grace her never setting a foot in Rosedale Road. She mentioned his studio no more than if it had been a private gambling house or something worse. Sorry, because he was well aware that for the hour everything must appear to her to have crumbled. The luxury of Broadwood would have to crumble. His mind was very clear about that. Biddy's prospects had withered to the finest, dreariest dust, and Biddy, indeed, taking a lesson from her brother's perversities, seemed little disposed to better a bad business. She professed the most peacemaking sentiments, but when it came really to doing something to brighten up the scene, she showed herself portentously corrupt. After Peter Sherringham's heartless flight, she had wantonly slighted an excellent opportunity to repair her misfortune. Lady Agnes had reason to infer, about the end of June, that young Mr. Grindon, the only son, the other children being girls, of an immensely rich industrial and political baronet in the North, was literally waiting for the faintest sign. This reason she promptly imparted to her younger daughter, whose intelligence had to take it in, but who had shown it no other consideration. Biddy had set her charming face as a stone. She would have nothing to do with signs, and she, practically speaking, wilfully, wickedly refused a magnificent offer, so that the young man carried his high expectations elsewhere. How much in earnest he had been was proved by the fact that before Goodwood had come and gone, he was captured by Lady Muriel Macpherson. It was superfluous to insist on the frantic determination to get married, written on such an accident as that. Nick knew of this episode only through Grace, and he deplored its having occurred in the midst of other disasters. He knew, or he suspected, something more as well, something about his brother Percival, which, should it come to light, no phase of their common history would be genial enough to gloss over. It had usually been supposed that Percy's store of comfort against the ills of life was confined to the infallibility of his rifle. He was not sensitive, and his use of that weapon represented a resource against which common visitations might have spent themselves. It had suddenly come to Nick's ears, however, that he cultivated a concurrent support in the person of a robust countrywoman housed in an ivied corner of Warwickshire, in whom he had long been interested, and whom, without any flourish of magnanimity, he had ended by making his wife. The situation of the latest born of the pledges of this affection, a blooming boy (there had been 2 or 3 previously), was therefore perfectly regular and of a nature to make a difference in the worldly position, as the phrase ran, of his moneyless uncle. If there be degrees in the absolute, and Percy had an heir, others moreover supposedly following, Nick would have to regard himself as still more moneyless than before. His brother's last step was doubtless, given the case, to be commended, but such discoveries were enlivening only when made in other families, and Lady Agnes would scarcely enjoy learning to what tune she had become a grandmother. Nick forbore from delicacy to intimate to Biddy that he thought it a pity she couldn't care for Mr. Grindon, but he had a private sense that if she had been capable of such a feat it would have lightened a little the weight he himself had to carry. He bore her a slight grudge, which lasted till Julia Dallow came back, when the circumstance of the girl's being summoned immediately down to Harsh created a diversion that was perhaps, after all, only fanciful. Biddy, as we know, entertained a theory, which Nick had found occasion to combat, that Mrs. Dallow had not treated him perfectly well. Therefore, in going to Harsh the very first time that relative held out a hand to her so jealous a little sister must have recognized a special inducement. The inducement might have been that the relative had comfort for her, that she was acting by her cousin's direct advice, that they were still in close communion on the question of the offers Biddy was not to accept, that in short Peter's sister had taken upon herself to see that their young friend should remain free for the day of the fugitive's inevitable return. Once or twice, indeed, Nick wondered if Julia had herself been visited, in a larger sense, by the thought of retracing her steps, if she wished to draw out her young friend's opinion as to how she might do that gracefully. During the few days she was in town, Nick had seen her twice in Great Stanhope Street, but neither time alone. She had said to him on one of these occasions in her odd, explosive way, "I should have thought you'd have gone away somewhere. It must be such a bore." Of course she firmly believed he was staying for Miriam, which he really was not, and probably she had written this false impression off to Peter, who still more probably would prefer to regard it as just. Nick was staying for Miriam only in the sense that he should be very glad of the money he might receive for the portrait he was engaged in painting. That money would be a great convenience to him in spite of the obstructive ground Miriam had taken in pretending, she had blown half a gale about it, that he had had no right to dispose of such a production without her consent. His answer to this was simply that the purchaser was so little of a stranger that it didn't go, so to speak, out of the family, out of hers. It didn't matter, Miriam's retort, that if Mr. Sherringham had formerly been no stranger he was utterly one now, so that nothing would ever less delight him than to see her hated image on his wall. He would back out of the bargain and Nick be left with the picture on his hands. Nick jeered at this shallow theory, and when she came to sit the question served as well as another to sprinkle their familiar silences with chaff. He already knew something, as we have seen, of the conditions in which his distracted kinsman had left England, and this connected itself in casual meditation with some of the calculations imputable to Julia and to Biddy. There had naturally been a sequel to the queer behaviour perceptible in Peter at the theatre on the eve of his departure, a sequel lighted by a word of Miriam's in the course of her first sitting to Nick after her great night. Fancy, so this observation ran, fancy the dear man finding time in the press of all his last duties to ask me to marry him. "He told me you had found time in the press of all yours to say you would," Nick replied. And this was pretty much all that had passed on the subject between them, save, of course, her immediately making clear that Peter had grossly misinformed him. What had happened was that she had said she would do nothing of the sort. She professed a desire not to be confronted again with this obnoxious theme, and Nick easily fell in with it, quite from his own settled inclination not to handle that kind of subject with her. If Julia had false ideas about him, and if Peter had them too, his part of the business was to take the simplest course to establish the falsity. There were difficulties indeed attached even to the simplest course, but there would be a difficulty the less if one should forbear to meddle in promiscuous talk with the general suggestive topic of intimate unions. It is certain that in these days Nick cultivated the practice of forbearances for which he didn't receive, for which perhaps he never would receive, due credit. He had been convinced for some time that one of the next things he should hear would be that Julia Dallow had arranged to marry either Mr. Macgeorge or some other master of multitudes. He could think of that now, he found, think of it with resignation, even when Julia, before his eyes, looked so handsomely forgetful that her appearance had to be taken as referring still more to their original intimacy than to his comparatively superficial offence. What made this accomplishment of his own remarkable was that there was something else he thought of quite as much, the fact that he had only to see her again to feel by how great a charm she had in the old days taken possession of him. This charm operated apparently in a very direct, primitive way. Her presence diffused it and fully established it, but her absence left comparatively little of it behind. It dwelt in the very facts of her person. It was something she happened physically to be, yet, considering that the question was of something very like loveliness, its envelope of associations, of memories and recurrences had no great destiny. She packed it up and took it away with her quite as if she had been a woman who had come to sell a set of laces. The laces were as wonderful as ever when taken out of the box, but to admire again their rarity you had to send for the woman. What was above all remarkable for our young man was that Miriam Ruth fetched a fellow, vulgarly speaking, very much less than Julia, at the times when, being on the spot, Julia did fetch. He could paint Miriam day after day without any agitating blur of vision. In fact, the more he saw of her, the clearer grew the atmosphere through which she blazed, the more her richness became one with that of the flowering work. There are reciprocities and special sympathies in such a relation, mysterious affinities they used to be called, divinations of private congruity. Nick had an unexpressed conviction that if, according to his defeated desire, he had embarked with Mrs. Dallow in this particular quest of a great prize, disaster would have overtaken them on the deep waters. Even with the limited risk, indeed, disaster had come, but it was of a different kind, and it had the advantage for him that now she couldn't reproach and denounce him as the cause of it, couldn't do so at least on any ground he was obliged to recognize. She would never know how much he had cared for her, how much he cared for her still, inasmuch as the conclusive proof for himself was his conscious reluctance to care for another woman, evidence she positively misread. Some day he would doubtless try to do that, but such a day seemed as yet far off, and he had meanwhile no spite, no vindictive impulse to help him. The soreness that mingled with his liberation, the sense of indignity even, as of a full cup suddenly dashed by a blundering hand from his lips, demanded certainly a balm, but it found the balm for the time in another passion, not in a rancorous exercise of the same, a passion strong enough to make him forget what a pity it was he was not so formed as to care for two women at once. As soon as Julia returned to England, he broke ground to his mother on the subject of her making the mistress of Broadwood understand that she and the girls now regarded their occupancy of that estate as absolutely over. He had already several weeks before picked a little at the arid tract of that indicated surrender, but in the interval the soil appeared to have formed again to a considerable thickness. It was disagreeable to him to call his parents' attention to the becoming course, and especially disagreeable to have to emphasize it and discuss it and perhaps clamor for it. He would have liked the whole business to be tacit, a little triumph of silent delicacy, but he found reasons to suspect that what in fact would be most tacit was Julia's certain endurance of any chance failure of that charm. Lady Agnes had a theory that they had virtually, practically, as she said, given up the place, so that there was no need of making a splash about it. But Nick discovered in the course of an exploration of Biddy's view, more rigorous perhaps than any to which he had ever subjected her, that none of their property had been removed from the delightful house, none of the things, there were ever so many things, heavily planted there when their mother took possession. Lady Agnes was the proprietor of innumerable articles of furniture, relics, and survivals of her former greatness, and moved about the world with a train of heterogeneous baggage, so that her quiet overflow into the spaciousness of Broadwood had had all the luxury of a final subsidence. What Nick had to propose to her now was a dreadful combination, a relapse into the conditions she most hated: seaside lodgings, bald storehouses in the Marylebone Road, little London rooms crammed with objects that caught the dirt and made them stuffy. He was afraid he should really finish her, and he himself was surprised in a degree at his insistence. He wouldn't have supposed he should have cared so much, but he found he did care intensely. He cared enough, it says everything, to explain to his mother that her retention of Broadwood would show practically, since that was her great word, for the violation of an agreement. Julia had given them the place on the understanding that he was to marry her, and once he was definitely not to marry her, they had no right to keep the place. Yes, you make the mess, and we pay the penalty, the poor lady flashed out. But this was the only overt protest she made, except indeed to contend that their withdrawal would be an act ungracious and offensive to Julia. She looked as she had looked during the months that succeeded his father's death, but she gave a final grim assent to the proposition that, let their kinswoman take it as she would, their own duty was unmistakably clear. It was Grace who was principal representative of the idea that Julia would be outraged by such a step. She never ceased to repeat that she had never heard of anything so nasty. Nick would have expected this of Grace, but he felt rather bereft and betrayed when Biddy murmured to him that she knew that there was really no need of their sacrificing their mother's comfort to an extravagant scruple. She intimated that if Nick would only consent to their going on with Broadwood as if nothing had happened, or rather as if everything had happened, she would answer for the feelings of the owner. For almost the first time in his life Nick disliked what Biddy said to him, and he gave her a sharp rejoinder, a taste of the general opinion that they all had enough to do to answer for themselves. He remembered afterwards the way she looked at him, startled, even frightened, and with rising tears, before turning away. He held that they should judge better how Julia would take it after they had thrown up the place, and he had made it his duty to arrange that his mother should formally advise her by letter of their intending to depart at once. Julia could then protest to her heart's content. Nick was aware that for the most part he didn't pass for practical. He could imagine why, from his early years, people should have joked him about it. But this time he was determined to rest on a rigid view of things as they were. He didn't see his mother's letter, but he knew that it went. He felt she would have been more loyal if she had shown it to him, though of course there could be but little question of loyalty now. That it had really been written, however, very much on the lines he dictated was clear to him from the subsequent surprise which Lady Agnes's blankness didn't prevent his divining. Julia acknowledged the offered news, but in unexpected terms. She had apparently neither resisted nor protested. She had simply been very glad to get her house back again, and had not accused any of them of nastiness. Nick saw no more of her letter than he had seen of his mother's, but he was able to say to Grace, to their parent he was studiously mute, "My poor child, you see after all that we haven't kicked up such a row." Grace shook her head and looked gloomy and deeply wise, replying that he had no cause to triumph. They were so far from having seen the end of it yet. Thus he guessed that his mother had complied with his wish on the calculation that it would be a mere form, that Julia would entreat them not to be so fantastic, and that he himself would then, in the presence of her wounded surprise, consent to a quiet continuance. So much in the interest, the air of Broadwood had a purity, of the health of all of them. But since Julia jumped at their sacrifice, he had no chance to be mollified. he had all grossly to persist in having been right. At bottom, probably, he was a little surprised at Julia's so prompt assent. Literally speaking, it was not perfectly graceful. He was sorry his mother had been so deceived, but was sorrier still for Biddy's mistake. It showed she might be mistaken about other things. Nothing was left now but for Lady Agnes to say, as she did substantially whenever she saw him, "We're to prepare to spend the autumn at Worthing, then, or some other horrible place? I don't know their names. It's the only thing we can afford." There was an implication in this that if he expected her to drag her girls about to country houses in a continuance of the fidgety effort to work them off, he must understand at once that she was now too weary and too sad and too sick. She had done her best for them, and it had all been vain and cruel. Now, therefore, the poor creatures must look out for themselves. To the grossness of Biddy's misconduct she needn't refer, nor to the golden opportunity that young woman had forfeited by her odious treatment of Mr. Grindon. It was clear that this time Lady Agnes was incurably discouraged, so much so as to fail to glean the dimmest light from the fact that the girl was really making a long stay at Harsh. Biddy went to and fro 2 or 3 times, and then in August fairly settled there, and what her mother mainly saw in her absence was the desire to keep out of the way of household reminders of her depravity. In fact, as turned out, Lady Agnes and Grace gathered themselves together in the first days of that month for another visit to the very old lady who had been Sir Nicholas's godmother, after which they went somewhere else, so that the question of Worthing had not immediately to be faced. Nick stayed on in London with the obsession of work humming in his ears. He was joyfully conscious that for 3 or 4 months in the empty Babylon he would have ample stores of time. But toward the end of August he got a letter from Grace in which she spoke of her situation and of her mother's in a manner that seemed to impose on him the doing of something tactful. They were paying a 3rd visit, he knew that, in Calcutta Gardens. Ladies' maids had been to and fro with boxes, replenishments of wardrobes, and yet somehow the outlook for the autumn was dark. Grace didn't say it in so many words, but what he read between the lines was that they had no more invitations. What, therefore, in pity's name, was to become of them? People liked them well enough when Biddy was with them, but they didn't care for her mother and her, that prospect tout pour, and Biddy was cooped up indefinitely with Julia. This was not the manner in which Grace had anciently alluded to her sister's happy visits at Harsh, and the change of tone made Nick wince with a sense of all that had collapsed. Biddy was a little fish worth landing, in short, scantly as she seemed disposed to bite, and Grace's rude probity could admit that she herself was not. Nick had an inspiration. By way of doing something tactful, he went down to Brighton and took lodgings for several weeks in the general interest, the very quietest and sunniest he could find. This he intended as a kindly surprise, a reminder of how he had his mother's and sister's comfort at heart, how he could exert himself and save them trouble. But he no sooner concluded his bargain, it was a more costly one than he had at first calculated, than he was bewildered and befogged to learn that the persons on whose behalf he had so exerted himself were to pass the autumn at Broadwood with Julia. That daughter of privilege had taken the place into familiar use again, and was now correcting their former surprise at her crude indifference. This was infinitely characteristic of Julia, by inviting them to share it with her. Nick wondered vaguely what she was up to, but when his mother treated herself to the line irony of addressing him an elaborately humble request for his consent to their accepting the merciful refuge, she repeated this expression 3 times. He replied that she might do exactly as she liked. He would only mention that he shouldn't feel himself at liberty to come and see her there. This condition proved apparently to Lady Agnes's mind no hindrance. and she and her daughters were presently reinstated in the very apartments they had learned so to love. This time, in fact, it was even better than before. They had still fewer expenses. The expenses were Nick's. He had to pay a forfeit to the landlady at Brighton for backing out of his contract. He said nothing to his mother about that bungled business. He was literally afraid. But a sad event just then reminded him afresh how little it was the moment for squandering money. Mr. Carteret drew his last breath. Quite painlessly, it seemed, as the closing scene was described at Beauclere when the young man went down to the funeral. 2 or 3 weeks later, the contents of his will were made public in the Illustrated London News, where it definitely appeared that he left a very large fortune, not a penny of which was to go to Nick. The provision for Mr. Chayter's declining years was remarkably handsome. End of chapter 47.